Um, we'll just get started. I don't even need a bio to read from because you're about to see double. And that's because I'm introducing my sister. Stephanie Aldret, DO, CAQSM, graduated from Oklahoma State University College of Osteopathic Medicine up in Tulsa in 2008. And then from there, she did her internship and residency at OSU Medical Center, and then she did a fellowship, sports medicine fellowship in Blacksburg, Virginia at VCOM. Yes, Virginia Tech. And then from there, she's moved to Louisiana and helped with the Raging Cajuns down in Lafayette. She's done, now she's in Monroe, Louisiana. She helped open the Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Monroe, Louisiana. She is the co-chair of the family medicine and the sports medicine departments. She also is very involved with USA Gymnastics, the Paralympics. She just got back from Beijing doing the Paralympics. She does gymnastics, trampoline. She's a physician for that. And the coolest thing ever is she got to walk in Japan in that Paralympic opening ceremonies. So she got to live one of my dreams in walking in an Olympic opening ceremony. So as you can tell, I'm a very proud little sister. And even though she's a jerk and she just gave me her slides. But anyways, I have to rag on her a little bit. But yep, you're not gonna see double. It's her. And one last thing, she is a proud parent of a little floof named Sharpay JJ and a corgi named Finn.
Yes, yes. Now that could have gone one or two ways, so I don't know if I wanted you to stay on script or not. So that was good. Thank you very much, sister. I was like, oh, crap.
Where's she going? Where's she going?
Right?
How much dirt am I going to bring on you?
Yeah, it's too early for me to curse. And since we're on Zoom and being recorded, I will try not to.
Oh, we've already had that. It's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good.
Yeah, it's all good. Take it away.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you too. Good morning, everybody. So yeah, that was really nice. Like I said, that could have gone one or two ways. I wasn't sure which dirty secret she was going to spill and which one she was going to keep there. So like she said, that I'm part of the founding faculty for the VCOM Louisiana campus, that I'm co-chair for family medicine, osteopathic manipulation, and sports medicine. And actually, we were able to get a student from Oklahoma at our campus, and I'm proud to say that she's here and everything too. So she's one of our OMS2s getting ready to go on rotations, and so I'm hopeful that although trying to do everything I can for medical in the state of Louisiana, that Oklahoma is still my home and everything. So it makes me very proud that she's here and that hopefully she'll end up residency and practicing here too. So no pressure. All right. So we're just going to kind of move into the informed consent, don't get too close. That we almost named this one, Don't Touch Me There and stuff, but figured that may be a little bit too much on paper. So we did show a little restraint. We, meaning my sister and I and everything, as you've already seen as the opening show, how this ends up rolling. So with this, that, you know, not only in the informed consent from the clinical procedures and everything, but also with all my involvement with USA Gymnastics, trampoline and tumbling, you know, they've kind of had some bad press for several years. And actually with one particular physician, not a physician anymore, I'm the only DO in the organization. And so that I feel, you know, not super excited about that and stuff, but I can understand why they wouldn't want another one given their past experiences and stuff. So that through that came out the safe sport training, and that the association and whatnot that ends up being the sounding board for athletes and to be able to file the complaints against coaches, medical providers, other athletes, you know. So with that, to ensure safe sport for the young ones and even for the older ones and those that are at a just a vulnerable population there too. So having to do the safe sport training on the gymnastics side, but then also that side does not communicate with anything that I do from the Olympics or Paralympics as well. And that's part of the one caveat for gymnastics is that they had to do their own thing and everything. The training's the same. It's just where I get to end up doing double and hearing about all the terrible things that have happened to these athletes over and over again in order to make sure that they don't happen in the future either too, and how to safeguard not only the athletes, but safeguard ourselves too. And so that's kind of where this ends up coming from, is that protecting our patients, but also protecting ourselves through here. So we've got our objectives here to talk about informed consent, identify the clinical scenarios where different levels of consent are appropriate for OMM. OMM is going to be the area where we end up doing the most touching and everything. Now, some of y'all may end up implementing OMM within your practice, some may not. But even then, there's these different principles that go along with it that are great for any type of physical exam. Our first years right now are in their cardiopulmonary block. So they're learning, listening to heart and lungs, that they're learning how to assess ribs, to be able to diagnose and to treat ribs too. And so I end up going through them and telling them that, okay, there's a couple different ways for touch here that we've got to look at. You got to look at your hands and how your hands are going. If you come in like this, that can be offensive. That can be something where they feel like you're coming to get them. If you come at their chest or anything, use the back of their hand, so that way it's more of a defensive type move and everything. So trying to teach them the difference of offense, defense, okay? That way the patients don't take it any other sort of way. And we'll cover other sorts of defensive maneuvers for ourselves too. So informed consent. So permission granted in the knowledge of the possible consequences, which is given by a patient to a doctor for treatment with knowledge, the full knowledge of the possible risks and benefits. So I tell them, I'm just going to cover all the big, bad, scary things and then see if you're still okay with me doing it. And breaking down the language for them to be able to understand and know as well. So our different elements, so what's the nature of procedure? Okay, what is it that you're doing? Okay, risks and benefits of the procedure. So what's all the big, bad, scary things that could potentially end up happening with this, and what's all the good stuff and the whole reason why we're doing this as well. What's our reasonable alternatives? Okay, if we're not going to end up covering what else could we do besides this and everything? And then the risks and benefits of the alternatives, because everything we do has risks associated with it. So just trying to prioritize what's going to be the thing that ends up helping and what's worth it. And then making sure that they understand all of that that's above too. That speaking in simple terms, making sure that they understand every last element of it as well. That we don't really think of doing this for a regular clinical exam because it's something we do over and over again, but we have different people coming in that maybe it's been a long time since they've been touched. That there's plenty of people that they're 60 years old coming into a doctor finally, and they never went because they were always healthy and they didn't know that they had anything, but they went to go donate blood because a family member made them go do that and stuff, and their blood pressure at that point was 170 over 100. Well, they weren't nervous. They just never had a problem before because nobody ever checked and stuff. So they're going to be adverse to a lot of us from that standpoint of being touched. So even explaining our exam as we go along with it. Now, some of this is also rooted in the fact that different discussions with different governing boards, LSBME, OSBO, of where some of the patients as they're coming through, that they are hearing more things about existing physicians and everything that in the way that they're being treated. So maybe it's something where they go to fill a rib. Well, they touched my breast. Well, but they came to the side and your breast tissue overlies that rib and everything. So even explaining that small amount, because it's every day to you, but it's not every day to them, to remember that. So our different types of consent, implied consent, that it always got me on the complex PE, that whenever it came down to, okay, you take the history, you put it down, and then you start your physical exam, and that you have to ask the patient, okay, can I examine you now? I'm like, that's implied consent. You came here to see me. You should expect me to touch you and everything in order to do my physical exam. But that's not the case so much anymore with patients as they're coming through. That having that bridge of trust. Now, I don't even ask it so much as a question. I'm like, I'm going to touch you now. I am coming in. You can say no, but we will modify this and everything from the physical exam component to make sure that they stay comfortable through it. So that they're just cooperating and everything. But from the safe sport standpoint, for he who shall not be named, that there was plenty where they didn't know that they could say no. They didn't know what was happening was wrong, was criminal and everything. And so they didn't know that saying no was an option. Now, part of that was that culture and everything, but what sort of culture are your patients coming from whenever you're doing your physical exams with them too? So making sure that they know, aware of what's normal, what's not normal, okay? That verbal consent, that you've asked them the question and they verbally agreed. And then written consent, that ends up being the document. We all know that. We've all put that in practice and stuff too with it. That probably the hardest transition for me was coming out of residency, where a joint injection was a huge deal. And that you had to have the written consent, that you had to have everything documented with it and stuff. And then I get into fellowship, and then even afterwards in practice, to where it's like, that's the whole point of my practice, is to do peripheral joint injections. I'm not going to get a written consent on everybody coming through. That it just ends up the verbal aspect of stuff. So whichever way you want to go with that. Now, if we're looking at this from, I'll progress through and then we'll come back to these. Who do we need to consent? Well, OMM's a procedure, so we should consent them, at least get verbal consent whenever we do it, and everything, whether it ends up being rib raising, it ends up being lymphatic pump, or anything else like that, just letting them know that I'm gonna touch you in some areas, I'm gonna get your ribs moving, I'm gonna shake your feet some, it's gonna make everything shake, I'm not just watching you shake, I'm actually trying to get your lymphatic system to move around some, because it's been interesting with some of the complaints, it's been just things where he made my body jiggle and stuff, and I didn't like how that felt and stuff. So explaining again of things that seem to be innocent and everything, that the patients don't always perceive that as such. Now, this doesn't mean don't do OMT, don't do your exam. You know, the whole Zoom realm and televisits and everything else kind of kills my heart some, because I mean, we're DOs. We're supposed to use our hands. We're all about that. We're all about touch and everything. The osteopathic hugs, we're all about all of that and stuff. So to try to look and to hear that, no, we don't need to do this stuff anymore, really kind of kills the whole thing that makes us special too. So it's just a matter of us continuing to safeguard that which makes us so special and different and everything. So making sure that the patients are fully aware. Also from the Zoom range too, people have gotten used to not being touched. And that's where this comes back into play and everything, to where it's like, no, I've been doing this for, 20 something, 30 something, 50 years, whatever, that it's the way I've always done it. I don't see why I need to change. Not asking you to change, asking you to make sure you re-educate your patient as far as what you're doing and why it's necessary, because they've gone through 2 years of just talking to somebody on a video screen and no physical exam being necessary at all. So that's why this comes back around. They forgot what it is, they forgot what it's like, and we may be so excited to finally get our hands on people again that enthusiasm ends up being misconstrued, okay, that it's misunderstood too. So again, where we continue to protect ourselves, protect our profession, and protect our patients. So OMT is procedure and stuff, but I'm not just, that a lot of this seems to be focused on OMT, but I'm just talking in physical exam too, and everything, getting that stethoscope where it needs to be in order to listen. Until you're teaching medical students where the mitral valve is and how you can appropriately get over it, get to it to be able to listen to it, you forget on a female how complicated that can be and how that touch and that placement can be so misunderstood at times. So going through and having patient move their own tissues, okay? That trying to tell them that, as you're examining ribs, as you're trying to listen to these areas, just go ahead and tell them, will you lift the left one up and just move it slightly? And even from a male aspect too, working with a male student that trying to show something and went up and just kind of touched underneath his pec and everything. I couldn't even necessarily call it breast tissue, but I touched underneath there and he goes, ooh, that was aggressive. I was like, ooh, okay, buddy, I'm sorry. Usually my whole thought is like, don't touch nipple. Stay away from nipple. Don't brush it, don't nothing and stuff and that. And people don't get so weird with it and everything. But nope, that was enough where whether he was joking or not, it was where I didn't do what I preached of, okay, well, I used the back of my hand, the back of my arm to lift up and get to that area. It is more contact, but still, it's something where it's not that aggressive touch and everything with it, that offensive touch. So these things I've already ended up saying that touch may more easily be misinterpreted by patients, okay? Not these patients, just by patients in general, okay? Patients may have negative responses to touch. They may have a history there. Something may have happened during the downtime in COVID. We don't know, but that's part of them coming in. They may or may not tell us that they may interpret touch in a sexual way. Maybe that's the only way that they've ended up seeing touch from somebody of another gender and everything too. And that they may blur the relationship boundaries in some patients' minds. So you may have experienced that at some point within your practice and everything, where those patients that you just know you need a chaperone with and everything, not because of anything you've done, not because of anything else, that is just how the relationship has evolved. Whenever I was in clinical practice, I'd have male medical students that would rotate with me and I'd tell them, we're going in this room, don't hug her. She's gonna come up and she's gonna wanna give you this big hug and everything. Do not do it, because she's objectifying you as she's doing that. If you want to be objectified, that's totally up to you, but I'm just trying to protect you, that's not the good, healthy physician touch that she's looking for in this. And so trying to protect my male medical student there too. So through this too, the provider is also at greater risk, okay? Increased risk of false accusations and lawsuits, okay? They may be false, they may not be. I don't know what your intentions are and everything. Everybody thought the other one that shall not be named, that his intentions were pure. They were totally not. And it's not until so many people were victimized and everything too, that it came to light, okay? Patients may have violent physical reactions to touch. Hopefully it's not that violent, but again, protecting yourself from there. And they may inadvertently destroy the patient's trust. So you don't mean to, because you're just listening to somebody's heart the way you've done it like thousands and thousands of times, but this one patient took it the wrong way. And so it's just considering to protect ourselves. So there are special considerations that you may or may not know about these patients, that they may have a history of abuse, whether male or female, okay? History of mental health issues. Okay, military history, religious considerations, personal reservations, or touching personal areas. And we don't know how big that no square box is for anybody until we get into it. And then we're like, okay, I'm sorry, it was your shoulder. I didn't realize that shoulder had a special anything to it and stuff. But again, you don't know that until you get in there, until you violated that. And so walking slow. So what's the best way to know if your patient falls into any of these categories? What's the best way to know how to approach your patient who has any of these? We ask, we try to get that history from them and stuff. I'm going to touch you here. Is this okay? I'm going to touch you here. Pause, give them a chance to react. Take the time to watch for those context clues and stuff too. So they may be reluctant to reveal any sort of information in the past, that you have to build that rapport. That don't assume just because they've responded well at one visit that they'll respond well at a different visit too. Just because they may have the same educational background as you too does not mean that they're going to be totally okay from that touch, even though if they know it's coming. So again, safeguarding that and just really having to rethink our physical exam in this new realm post-COVID too. So what's the best way for us to approach these patients? They may be sensitive. you know, that trying to see if they fall under a special consideration as we're taking that history, building that report too. Ask and don't make assumptions. Okay, there's a lot of times we'll look at people and we'll make certain assumptions that we just want to make sure that we ask that. Before adjusting or removing articles of clothing, always better to ask the patient to remove or adjust anything before you're touching those sensitive areas and everything. Will you move your bra strap? Will you move this area? Will you just go ahead and lift the left one up for me so I can get in this area? Be observant. Watch them as you're doing your physical exam. What's kind of and not in the creepy way, watch your breathing. If they hear heavy breathing, they usually get creeped out with that too, even if it's something where it's totally innocent, okay? That sometimes we do have to explain those little things. That notice if your patient starts to tense up or any sudden, they suddenly avoid eye contact at any point during the history or the physical exam. So again, looking for those clues and stuff, and move slowly. You know, you want to make sure that you're not triggering them. Sometimes fast movements where they're not really aware of what's going on can be overwhelming to them if they can't keep up with you, and that may just trigger something from the past. Be aware of emotional releases. Now, I haven't really had patients that have had an emotional release while I was doing a physical exam. There was one in particular that I went to do a pelvic exam on her and stuff, and she'd gotten all changed and all set and stuff, and all of a sudden, as I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have you go ahead and scoot down and we're gonna do these things, and she's like, no, I don't want. I was like, okay, that's fine. She's like, no, go ahead and do it. I was like, not after you did that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to send you someplace else. You know, this is run-of-the-mill pelvic exam, but no, I'm not going to have you crying an emotional release the same time that, no, that's a hard no for me. So then we had to kind of dive into the rest of that and stuff, but it was something where it just kind of all of a sudden came up to where it was just a normal physical exam and that emotional response. That's the only one that I've had an emotional response from a regular physical exam. Other times, you know, if patient starts having that emotional release from an OMM standpoint. Again, I'll tell another story of patient during fellowship. I was doing OMM because she had an SC dislocation. She had neck pain, she had shoulder pain because of this area. And so she was a new patient, started working on her and everything. And as we, as it was starting to get actually starting to get a release and everything, could feel it start to tighten up, but she goes, those damn doctors, they killed my daughter. Okay, well, what happened? You know, I'm just working on your SC joint and everything. And that her daughter had died 2 years ago because of pneumonia, that she was developmentally delayed, MR, that, and the way that the injury had happened is that her daughter had an outrage at one point and ended up dislocating that SC. And so as we were getting ready to put it back in place, as we were getting everything else to relax in there, then all of a sudden it brought up the pain that she had with the loss of her daughter. Now, it wasn't anything of the doctor's fault and everything of where her daughter had passed, but that was something where she was still guarding in that. And so it was the memory of her daughter, it was that pain that went along with the loss of her daughter that was all encompassed within that physical injury there. And so we couldn't get any further than that because one, she wasn't willing to let go of the injury, and so we had to refer her out for for psychological treatment and everything too, that there was a lot of other things that needed to be addressed in that area before we could fix that somatic complaint. So stopping immediately and then figuring out what you need to do from there. So it was bigger than just an SC, and we needed to end up doing that. So then in other responses, whether you're trying to work on the sacrum, whether you're doing cranial stuff, different ribs, you know, that may be something that people slipped in bathtubs and cracked a rib and they got this pain and you go to fix it and they remember that entire trip and how not fun it was whenever they slipped in that bathtub and broke those ribs and stuff too. That's me. That's me. So you'll have different emotional releases there too. So our non-traumatic special considerations, because all we talked about is trauma, you know, so far, whether it's physical or psychological, but the non-traumatic special considerations, that religion, that trying to teach OMT and the importance of assessing skin in some areas to cultures that remain fully covered and everything. Now that's more on the female side than it is the male, but trying to figure out how we kind of merge the two, because there's technical standards of what we've all got to meet in order to be an osteopathic medical school and to be osteopathic physicians too. And that where religion falls under there from that religious stress, because that's not a matter of you not being physically able to do it. It's a matter of, you know, just trying to partner that together. I don't know what Oklahoma State's done for that. I don't know what other schools have done from that aspects too, but I know what we're trying to do at our campuses and stuff. So some religions firmly based in the fact that only females can examine females, that only males can examine males. So trying to find out what's that middle ground, or is there any middle ground whenever it comes down to emergent care, or who else can end up helping from the physical exam too, and how do you kind of get around that? How can you help those patients? Because all of us that, you know, all we want to do is be able to help them be able to diagnose and everything. Or is it something with these patients we have to go from the telemedicine standpoint where we can't touch? Yeah, that's not in our nature, right? That's part of what makes us all different. So trying to ask, you know, what from them and learning from the cultural and religious aspects of things, what is possible, and working with them from that physical exam. It takes time, and time's not a lot of stuff that we have from our clinical aspects, and so, but it still ends up making a difference if we're the ones that are asking the questions and not our medical assistants or anybody else in the office that's helping us there. There can be personal reservations too. Just be accepting of what their boundaries are and everything, and if there's, and trying to work with them from that standpoint, that over time they'll end up having that trust too, that's come along with that, that they'll end up trusting and having that rapport, that a student that is part of a culture of full coverage, that second year student did our, we had battles at the beginning trying to figure it out and everything of how to teach OMT, have our partners learn OMT, and working through the educational process with her, that all of a sudden we had our final big practical forum, and I was grading her and she had a female partner, and she was like, okay, I'm gonna take off my scarf. Okay, you need to see back and skin and stuff too. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. I'm like, I don't know that I'm comfortable with this. I know that this is what we've been asking for and everything and trying to work for through the 2 years of school and stuff, but it's something where we built that personal rapport to where finally it was where we could have the full educational process and stuff too. So that one, it shouldn't be something that gets me emotional, but seeing that level of trust and everything too was really big. So our important steps to consider here: talk to your patients, tell them what you're gonna do. It may be an everyday thing of what you've done thousands of times, but to that patient, it's new, and they're reemerging from being in their homes and being isolated and being virtual and everything, that now you've got to break it down and talk them through the physical exam again, like you did as a medical student and stuff, then talking about it. Ask the patient before touching any sensitive areas. You don't really know what the sensitive areas are, and so it's where you just kind of have to either ask that or ask before you're starting to get more central with them. Have the patient adjust or remove any articles of clothing, okay? I also have that outside of the clothing. I will still end up asking them to move certain anatomy and everything too. If I'm trying to get to your rib that's right below that area, please lift and move that breast tissue for me so I can get to that area, because I'm only interested in that rib. From men with groin pain, I'm trying to get to that inguinal area that hurts you. I'm going to get close to the center. I need you to take everything and shift it to the other side. I'm only interested in this specific location. Please, I do not want to touch or see anything else and stuff. So it almost ends up being kind of a, not a big show, but it is something to where there's no question of what my intent is whenever I'm examining those areas. And so you may have to make a little bit bigger show of it to show that you don't have an intent of anything else. Always be prepared to stop. Okay, and don't hesitate to bring a chaperone in, ideally one of the same gender as the patient, to be able to have them there to oversee you. So document the encounter thoroughly, especially if there's any question about it and everything. Protect yourself, okay? Revert to another provider if appropriate. If it's something where there's just a total mismatch, then it's something where you want to be able to take care of the patient, but you can't necessarily do that to the level that you want to or the patient needs and everything. Refer out and finding somebody that's more appropriate for them. So it's all about the patients, it's not about us. So that went a little bit faster than I meant too. But any questions? Yes, sir.
Not so much a question. I can remember when we were in school back in the 70s, a long time ago, there was a Chicago internist that was sued by a lawyer for inappropriate confession. And they got in the newspaper. The next thing you know, instead of 3 plaintiffs, there's 32 plaintiffs. And it was all because of his examination, how he did it. And that was before the era of this type of litigation stuff that was on. But that poor guy lost everything he had, and everything else. Very well known internist, very well respected. The Inflammatory got it started, and it
just snowballs from there. For the people in Zoom land that someone recounting a story from the 70s of an internist in Chicago that was sued because of the way he was auscultating heart, just the way that he was listening to heart. And it doesn't sound like it was anything abnormal or outside or bad, but it started off with a few plaintiffs, and then it just snowballed to 32, and he lost everything with that. And that's before this era of where we've got the, where we end up having these sorts of suits. And so the fact that it's been around, and we can't listen to the heart if we don't listen on skin, and we listen in through those sensitive areas too. So other questions, comments, anything? Otherwise we get a little early break. Oh, she's getting the microphone.
Never trust me with the microphone.
For real.
We do not have any questions via Zoom.
Very good, very good.
But you're early.
I am, and that's not usual.
No.
Again, Margaret can attest to that. So usually I'm the one that goes long. I'll save it up for the second lecture.
Okay.
You can hear my mom laughing in the background too.
Yeah.
She knows.
It's a family affair today. We got our parents in the background too. But
yes, Bentley Hedges Travel can take you to whatever destination you'd like to be at. Please see them in the exhibit hall.
Thanks for the shameless plug.
No shame.
Shameless, shameful, whatever.
Shameless.
Never thought this would be a comedy hour this morning too. But thank you, Dr. Aldret.
You're welcome, Ms. Hendricks.
So since we wrapped up a little early, we're going to take a quick break. I know you just had your breakfast, but feel free to refill coffee. And the people via Zoom, now we're going to break up into our patient tracks. We have outpatient and we have inpatient, which is our specialty tracks. Outpatient is general primary care. We'll get started with that at 9 o'clock. So feel free to again, go into the exhibit hall or solution center, talk with some of the exhibitors before we say adios to them. And at 10 o'clock here, we have our final drawing in the solution center. So must be present to win. Thank y'all.
And so without any further ado, I will introduce Dr. Ronnie B. Martin. He was born in Texas, but is currently retired and living in Muldrow, Oklahoma. He proudly identifies himself as a board-certified osteopathic family physician and medical educator. Dr. Martin entered medical school at Oklahoma College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1979 after graduation from Southwestern University College of Pharmacy in 1973 and practicing hospital pharmacy in Enid, Oklahoma. Graduating as a member of the third class in 1979, he completed a combined primary rural training program in family medicine at a consortium between Oklahoma Osteopathic Hospital and Enid Regional Medical Center. After a very extensive career in medicine throughout the world, Dr. Martin retired from full-time educational efforts in 2019 and moved to Muldrow to be close to his daughter and grandsons. He continues to provide medical care and education for future physicians as an adjunct faculty member for OSU COM. Dr. Martin has been married to Sherry L. Martin since 1968. They have 3 children, R. Shawn Martin, the CEO of the American Academy of Family Physicians, Dr. Natasha Bray, the Dean for Oklahoma State University College of Osteopathic Medicine at the Cherokee Nation, and Dr. Amanda Martin, an orthopedic surgeon who is one of the physicians for MLS and the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team. All 3 physicians in the family are graduates of OSU COM. He has 4 grandchildren, Elliot, Preston, Parker, and Peyton. Please help me welcome Dr. Martin.
So the biggest thing you can see is my children far exceeded me, and none of us would have it any other way. I was listening before the mics went off, and it kind of reminded me of the small groups that we have, where all of you were sitting there so quietly, because in small group every week, we pick back up on things that at the school that we did the week before, and everybody's got their head down in quiet because they're going, oh God, don't call on me to ask the first question along with it. We're going to talk a little bit today, and this group is small enough until please feel free to interrupt at any time and ask questions along with it. I also will apologize to you in advance. I speak fluent Okie, decent Spanish, a little bit of Comanche, and I have been exposed to the English language over my lifetime, but my enunciation isn't always what it should be. And especially for those of you that might be from the East or someplace else, I apologize before we start along with it. This is a topic that to me is very important because it was first introduced to me when I was in pharmacy school in the 70s. And I had professors that were talking about, they were concerned about the overuse of antibiotics and the effects that it was going to have in the long term. Here we are sitting today, and it's become really somewhat of a crisis. Most of these slides are from 2019 in regard to, because there's been very little published in the last 3 years. There's this little thing called a pandemic that's occurred, and everybody's looking at antivirals. But I can assure you, based upon the pattern and the slope that we've seen prior to that, the problem has not gone away. If anything, it's continued to accelerate, and we'll touch on that as we go along. So what are we talking about here? Whoops. Technology, the error is human to really screw up, takes a computer. Okay. So there's 2 major ways that modern medicine saves lives. One of them is antibiotics treat and prevent infections. The other one has been the performance of medical and surgical procedures under the protection of anesthesia, but also under the protection of antibiotics. That's what we brought us to where we are. How come since the 1900s that we've been able to advance? Dr. Fleming discovered penicillin in 1928, but introduced to the public in the 1940s. He said at the time that we will have problems with the development of resistance, that nature is going to be resistant to this aspect of what we have going on. The golden age of antibiotics, for many of you in here, were the beneficiaries of it, lasted more than 50 years. But since the 90s, it's extremely. And in 2014, the World Health Organization declared antibiotic resistance threatens the achievements of modern medicine. And in a post-antibiotic minor injuries can kill. We're seeing that today. Think about MRSA, think about other infections. This is not a wild prediction, apocalyptic prediction. It's a reality of what we're looking at. Bacteria have been around for at least 3.5 billion years, viruses longer. But they've managed to survive that long by being pretty adaptable. Okay, it's not just cockroaches that we think will still be present if there ever happens to be a nuclear event upon Earth. Their reproductive cycle is about 30 minutes, so they can adapt very rapidly. All of you have seen cultures that come back out of your lab that said it was sensitive to a certain agent. 5 days later, the patient's getting sicker again. It's developed resistance to that very agent that you're on. They adapt quickly, and they're very effective at it. The inappropriate use of antibiotics has greatly led to that proliferation and dominance of non-sensitive strains of bacteria. Somebody taking 2 or 3 of somebody else's medication, not finishing their antibiotic. I'll go back to my cockroaches. All we've done is kill out the weak cockroaches and allow the strong ones to reproduce in regard to it. Appropriate use becomes so critically important. I want to remind you that World War II was the first war in the history of man where more people died of their wounds and their injuries in war than died of infectious disease. Cholera, dysentery, TB, malaria, something along that line. The danger that we see in the projections that we're seeing is that we may go back to that if something isn't done in a relatively short period of time. Okay? 30% of all deaths for bacterial infections is a pre-antibiotic era. I mean, if you didn't get pneumonia and die in the plains of Kansas or Oklahoma, you had a pretty good chance of living for a long time. But that was a leading cause of death that we looked at. I still remember seeing people, although it's a virus, in the iron lung from polio when I was a kid in California in the 50s with it. And it cost us a lot of money. We spent over $2 billion a year in excessive health care because of resistant infections in the United States. $1.1 billion, the cost of unnecessary antibiotics. You're going to see in a later slide that we estimate that up to 50% of all antibiotics that are administered are unnecessary. They're unnecessary and they lead to this problem that we have. 24.6 million pounds of antibiotics were used non-therapeutically. One of the biggest problems that we've had and all we've started to address is antibiotics in animal feed, not to treat a sick animal, but to try to make sure that they gain weight better or that they reproduce better to keep along with it. And the infectious pool, if you stop and think about where a lot of our stuff's coming out of, it's coming out of animals, pigs, cows, other aspects. Chickens are horrible. I mean, all of you know you can't hardly have a chicken without Pseudomonas being involved and the eggs being involved with it. And that's because there's so much antibiotic in their feed till it's dominated. It's a very resistant organism and it's very dominant to what we do with it. Another one of our problems is there are only 4, we're down to only 4 multinational pharmaceutical companies with antibiotic divisions remaining. We'll talk about why as we go along, but 4 out of all the companies in the world, we have 4 that are majorly doing research on antibiotics. 30% of the antimicrobial component of all these people's budget is for antibiotics. That's it. The return on investment is much higher in other areas, as you're going to see. All the drugs in development by major pharmaceutical companies as of 2019, 1.6% devoted to antibiotics. And yet we're worried about MRSA and staph and other problems that we have going on in a great deal along with it. So in 2014, I got involved in this way with the President's Council looking at advisors on science and technology. And Obama signed an executive order creating the National Security, directing the National Security Council to work with the governmental task force and to develop an action plan by February 2015. Well, some things were developed, they just weren't effectively implemented. Nothing essentially got done that should have occurred along with it. That seems to be the story often in government. The goals were to develop antibiotic stewardship in healthcare. Well, all of your institutions, if you're sending people to the hospital, have an antibiotic stewardship program. Those PharmDs are greatly involved. They're giving you direction as to what to do that, but it's not required, it's suggested along with it. Recruitment of industry partners to help increase the pipelines. This has not occurred for it. The reason we got the vaccines for COVID as fast as we did is the government guaranteed the money. They paid for the development, they guaranteed the purchase of the product, and they guaranteed the money. To me, what it showed is what we can do if we decide to. And we're going to have to decide to, at some point, in the same thing we start talking about treating community-acquired pneumonia and meningitis. But it shows what we're capable of doing, what these private companies are capable of doing. They're capitalistic. Give them the incentive, indemnify them from loss, and their shareholders, and they have great capability. And you'll see some examples of that as we go along. And get an international collaboration, because it's an international problem that we have. And because, as you've seen, nothing is refined to the United States as we go forward. The White House Forum on Stewardship engaged everybody and tried to get people involved in the use of antimicrobials in humans. And animal was the hardest one to deal with. Physicians are highly educated. We can talk to you. All of you have made changes in what you do with antibiotics over the last few years. It was in the farmers and the animal where we run into our major problems with it. Federal regulations were announced to get human antibiotics in food and the movement away, but it wasn't mandated. When you look at it, more than 50% of all of our antibiotics are still used in animal foods. And the resistance patterns that develop as a result of that are very, very, very significant. We increased funding to NIH, naturally, we always do, and CDC to combat antimicrobial resistance. And hospitals are mandated to have antimicrobial stewardship. That's where all your nanograms come out of. They used to be there before, but now they have to be done, and they have to be published, and they have to be available to you so that you can make decisions based upon that. So one of our biggest issues is that the retreat of pharmaceutical companies from doing this. This is a market in the United States that's $40 billion a year. Antimicrobials are in the United States, progressively falling since 2013, and there's only 4 multinational companies, as I said. Most of our compounds that we get, the raw material, are manufactured in China at this point, or the Philippines, or Vietnam, other areas. And not all of those. I've been to some of the plants in China. I've been blessed to be able to teach there over the last 15 years. And some of them are fantastic, but not all of them. They don't have the regulation. There's a lot of small companies turning stuff out, a lot of dilution, a lot of copying, a lot of substandard strength. Well, as I said, when you give substandard, substrength antibiotics to people that have infections, you kill the weaker bacteria and the stronger reproduces it. It's a big, big problem with it. So the overall global quality standards are in question tremendously. The other thing that becomes a big issue is that in the majority of countries, the 227 countries, in the majority of them, you can buy antibiotics over the counter. You think you got an infection, go down and get ciprofloxacin or penicillin or erythromycin over the counter. And you can take it for 2 or 3 days to get to feeling better, and you can save the rest of it, end quote, which means you probably had a viral infection to begin with. But the results of that are a real issue. The inappropriate use of antibiotics are a real issue. One of the things we'd like to see is they have to be administered by a physician. Then you run into abuse of that, because there are some of the countries in their system that the physician gets paid more for every prescription he writes. So somebody will come in and be sick, and he gets paid additional for writing a prescription for an antibiotic. He may intellectually know it wasn't needed, but financially it was needed to support his family. So it's a perverse system that represents some dangers, and mankind is going to end up paying part of it. Since '98, only AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, Johnson & Johnson, and Pfizer and Wyeth have developed antibiotics past phase 1 clinical trials. That's all since '98. That's a long, long time when you come out. That's worldwide. Well, corporate profit's a big reason. The return on investment. This new net present value is just a number that the economists come up with, but it's a risk-adjusted measurement of the future revenues for a drug. How much money can we expect to make out of this? What's a revenue, we think? Antibiotic for injectable antibiotics around 100 times our investment into it may be the return to it. That sounds pretty good to get down to the neuroscience drugs, like the new Alzheimer's drug that comes out. That one happens to be 1,120, but the average is 720. So it's 7 to 12 times more lucrative to go into those type products than it is. And these are shareholder companies. They look to where the profit is. So that's one of the things that's been a major problem for us. The other thing is it's really hard to conduct clinical trials with resistant infections, because you're putting people at risk when you're doing clinical trials with a resistant infection. There's a lot of ethics involved in that aspect. So clinical trials that are demanded, double-blind studies to get a product on the market, are difficult to do, and they've slowed down the production of these compounds. And in fact, most of them are not done in the United States or UK or Europe. I can tell you that now. Massive overuse we've talked about. 50% of antibiotics prescribed unnecessary, over $1 billion in the United States alone of money that's spent. It's absolutely unnecessary. I told students from pharmacy school on, teaching that it's antibiotic, it's not antiviral. You can give them all, you can give somebody with an echo or an adenovirus all the penicillin you want. It's going to make any difference to their infection in regard to it. But yet we continue to see that done. And that was really done horribly. We ruined cephalosporins in the 70s because C-chlor and Keflex were so innocuous, so safe. Very few, even if you're truly allergic to penicillin, most people had no reaction to it. We so tremendously overused it until it developed resistance. I mean, C-chlor, cefaclor was given for everything in the world, and it's almost useless at this point in time today. The resistance pattern with it are that high. There's places in Kentucky where Haemophilus influenza is 90% resistant to C-chlor. Just a tremendous with some of the cultures that I saw recently. Rampant profiteering we've inferred to here, drug dilution, substandard manufactured, counterfeiting, all of which, I mean, there's a lot of small companies making this stuff, and they're allowed after the powder. So they don't just cut heroin and methamphetamine and cocaine with talcum powder. They also cut antibiotics with it. And we are buying, in this country and in Europe, we're buying most of our stuff from outside of our quality control along. When the CDC does quality control and look at some of these, the average is in the 80th percentile of what's really supposed to be the strength. In India is not a whole lot better than what we've talked about otherwise. Use of antibiotics in animal feed we've talked about. I'm going to harp on it again and again and again because it's such a problem, such a tremendous development of resistance that we have going on. And as I said, the European Union led first on putting restraints in. The United States come along in 2012, but they're suggestions, they're not requirements. Go to the co-op, look through a bunch of the cubes and look through a bunch of the feed, you'll find about 3/4 of them still have antibiotics in them, streptomycin, something along them to help control the scours, make sure they gain weight and they do better. It's very effective at that, but you're putting it into a system then that develops increased resistance. So it's a real concern. One of the things that we can do and that's being pushed, and I will give NIH credit for trying to develop it, those are point of service diagnostics. I mean, we now can do influenza screens in our office. We can do other screens in our office, RSV. So point of service is critically important for you to be able to look at that mother who just wants an antibiotic for their child that's got a sore throat and say, here's the test, it's viral. We don't need to give them an antibiotic. We need to give them Tylenol and fluids, and they'll be fine in 3 days. That's a big push, and there's several more. Again, a lot of bad things happen in war and pandemics, but good things come out of them as well. A lot acceleration development of these type of screening tests is going on in regard to it so that we can look and see about viral infections and not overtreat them with antibiotics. All you guys know at the start of the COVID infection, the big deal was, well, we give them a azithromycin, put them on azithromycin so that they do better. You know, they feel a little bit. I can tell you as a pharmacologist, before I got in medical school, I was working on a doctorate there. The reason they feel better is they get some anti-inflammatory effect. They would feel better also if you put them on a statin, which has anti-inflammatory effect, or you give them ibuprofen, which has anti-inflammatory effect. Yes, they feel a little bit better, but it's not because of anything you're doing to the viral infection. It's because you're giving them an anti-inflammatory, you stop inflammation, people feel better. It's just that simple. So reducing the inappropriate use and inaccurate diagnosis is a big deal. Getting rid of some of the financial incentive. If you know a way to do that, let me know. I'm a capitalist at heart along with it. And trying to get better quality control. One of the big pushes way before Trump started talking about it, way before Biden started talking about it, trying to get manufacturing back in the United States instead of importing. One, it puts us at risk if something happens and not even having access in the supply chain. But two, the quality control of the products, whether we know what we're using and what we get. That's not saying that every company from overseas doesn't produce a high quality product. Many of them do. Thing is, you don't know. when you're getting it. If any of you are on medication and you go to the pharmacy every month to fill, like I do, I've got 3, they're almost a different color every month. Which generic firm do they buy it from this time? Who got the bed? Who's the cheapest cost of it? So it's a real issue. You're never sure exactly what you're getting. And, you know, again, animal feed, try to control it. Education to parents, when that mom, I hope you guys do better than I did, but when that mom brought the child in at 8 o'clock in the morning to see about going to school, the first thing was, well, I need to get an antibiotic for his ear infection. Trying to get that education. Is too often everybody just capitulates and gives it to them. Well, it's not going to hurt. Well, it does hurt. It's led us to where we're at in 50 years. Human use and misuse has literally put pressure. We talked about the reproductive cycles 30 minutes. We're seeing resistance develop during utilization. Ciprofloxacin is a classic example in urinary tract infection. You got a urinary tract infection, your first culture comes back, says it's sensitive to Cipro. You start them on it 3 days later, the fever goes back up again. You reculture them and it's resistant to Cipro. It's just an example of what happens. They develop resistance rapidly. Okay, we'll talk about why in a few minutes, but it occurs. Estimates on the divergence suggested that some antibiotics have evolved, antibiotics, what the bacteria, what animals have done to protect themselves. Antibiotics evolved hundreds of millions of years ago because we've seen resistant patterns. We have seen resistant elements in bacterial DNA that's isolated for 30,000 years in permafrost. As we started to look at these bacteria, we see resistance patterns, we see efflux mechanisms, we see resistant patterns developing. They were exposed to natural antibiotics at that point in time and they developed resistance. We've just accelerated the slope. Instead of it being a slope like this, it's suddenly a slope like this. What we're seeing with resistance is tremendous. So it's estimated that by 2050, now this estimate was done in 2019, that by 2050, 10 million deaths per year will be due to antibiotic resistance in the US. This is US, this is NIH talking about this. 20% of people currently are persistent carriers of Staph aureus. Wonder why we have MRSA? 1 out of 5 of you's probably got it in your nose or somewhere else. You're not sick, but you're carrying it along with it. 1.3 million, that's worldwide deaths caused by TB per year, expected, that was in 19, double by 24. Double by 24. 483,000 is the average cost of treating the extreme drug-resistant TB right now. By the time you get to multiple drugs, we're back to using streptomycin, folks. If I got to use streptomycin on you, I promise you're going to be like me. Mine's from working in the oil field and being a surgeon in the National Guard for the 45th Field Artillery. You give anybody streptomycin, they're going to lose hearing with the first dose. It's the degree of hearing. The ototoxicity related to many of those medications is unbelievable, as well as the nephrotoxicity. But anytime you're giving it to them, they're going to lose hearing. It's almost 100% guaranteed. Okay. $3 billion is the annual healthcare cost associated with MRSA in the US as of 18, the last study that I have with it. 19,000 deaths per year by MRSA in 18. Actually, it went down some because we weren't out around mingling with each other as much during the pandemic along with it, okay? 61% of vancomycin has, you can find resistant enterococci in the US, 61%. 40% of strep pneumoniae is now resistant to penicillin. Most common cause of ear infection and community-acquired pneumonia. Okay, 50% chance of contracting Clostridium difficile if you're in the hospital greater than 4 weeks, if you're sick in the hospital. And this is a very passive organism. It just doesn't do anything if you're in good shape for you. This is what we're looking at with it. We have a 30% increase in carbinopin resistant Actinobacter. Carbinopin. Okay, we're not talking about this. The Iraqibacter is an infection that comes out of Iraq, was resistant to every single organism, every single antimicrobial. We had guys die because we simply had nothing to treat them with. We were hitting them with 4 and 5 drugs when you read the literature in that regard. 30% quinolone resistance for Enterobacter and 15 expected to be 50% by 24 again. 700,000 cases in Neisseria gonorrhea infections in the US per year, and there are some now, along with Klebsiella, that are resistant to every known current antibiotic. everyone. This isn't the Vietnam era, my era along with it, where those guys come back and you popped them with 2 shots and laughed at them because the shots hurt. We're seeing things now that are 100% resistant to it. So it's not an insignificant problem. And it's not a problem that won't touch almost every one of you in the clinic, wherever you're at. This is an issue. It's not just in Iraq, and it's not just in LA. It's in Muldrow, Oklahoma as well. In the 90s, resistant gram-positive bacteria materialized as a major, major threat. And it is, in the 90s, it was gram-positive. We're seeing the same thing accelerate just as rapidly in gram-negatives since about the 2000s. So methicillin-resistant and vancomycin-resistant staph. Vancomycin-resistant enterococci, penicillin-resistant strep, and multi-drug-resistant Clostridium difficile are what we're dealing with here. The resistance pattern, resistance nodulation to diversion, this is just a chromosomally encoded drug effects mechanism. This is mainly in gram-negatives. And they have figured out a way to keep the bacteria from penetrating and a way to kick it back out, for the antimicrobials to kick it back out. These things are passed both vertically and horizontally. So we're seeing horizontal transmission in these things between organisms, okay? And it's a major contributor to antibiotic resistance, especially in gram-negatives. And nearly all of them you'll find it. These multi-drug pumps, they mediate intrinsic and acquired drug resistance. These effects pumps are synergistic with other resistant forms. That's even worse. So the bacteria are also developing these thicker outer membranes that won't penetrate, and you're getting rid of the penicillin binding proteins on the outer membrane, so they can't destroy the cell wall because they can't bind to it. You're getting, these are extended spectrum beta lactamase, ESBL. I may not say that correctly every time, so I'll be sure I say it correctly once. But ESBL, so these are not just the usual beta lactamase that clavulanate is so effective at treating. These are things that are against carbendazepines and against other compounds that they're destroying those. In addition to the effects mechanism, in addition to changes in the charge in the porins where it can't penetrate inside, in addition to thick buffy coats that doesn't allow the bacteria to penetrate or to attach. The bacteria are getting smart. I sometimes wish my students were getting that smart, but the bacteria are getting smart. They're adapting rapidly. Okay. Plasmid-borne efflux pumps have increasingly been identified and shown to spread rapidly. What I want you to see is they're spreading, but this is among genesis and species. When I talk about this, isn't just up and down the same species. This is horizontal. E. coli is one of the biggest beneficiaries or recipient of these type of mechanisms developing. When E. coli and Klebsiella and Neisseria gonorrhea are exposed in the same patient, we're seeing resistance develop that we never had before. They're trading information along with it, okay? Clinically effective pumps, inhibitors, and new antibiotics that can bypass this are a challenge. We're working on it. At the end of the lecture, we'll talk about that some. But we're starting to realize we have to target these mechanisms or we're not going to be effective. We're just not finding the new antibiotics that could just replace it on its own. The escape pathogens, you guys should know these because you deal with them. These are especially important, these type of drug resistance, especially multi-drug. So Enterococcus faecium, Staphylococcus aureus, Klebsiella pneumonia, Actinobacter, Bombinelli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Enterobacter species, as well as E. coli. Well, when you look at that, that just about hits most of the things that I used to see in the office all the time. Urinary tract infection, sinusitis, otitis, community-acquired pneumonia. These are the ones that are the most rapidly developing resistance in other patterns, really. Mechanisms. We've talked about this some. We'll go over it a little bit. There will not be a test at the end of this. You're not students or residents along with it. And this really was designed to give to students and residents. So some of it gets a little technical from here on out. You guys, I know, can understand it. You just don't really need to understand the details. There will not be a test over which one. Membrane permeability, barrier resistance is a really big thing, especially in the gram-negatives, and especially as we try to develop new antimicrobials, because many of the new antimicrobials we're working with, the molecule size is large enough, we can't get them to penetrate. We can't get them to get down into there and do what we need them to do. So the very small pore in canals that produce pH and electrocatalonic charges in the canal make it difficult, especially for lipophilic drugs, to penetrate inside. So they can't get to their target organism. This is gram-negatives predominantly, and they're present. These things are present in most gram-negative organisms today that we're seeing. Along with, so beta-lactams, fluoroquinolones, aminoglycosides, they penetrate better, but better is relative. When you get to here, for most of those gram-negatives and the fluoroquinolones, you're in the 80 percentiles now. Now, I was taught in pharmacy school a long, long time ago in another galaxy far, far away, Weatherford, Oklahoma, that if you couldn't get above 90%, you couldn't trust that antimicrobial. Empirically, you simply couldn't trust it. We see very little with fluoroquinolones above 90% today. Aminoglycosides are still doing all right, but they have their problems as well. So it's an issue. You're seeing alteration in the penicillin binding proteins that we talked about. I mean, strep pneumo, that's what they're doing. The penicillins themselves are almost useless in that regard for it today. And the ribosomal alteration with tetracycline or aminoglycosides, the 30 RNA and the 50 RNA ribosomal sequences, we're seeing genetic alterations making them resistant to the drugs that we've always used to attack them. And we're not just seeing them rarely, we're seeing them commonly into what we're doing. Enzymatic inactivation, you guys all know it, not only penicillinase and beta-lactamase, but this expanded spectrum beta-lactamase, carbenopenases or cephalosporinases, hydrolyze these agents, and they are very good. I mean, imipetin and meropetin is being attacked by many of these organisms. So it's not just the first and second generation cephalosporins or the third generation cephalosporin or semi-synthetic compounds that are starting, but they're still effective. But we're seeing the same pattern we saw with them that we saw with cephalosporin, like I talked about a little bit earlier. Okay. These are a listing of the emerging, my slides are available to you guys, so we're not going to do it. We're going to talk about a few of these as we go forward, but I want you to look and think about the amount of organisms. Every one of these is showing some emerging antibacterial, and look at the aspects that we have and think about what you treat in the office along with them, because they're essentially all there. Neisseria gonorrhea is showing problematic resistance to beta-lactams, quinolones, tetracyclines, and macrolides. Klebsiella the same way. It's just what we're seeing along with them, okay? They're very common infections, and we're seeing a big problem with them. The alcoholics pneumonia up here is becoming more and more and more of an issue as you go. That's what I was taught that it was. You see Klebsiella pneumonia, you start questioning about their alcohol utilization. Okay. Let's talk about just a few of these quickly about looking about the resistance patterns so you understand. Staph aureus, we're seeing methicillin resistant. We're seeing intermediate resistance to vancomycin and total resistance to vancomycin. That's starting to occur. It's a gram-positive, facultative anaerobe, traditionally opportunistic. Many Staph aureus strains are now aggressively pathogenic. You know that when you're looking at MRSA. You know that when you look at some of the post-wound infections that we're having showing up. There is a reason why if I have to have a knee replacement, I may have it done as an outpatient, even though it hurts. So I don't want to be in the hospital with folks that have these type of things. Most common skin infections, 60% of humans are intermittent carriers and 20% are persistent carriers. So you're not going to get rid of the pool. You're going to have to figure out a way to do it otherwise. Okay. Methicillin resistance is highly prevalent, the single most commonly observed drug resistant pattern in both the US and Europe. Number one. Like OU to be number one again, or OSU to be number one again, but I'm not sure I want MRSA to be number one again. 60 to 89% of nosocomial infections, 19,000 deaths, and $3 billion in healthcare costs along with the United States. Killed more people in the United States in 2009 than HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis combined. So if we want to talk about a pandemic, we want to talk about something that I'm concerned about, think about these two combined. And I'm going to show you where tuberculosis, as we said, is supposed to double by 2024 due to multi-drug resistance, or we already have. Okay. Staph aureus beta-lactam resistance is predominantly due to a genetic The MERCA-A gene, which codes for low affinity penicillin binding, glycopeptides, vancomycin, and tecloplanum, previously common treatment, you're seeing resistance develop. We're seeing vancomycin intermittent, insensitive to tecloplanum, less permeable to the cell walls, these antibiotics. So the bacteria, remember we said they've been around for 3 billion years, 3.5 billion years, and that they reproduce every 30 minutes. They're getting very good about developing resistance that we have with them. Enterococci are a major problem, as all of you know, primarily 2 species associated with it, gram-positive facultative anaerobes. We're seeing isolates express endococcal surface protein for the production of a thick resistant biofilms, a buffy coat with them. Antibiotics simply can't penetrate. They're resistant to it. Vancomycin resistant enterococci, several resistant genes. The most common ones are the VAN-A. The thing about it is these are they're trading themselves back and forth among other organisms once they develop with them. I think we're good. Streptococcus pneumoniae, the most common cause of pneumonia, otitis media, and sinusitis and bronchitis in our country, a big cause of meningitis. 40% of strains are no longer susceptible to penicillin at all. Secondary to beta-lactamase and penicillin resistance. Macrolide resistance is also called, these are due to efflux encoding, and it's increasing in the United States tremendously. So the bit of just give them a Z-Pack when you're not sure whether it was bacterial or viral is coming back to haunt us a little bit. Now, I'm not saying, folks, please don't imply that I'm not guilty of any of the sins I'm talking about here. I practiced in the office for 25 years as well. I mean, I'm probably a contributor to the things I'm griping about at this moment. Nobody was perfect in that regard. Clostridium difficile, gram-positive, you know, obligate anaerobic spore forming opportunistic. We didn't see this very much when I was in the hospital all the time in the 80s and the 90s. You're seeing it all the time now. It's not just clindamycin giving them Cleocin that's producing this now. We're seeing it just as much with beta-lactams when people are being treated for pneumonia. Overgrowth spreads, reduces the toxins that you all know, plays a role in resistant colitis as well as life-threatening complications. Okay, commonly with both fluoroquinolone and cephalosporin utilizations. Very common. Another reason not to use the fluoroquinolones unless you absolutely have to. It's not just rupture of their tendons, but the resistance patterns are pretty high, as it is anyway. Gram-negative resistance, difficulty in penetrating the outer membranes. We've talked about difficulty with the porins associated with it, with charges associated with them, and the efflux pump. These are the big thing. I mean, I remember the first time I read about these in the 90s. I was like, what's this? I mean, mini pumps, they're buying something at Walmart and sticking it in the back, but this is a big deal. The big thing is that they're able to trade it and they're highly efficient. It's amazing to watch an electron microscope, watch what the bacteria does with these. I've seen films of it, and it's just, I mean, they're like pumping the stuff out of your basement a lot more efficient than what pumping it out of my basement is. Carbinopin resistance, gram-negative strains, we're seeing that's carbinopin resistant, along with the main gram-negative drug sex or the multi-drug resistance and the pan-drug resistant. Look at these organisms: E. coli, Pseudomonas, Acinetobacter, Klebsiella, Enterobacter, Neisseria gonorrhea. Take-home message: when you get a bacterial infection, no matter anything else that I say today, if you remember nothing else, get to be real good friends with the nanograms that your hospitals produce. Look at them fairly regularly and see what the resistance pattern is in your area. And when you get an infection, be sure you dose them properly. If the dose for a severe infection in your area is 40 milligrams per kilogram, don't give them 10 milligrams per kilogram. Don't give them 20 milligrams per kilogram. Kill it and then go on. The other thing we're seeing that if you treat them aggressively, you can treat them for a much shorter period of time, which also leads to not developing as much resistance. We don't need to give 10 days of an antibiotic to kill many of these things. 2, 3, or 5 is adequate if you dose them appropriately. Okay, so getting to know and looking at nanograms, knowing what the pattern is in your area for infection, because it varies tremendously. I inferred to one area up there by Bowling Green in Kentucky where Haemophilus and strep are nearly 80% resistant to some of this stuff. You only have to go down to Nashville and it drops to 40% resistant to the same one. So it is localized largely, and some of these are developing. Sir.
You mentioned the change in practice from 10 days of antibiotics to 3, 5, 7 days max. What were the thoughts behind that?
The thought was that when you get control of the infection, that when you continue with the antibiotic, you leave what bacteria is left and other bacteria exposed to the antibiotic to develop resistance. What they're showing is that if you hit them with appropriate dosages, that you can control the infection in much shorter time than what we were all taught. We were all taught basically urinary tract infection 10 days. Now we know we can do it in 3. And if you continue longer than that, it isn't just a bug you wanted to kill, the E. coli. You're exposing Enterobacter, Clostridium to the same antibiotics. So you're giving it an opportunity to develop resistance and to grow in that regard. Okay. Mycobacterium tuberculosis, I'm going to tell you guys, is making a big comeback. TB has been a major aspect for hundreds, if and thousands, if not millions of years. We're all aware of that. It's one of the leading causes of infectious disease death across the whole world in regard to it. What we're seeing is multi-drug resistant. XDR is extreme drug resistant tuberculosis. And we're seeing this occurring fairly commonly. It's the greatest killer from a single infectious agent with 1.3 million deaths, 8.6 million new infections. Now, you guys stop and think and go back just a little bit and you think about, well, we didn't have TB was kind of under control until AIDS come along, and we tend to couple HIV and AIDS along with TB. TB does real fine on its own. It appreciates the help and the support, but it does real fine on its own. And it's managing. We're doing a pretty good job of making HIV a chronic disease with the treatments we have. I don't know how long that'll last. I'm sure the virus is going to find a way to adapt in the long run, but we're doing a pretty good job of making it a chronic disease. TB on its own is going, it's been a nice ride, but I'll go on my own from here on forward, to use an analogy. This is really becoming a major, major issue. Multi-drug resistant, I mean, we're seeing it to the classic combination rifampicin, isoniazid, and prednisolone, commonplace. 450,000 people in the world developed it in 12. The last statistic I saw in 19 was about 625,000 that had resistant TB. It just continues to accelerate along with. Part of the problem is, again, it's undertreated in many places in the world in regard to it. 9.6 extensive drug resistant TB, resistant to at least 1 second line of the fluoroquinolones or aminoglycosides. Here's the big deal. This is a 19 number with the extreme drug resistant TB, and some of this were the soldiers coming back, some of it were the people that live on our streets with chronic and resistant exposure. In order to get them well, it's a 2-year course of medication that includes the streptomycin and the aminoglycoside. $483,000 to treat these folks. One person, one set of treatments along with it. It's extremely, and it's not that stinking successful. There's a lot of failure in association with it. So it's becoming a problem because TB is still out there and it's still a big deal. E. coli, this one frightens me also because E. coli is so ubiquitous. Can't have any of you without finding E. coli in stool someplace along with it. We're seeing the horizontal gene transfer here from the effects mechanisms that's creating the resistance with it. There are also strains with extended spectrum beta lactamase that are showing up as they horizontally trade. So it's resistant to 3rd generation cephalosporins rising in Europe. This is 19, as well as high cross resistant to fluoroquinolones, greater than 80%, some of it. So hitting them with Cipro for 3 days for a urinary tract infection or a single dose, not terribly effective at this point in time, okay? E. coli multiple continents also developed. This New Delhi metallo-B lactamase is an enzyme from Klebsiella, which confers a broad resistance to all the beta-lactams, We're starting to see this one more and more and more. Didn't show up till about 15 at all, but it's starting to show up progressively more and more. Okay. We all know about Pseudomonas aeruginosa. It's been a real problem for us. We know that it's drug resistant. It's just getting tougher I mean, it's being challenged by E. coli, so it had to toughen up. It's got on the weights and buffed up a little bit, so it still remains the king. Its outer membrane porins make it very difficult to penetrate. The new antibiotics, the synthetics and the semi-synthetics, are large molecules, just bounce off their skin. Sort of like when somebody insults you about your football team, you just ignore it, go on. Further antibiotic resistance occurs through beta-lactamases, excluding extended spectrum, carbinases, extremely comprehensive efflux mechanism. This is the one that really started when we first started noticing these with the Pseudomonas. And it's traded it with a bunch of people. I don't know what it's got in return as far as the economic aspects, but it's shared it around the bacterial world an awful lot. Fluoroquinolone resistance can occur through a variety of mutations also in the DNA gyrase and the topoisomerase. Well, this becomes important because all your new tetracyclines, your aminoglycosides, they attack down here. And we're finding major resistance to them as far as hitting them. So the old bit of in desperation going to amikacin or something else, or chloramphenicol, which attack in these places, we're seeing that they're not as effective as they once were. We're seeing resistance develop to them. Okay. Klebsiella we've talked about. Klebsiella is kind of the leader of the pack at this moment. Multi-drug resistant determinants, beta-lactamases, efflux mechanism, genetic mutations, ribosomal methylases for aminoglycoside resistance and fluoroquinolone resistance, topoisomerase along with it. It's also got New Delhi showing up. Pretty rare so far, but we're starting to see it with extreme resistant patterns. Okay. Quinolone resistant Enterobacter we're seeing as well. So I wanted to go through just a few of them. The chart talks about all of them, but I want you to see this isn't just one or two organisms that we're concerned about. This is a major. So when we talk about by 2050, we may be back to having more deaths by bacterial infection than we have currently, than we've had since the 1800s. There's a reason for that. It's not just hysterics. So we can go down to the bacteria and look at the evolution and the mechanisms that are occurring. And we have to come up with different antibiotics to make them more effective. We have to come up with different ways of attacking because they're ahead of us when it comes to the efflux pumps. They're ahead of us when it comes to the extended spectrum lactamases. They're ahead of us in the porin and the charges. We're going to have to come up with a new way to attack them. And Neisseria gonorrhea. So I think we've made the point. We'll move on. Actinobacter is a biggie. This is one of the ones that really got everybody's attention, Actinobacter abominale, because this comes back to resistant to so much. We're seeing isolates that produce an exopolysaccharide forming biofilms. This become a problem when it comes back from our wounded soldiers during Iraq. They were coming home with things that were resistant to everything. Every single agent that the military was trying, or they were resistant to. And it really got people's attention at that point. The efflux pumps are their biggie, also the beta-lactamases that comes around with it. These are so dangerous that their outbreaks have resulted in the military. They shut down entire wards, left one person on that ward and shut the entire wards down on some of these. These are going through Ramstein in Georgia. That's where they weren't even bringing them home because they were concerned about the spread so much that they weren't even getting to the States. They were being treated for weeks, if not months, overseas in military hospitals because they were concerned about them. And there were reports. I was in the medical reserve for about 20 years, so I still read that literature. There were reports of like having 100-bed wards with one patient in it, trying to make sure they could stop the spread in regard to this and biohazard suits and the whole bit. So this is Decker and it's Scientific American. It's in your stuff. These are antimicrobial choices. Again, this one is of 18. It's scheduled. We're not going to go through it. My point is, know your nanograms and look it up. You guys are very intelligent. We were all well educated, but the things that we were taught in school are probably out of date. That's my point. You have to adapt. So go look it up. What's the organisms in my area that are resistant? What's the sensitivity in my area that I can use for my patient? Because it changes. It's changed from what it was 3 years ago. 3 years from now, it'll be changed again. You can't just rely upon, oh, you got community-acquired pneumonia, I'll give you Augmentin. Or I'll give you a Z-Pack and you'll be fine. It may still work, but you don't know that without checking. Keep yourself current on what's going on in your area, what the infections are doing. It's the whole thing. It doesn't take that long. I mean, anymore, I tell students all the time, information is cheap. You can look up almost anything here. The challenge to you as a physician is interpretation of that information and the application of it. How do I use it and use it properly? But don't, I mean, I'm an old fart. I'm not a technophobe along with it, but I'm certainly not technologically an expert as well. But it doesn't take that long to look it up. Look it up and make sure you know what you're doing. So we're going to skip through some of these because you can look them up. Thank you for telling me, guys. I didn't notice. My hearing aids are picking me up just fine, so I was doing okay.
Our children is wonderful.
Technology. You know, it's that old bit, if I'd known I was going to live this long, I'd taken better care of myself when I was a kid working in the oil field and being the brigade surgeon for artillery unit, but I probably wouldn't have, because like all young people that are in the Army, you think you're omnipotent and bulletproof at that time, along with it. So we have been attacking the same things, is my point. Even our current new development, much of it's attacking the same thing. And wasn't it Einstein that said to continue to do the same thing and expect different results is insanity? We have to look at some other targets. They're out there. One of the things we run into is the synthetics, again, are large molecules. That's the reason all the ones that I'm going to show you, the newer ones, are effective against gram-positive, but not gram-negative. They can't get inside. They're having trouble in that regard. Okay. So here's some of the antibiotics and their targets. Penicillin binding proteins. It tells you members that are against in the slide, but the big thing is they attack these same things. Zoning unit, macrolides hit the 50. Much of the rest of them are penicillin binding proteins, which means they attack the cell wall. So there's cephalosporin, penicillin, carbinopines, they all have the same mechanism of action. And that's why we're seeing such an increase in resistance associated with them. As you go down through them, glycopeptides are a little bit different along with it, rifamycins or polymerase. But you look across there and you only see a certain number of targets that they can attack. And that's what we're having to move forward with. Only 15 new agents since 2000. When you think about, some of you young people can't do this, but when you think about going back to the 80s, I mean, you couldn't throw a dead cat without hitting a new cephalosporin or penicillin that some drug rep was trying to use in their office. And that slowed down tremendously. Just think about the last time that you read about a brand new antibiotic and other stuff. They're very, very, very rare. And one reason you're not reading about them is they're being limited in utilization to try to keep them from developing resistance so fast. The streptogrammin combination, quinapristine and delfastopristine in 1999, highly effective. Oxyquinolone, linezolid, most of you are probably familiar with, the lipoprotein daptomycin, and the pleuromucilin retafenipine, or all retamudilin, excuse me, have all come out. Macrolide, quinolone. This Teixobactam was released in 19. It's the last one that come out in the United States. It was released, I think, in 12 in Great Britain. And the FDA sat on it for a while. They had some concerns about side effects with it, but it's now out. It's a gram-positive agent. It looks really good for vancomycin-resistant enterococci and some of the gram-positives being used to treat MRSA. The problem is already in Europe, they're seeing some resistance patterns develop with it for utilization. So many of the new semi-resistant patterns develop very rapidly. Why? Because they're attacking the same things that had already developed mechanisms to be resistant with them. They're attacking the same targets with it. Okay. Here's the antibiotics of the 21st century. Again, I'll show that to you, but as we talked about, there's not very many of them. This is what they're effective with. You see some in phase 2 or phase 3 trials along with it. But we have had some out, and there is some work. All the work that's going on is being sponsored by federal government regard to it. The pharmaceutical companies are not risking their money and their stakeholders' money. I can't express my true feelings about that without getting profane, and I won't do that. So I do privately, but I won't do that publicly. As of October of 2021, 43 new antibiotic compounds were in the development stages. Okay, this is the latest that I could find. 13 are in phase 3. Once you get to phase 3, the majority of them will come out. they will come out and be applicable, okay? So those 13 in there, we should get 7 or 8 new products out of that this year or next. That's where they're at in phase 3 trial. Most, however, exert their activity against gram-positive agent. The good thing is it's not just staph and MRSA. There's a couple of compounds in there from what I read that look really good for TB. And we desperately need something that's going to be really good for TB at this point in time. Some of the other new compounds I showed you are pretty good against MRSA, regard to it as well. With our current, we've always looked to bacterial sources, resources, and molds and yeast to try to find. Right now, it's estimated with our current technology, we'd have to do 10 to the 7 actinomycete strains to successfully discover the next antibiotic. So you run those numbers out, that's a lot of research and a lot of experimentation. Okay, we've done a pretty good job, but that pool is starting to get smaller. Expiration of bacteria from our ecological needs, from seaweed sediment, actinomycetes, marine sponges, and seaweeds. But basically, we're going to have to find another way to develop antibiotics. And one of the things with the mRNA aspect has got people looking a little bit more about what they can do in that regard. Cellular tolerance and binding modes of established antibiotics have made the rational design of semi-synthetics. Now that's good in that we can go around the resistance. It's bad that we're still attacking the same sites with those. And if they develop resistance once, they can do it again. Precursors, biosynthesis, multisynthesis, all these things are being investigated. One of the big things we're hitting them with multiple drugs and attacking from different angles to try to get it going with. If you hit 4 drugs that are all 70% effective with it, hopefully you kill the bacteria out, you kill out the infection. Beta-lactams, meropenem, and tazobactam are examples of some of the. Azithromycin is one, azithromycin was one, tigracillin, rifampicin. So we've done this in the past and we've done it successfully and we're getting better at it, quite honestly. We just need them to wake up and pay more attention to what's going on out there. See, it hasn't been in the news. You haven't read about this in the last 3 years, but yet it's occurring. And it doesn't grow linearly, it grows tremendously. Rarely occurring with synthetic development. We don't see a whole lot in many of these categories, but we are seeing a little bit of it. And most of the synthetics have been accidental. The sulfurs were a dye, supposed to be a dye along with it. The quinolones were from chloroquiniquine. They were accidental. We developed them for something else and found out they worked for infection. So we haven't been real good at synthetics. The greatest challenge to development of synthetics is bacterial cell wall penetration. I've talked about that. They're large molecules. It's especially hard to get them in gram negatives, and they're highly hydrophilic in regard to it. Combination therapy, where we're learning from our HIV approach, our heart or antiretroviral therapy, combining, we're doing that in tuberculosis as well with it, and we're doing the same thing in bacteria. And I know I'm speeding up a little bit, but we're about out of time. We're working really on trying to hit new targets, guys. That's the biggest thing. Can we hit something that hits the double-stranded nucleic acids? Can we attack their metabolic process? Can we get in their mitochondrial process? Can we find another place to attack than cell walls or ribosomes? It's what we have to find, because the bacteria have developed resistant mechanisms in those. And even though they may not recognize the new drug, they have the capability already established to develop resistance to that. And that's what we're looking for. So I leave you with a couple of things. One, you still need to be using antibiotics. They're very important. I mean, they've made a huge difference in our lifespan in this country. We don't see as many people dying of pneumonia at 7 or 17 or 37 as we did at one point in time. They're a tremendous asset to us. But you need to use the right antibiotic in the right dose for the right period of time. And you're only going to know that by staying up to date of what's going on in your area. A lot of the stuff that I publish are national or WHO. That may not mean squat in Muldrow, Oklahoma. I have to look to Fort Smith and Sallisaw and Tulsa to look and see what's going on in my area. You can get that information. It's freely available. Here's the organisms we're seeing, here's the resistance pattern, and then you can look up and see what's going to give you your best result to treat them. And it doesn't change every day, but it changes pretty regularly. When I was in active practice, I had a deal that I got the mammograms from the hospital once a month. They were delivered to me. And I had them mailed to me because it made me think about it. Not, oh, I'll look that up on my computer. Made me think about what's going on. Is there a new resistance pattern? That's what I urge you to use. When you need to kill something, kill it. It's like in the military when I was taught, 2 shots in the chest and 1 in the head. If you're going to kill something, make sure you kill it, that it can't come back and hurt you along with it. Same way with the application of the bacteria. If you're going to use something that's effective and use it aggressively and get it out. It's going to be up to us. I'm a primary care physician, a family doc. It's going to be up to us if we're going to stop this. Okay, when they're in the hospital in that situation, the PharmDs they're looking, the nurse infectious disease persons they're looking, they're going to exert some degree of control. But how much of the use of these compounds is that really accounting for? Most statistics will tell you it's less than 20%. I think it's much less than that. We, the primary, the pediatricians, the OB-GYNs, the family medicine, the general internists, we are the ones that have to maintain control over this. You're all capable of doing it. I'd just like to encourage you to do so. Sorry, I run a couple of minutes late. Thank you very much. Yeah, Jim.
Anything else to do in bowel film elimination or helping drugs penetration that both coats?
Now say again for me.
I'm sorry. Anything new in bowel film attacking?
No, the biofilm is really, we're trading it. There's a new effects mechanism in the genes. The MERK-A gene is really coming about increased development of biofilm, and especially in the gram negatives. So there is an agent in compound, one of those 13 agents is directly attacking that gene aspect to it to try to diminish biofilm. It's in a phase 3. I couldn't see any results for it, so I can't really tell you about the results at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Martin, do you have any thoughts about the syphilis research that we've seen and antibiotic resistance things like trichomonas that only have a single agent that's effective for those things? Penicillin resistance, we've had a huge surge in syphilis infections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Syphilis, the rickettsial diseases and all the rickettsial diseases are showing increased resistance associated with it. They seem to greatly accompany the viral infection. It's still showing about 80% to the common agents that we're using along with them. But the recommendation from CDC right now is use combination, not use a single agent.
I think what you said, that the company, there's only 4 companies making antibiotics. Yeah. Nobody is making these things.
No, ma'am. Not at all. Yeah, they are. But as I said, the big thing will be is that the reason we developed our vaccine for COVID so quickly is the federal government indemnified them. And to me, in some of these, we're going to have to do the same thing. If you're going to get a Tenobacter, if you're going to get Klebsiella, syphilis, gonorrhea, they're going to have to come up and say, we will buy 30 million doses of this and we will pay for quota. I don't like that. That's a bastardization, a capitalization. My economics classes and MBA classes say you shouldn't do that. But my physician classes say there's a lot of people going to die if they're not willing to do that. I'll be here. I'll be glad to answer questions. I'm extending on somebody else's time at this point. Oh, is it yours? Okay. Thank you, folks, very much.
Our speaker today, Dr. Shawnaree Lee, DO, FACOOG, is a 1999 graduate of OSU COM and completed her internship and residency in OBGYN surgery at Tulsa Regional Medical Center in 2004. From the time she has been in private practice in Oklahoma, first in Yukon at Canadian Valley Regional Medical Center from 2004 to 2015, and then joined Dr. David Kallenberger and Eli Reshef in their practice at Baptist Medical Center in Oklahoma City. While in Yukon, Dr. Lee served as a board member for the hospital for 4 years and was a member of the EPIC EMR consulting and implementation team for BMC in 2017. She has also served as adjunct faculty and preceptor for the APRN program at Oklahoma City University and specializes in general women's health and office gynecology, as well as having an obstetrical and surgical practice. She has 2 children still at home, and her oldest daughter is completing her 2nd year of medical school at A.T. Still University in Kirksville, Missouri. Dr. Lee is also a perimenopausal herself, so she has some authority to speak on the subject. Please help me welcome Dr. Lee.
I'm glad you read that part. Is that on now? Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I gave this lecture 11 years ago, and I apparently am not as creative as I thought I was, because I titled it the same thing, which I didn't realize until I downloaded this one onto the same thumb drive from 2011. But my thoughts on this subject have changed a little bit since I've been dealing with it personally. But I graduated from residency in 2004. And so we were right in the heart of the Women's Health Initiative transformation. I mean, that was just an earthquake that shook gynecology. And we had been hearing murmurs of it and hints and rumors starting as early as maybe 99, 2000 when we first started. And you really can't overstate what a difference that made in hormone therapy in American women and women worldwide. Because in 2002, when they stopped the Women's Health Initiative study, instead of getting a bunch of experts together, the North American Menopause Society wasn't even in existence at that point. They called a press conference. And so it was picked up by Redbook and Cosmo and all the CBS and NBC and news. And overnight, approximately half of the women that had been on hormone replacement stopped abruptly. So prior to 2001, 2002, about 35 to 40% of perimenopausal and postmenopausal women were on hormone replacement. And then since that time, it's really still only around 17 to 20%. So we have not made much advance in the last 18 years to serve that population. And there's still a lot of fear with patients and practitioners that we're currently working through. Forward. Okay. So my main objectives with doing this lecture this time is to talk about the changes in the landscape from 2002 till now in the last 20 years or so, and talk about some of the various options for hormone replacement that we have in perimenopausal and postmenopausal patients, compare and contrast what you get benefits wise in transdermal versus systemic, meaning oral, systemic typically, although systemic oral and also injectable, and alternatives to hormone therapy in patients that have contraindications, and as well as touch on some ongoing research areas and developing areas of concern. I'm not really going to talk about testosterone therapy. I think that's a whole other lecture, but we can have questions about that in a little bit, and highlight the benefits of complementary treatment and osteopathic manipulative therapy, meditation, cognitive behavioral therapy, all the other things that you can do to augment traditional treatments. And then a little bit of basic science on the physiologic changes and organ system effects that the menopausal transition and its symptoms on patient satisfaction and quality of life. And really, that's the most important part of this, is this patient satisfaction and quality of life. That is what this is all about. And I think if anything, that's what's changed the most in the last 18 years, is that it's how well do you want to feel for the rest of your life, and what risks are you willing to take on to feel that way? Here's our abbreviations. So HRT versus MHT, hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy typically, in my mind, is people that are premenopausal. So your 35 to 45 to 50-year-old patients that undergo surgical menopause or for some other reason need to have their ovaries removed, versus menopausal hormone therapy, which is the treatment of women that are postmenopausal. And if anything, that was the biggest problem that they've discovered since the close of the Women's Health Initiative, is that the Women's Health Initiative was predominantly women that were postmenopausal at least 10 years. So they were women in their late 50s and 60s who were hormone naive, who hadn't ever been exposed to hormone replacement therapy, that had the worst outcomes. So that's the Women's Health Initiative. Initially, the study began in 1991. It was the first of its kind to do several arms of randomized controlled trials with a placebo arm. And we've
referenced it continually ad nauseum since, and we're going to keep talking about it probably forever. But there are still some ongoing studies. The Nurses' Health Study that began in 1976 actually even predates the Women's Health Initiative, and it is still ongoing. They also have started to include diverse populations, different ethnic groups, as well as male identifying and trans patients. The SWAN study, the study of women's health across the nation, that began in '94, and it recruited the younger cohort of patients, the perimenopausal 42 to 52-year-olds, again, against a just diverse ethnic background. And this actually is pretty cool because it has a searchable database of their blood and urine samples that can be available to researchers all around the world to do whatever kind of studies that they'd like to do. And then the development in 1989 of the North American Menopause Society is basically the gold standard and the place to go to for all the most current research and data, and it involves clinical physicians as well as pharmacologists and psychologists, nutrition, has epidemiologists and anthropologists, pharmacy specialists, pretty much is a combined effort. So I'm going to talk about the major pharmacologically available preparations, and then we'll also discuss bioidentical hormone replacement, which is, if there are any other gynecologists in the room other than Dr. Dobbins, who just walked in, not too late. It is the bane of our existence to talk about the difference between bioidentical and pharmaceutical hormones. But these are some of the major common therapy preparations. The oral ones, Premarin, gold standard, originally developed. Very unfortunate marketing for them to use, mare urine in the actual name. Once that became known, everybody didn't want to take any kind of supplement that came from horse urine. And then the micronized 17-beta estradiol, or estrase, which is itself bioidentical. That is the compound that's extracted, normally from human females. And then these raloxifene and bidoxifene and osfemifene, estrogen receptor or SERMs, have activity, I don't know what I did there, on estrogen receptors and behave as estrogen in certain tissues and not in other tissues. And so those were really a great breakthrough because they don't require progestin protection. Evista was the first one that was developed for breast cancer prevention. Women post-surgical were continued on that for at least 5 years. And they found to have a lower incidence of osteoporosis. So that's recommended for that at this point. And then the Osfina has a single indication from the FDA for the genital urinary symptom of menopause. Transdermal, all the transdermals are all bioidentical. They're all 17-beta estradiol. So your patches, the ring, and then again, the compounded formulations. And then you have the vaginal ring is also transdermal, but gels like estrogel, Estrazorb, some of the things that come that the pharmacists are all, or that the drug reps are pushing in the office. You can do, most pharmacies now will do some of the estradiol creams and compounded things that aren't what are pharmaceutically available, but typically estrase cream and Premarin cream. There's a Premarin version of the cream that is probably the most widely used. And then the biggest question, so the arm that had the worst effects in the Women's Health Initiative was the estrogen plus progestin arm. And all of the, parsing out the data since then, it seems to be the progestin aspect that is the most problematic. However, women that have an intact uterus, if you're going to give them systemic estrogen or high dose estrogen, even transdermal, they require a progestin to decrease the risks of endometrial hyperplasia and endometrial cancer. But women that are on vaginal only low dose estrogen cream do not require progestin therapy at all, unless they develop some side effects such as bleeding, bleeding being really the only side effect. And then that requires evaluation with ultrasound and possibly an endometrial biopsy, or almost always an endometrial biopsy. So there have been a lot of development in these bioidentical hormone replacements and these wellness clinics and hormone balancing clinics. And it was a brilliant marketing and entrepreneurial move, but it's caused a lot of confusion, and you can spend all afternoon arguing with patients about this. the myths are that it is safer, that it's all natural, that it's individually formulated for that patient to maximize their benefits. Most of these clinics will have the patients come in at least every 2 weeks initially, and then at least every 6 weeks thereafter to do serum levels of their estrogen and progesterone and monitor those levels and then show them, look, see, you're getting so much more benefits. But there really is zero research or data or proof that there is a optimal number for that, right? Hormone replacement therapy, the only reason to give a patient hormone replacement therapy is to avert the symptoms that she's having. And once you get to symptom resolution, that's enough. There are a couple of instances like the Evista and the raloxifene, if you're going to use them for breast cancer prevention. Osteoporosis prevention in a patient that already has osteopenia might be the only indication to give a patient who's not complaining of something, any type of hormone replacement to prevent another problem. That was what they were studying in the Women's Health Initiative. Prior to that time, in the 60s and 70s, there was a book called The Feminine Forever that came out. And there was a lot of belief and thought that estrogen replacement would prevent cardiovascular disease, that would prevent dementia and prevent Alzheimer's disease, that would prolong, a woman's health. And then that was why it was stopped, because in fact, the opposite became true in that estrogen progesterone arm, that they had more strokes and more heart attacks, more breast cancer, no improvement on Alzheimer's or dementia. But bioidentical hormones are doing the same thing. Like they're saying the same thing. Well, this is better. This is going to do all these wonderful things that we thought the other was going to do. But they won't study it. And there's nobody, like Dr. Martin was saying earlier about everything's based off of who's got the deepest pockets. They have no reason to do that research because all they could do is prove that their product isn't as good or has the same effects. So as long as the research isn't done, then you can't really prove it. They can make whatever claim that they want. And then again, about the blood testing, that's my biggest problem. When I have patients come into the office that well, doctor, I need to have my hormones tested. Well, no, you don't really need to have your hormones tested. You need to tell me what are your symptoms and let's talk about how we can fix that. The only hormone that I personally test on a regular basis is testosterone. If I'm treating a woman with testosterone, you can get super therapeutic levels of testosterone in a woman are really terrible. They have lots of bad side effects, hair loss and clitoromegaly and permanent deepening of the voice, acne. So that's really the only one that I personally have any interest in. What is your serum level? But I draw them on patients just like everybody else because they ask me to. And then we discuss that their numbers are normal or within the normal range. But it's every day. People come in with this, these are my numbers, let's fix this. What was I going to say? It's all natural business. We're going to talk, I've got another slide here a little bit later about soy and yam and rhubarb products, black cohosh, that are truly natural plant-based estrogen, that SERMs, basically. They have some effect on estrogen receptors in the body. And if that's working for a patient, great. Because of this. The placebo effect is huge, especially when you're talking about subjective symptoms, right? You're complaining about brain fog, and you're complaining about your low sex drive, and you're complaining about energy level and libido and tiredness. Those are all subjective symptoms that the patient that's sitting in front of you is telling you how bad it is. And then if they tell you, well, doctor, I got this thing online and it's really great. I'm like, perfect. If what you're using is working for you, I'm not rocking that boat and I'm not spending a single minute of your 20-minute office visit arguing with you about it. But what usually happens is they come to see me when they've been to one of these clinics for a long time and they're having bleeding, or they're having, chest pain, or they're having increase in their facial flushing. They're having some sort of side effect that they don't like. And then it's like, okay, now we need to talk about what it is that you're using, what you're doing. But if someone thinks that what they're using helps their depression and helps their insomnia, I'm all for it. And there's really every aspect of medicine. This is just a partial list: antidepressants, anxiety medicine, sleep aids, immune boosting agents, whatever the heck that is, like the little I take my vitamin C packets too. Like everybody else, but I don't know that it actually works anything. Erectile dysfunction falls in that category. Weight loss medications, obviously our hormones. We're getting a big, since the passage of the legalization of medical marijuana, CBD and THC. I am a prescriber. I absolutely recommend it. I think as far as for pain control, it's a much safer option than narcotics. But the clinics are all purporting that it's going to fix everything, right? Like there isn't. That's the funny thing about writing a prescription for medical marijuana for a patient. It's anything. There's anything under the sun qualifies a patient for that. But if it works for them, great. On that same line, we're seeing psilocybin and some of the psychedelics and infusions that are getting a lot of press. And if it works, it works. I don't really have much to say about that. Smoking cessation, on and on and on. So what are we treating? And this isn't why I care. The predominant symptom that most patients will complain about is the vasomotor symptoms of menopause. That's the hot flash or hot flush, or some people call it the menopausal bloom, and it really does feel that way. Probably 80% of perimenopausal and postmenopausal women will experience that. In 2009, the menopause epidemiology study did a study of a cross-section of women, perimenopausal women. And I know I keep harping on that, but there really is a difference in the people. It's a transitional period starting in the 40s all the way through mid to late 50s before a person is postmenopausal, on the impact of hot flashes and night sweats on their overall quality of life. And it was significant. Impacts relationships, their performance at work, their satisfaction with their family life, physical function. There isn't an aspect of your day-to-day life that doesn't impact. So it's not just, oh, it's a hot flash, which I personally was even guilty of thinking when I was first out in practice. I mean, what's the big deal? It's a hot, just get over it. Turn the temperature, turn the thermostat down. Again, now that I am here, it is a huge deal. And abrupt surgical menopause is a special situation. This is particularly where I think the Women's Health Initiative really did a huge disservice to patients. So women that had ovarian tumors or fibroids or any number of reasons to have their ovaries removed. Maybe they were fearful of ovarian cancer. Another area this we'll get to in a little bit if we have time is like the BRCA positive patients that have risk reduction surgery in their 30s. So what does that do to them over the course of their life? And there's a huge impact on all-cause death by women who are put into menopause at a premature basis, prior to the age of 40 or certainly 45. So their quality of life and life expectancy, and again, all-cause death is increased. How does a hot flash work? I pulled up some studies, and this is not a really good picture, but this is from Netter, and this is the hypothalamus. Our hypothalamus in the brain and the rest of the limbic system actually regulates temperature regulation in the body. And so estrogen has a inhibitory effect. So when you remove the estrogen, then it allows the hypothalamus, it becomes dysregulated. And so the brain's telling the rest of the body that it's hot when it's not really hot. Part of this goes back to what we use they've known this forever, that's the basal body temperature charting that people use in natural family planning and in fertility. There is a increase in every normally ovulating woman's basal body temperature from the luteal phase after ovulation until menstruation. And so that's how it's supposed to happen. But during the perimenopause and then certainly after menopause, when you remove those levels of estrogen, that system becomes chaotic and disruptive, and it can happen at all times of the day. The reason that the hot flash happens so much at night is there's also a circadian rhythm to that and a diurnal variation in your basal body temperature. And so you've got the basal body temperature goes up in the evening hours when you're sleeping, and then you've also got these estrogen levels that are fluctuating. And so that's why the hot flashes occur more in the evening. That's that. When estrogen suppression of these thermoregulatory receptors is removed, a cascade effect to rid the body of the excess heat that the brain is actually creating itself causes the vasodilation, usually in the face and the chest. It doesn't really affect the lower body for some reason. I think it's just because the blood vessels are more concentrated there, and an increase in the heart rate to move the heat to the surface so it can be more quickly dissipated. But when that happens, then we have more. I did play around with the transitions a little bit. I had a little bit of fun with that. So once this self-generated heat reaches the surface of the body, then the sweat glands get activated to try to cool the skin surface. The flushing, well, I'll go back to that. This intense sweating can occur at any time of the day or night, but again, it's worse at night. That's why the night sweats. And if you have never experienced it or slept with someone who has experienced it, you really cannot, I can't over, you know, express how impactful that is. The entire bed is wet. Everybody's wet. You got to either get up and change your clothes, change the sheets, move to, if you've got a big enough bed, move to a different little spot that's now dry to try to sleep. It's really a problem. But this flushing that can occur at any time of the day with the hot flashes is also triggered by alcohol, tobacco, certain spicy foods, intense emotional responses if you get stressed out, any kind of things like that that would normally cause an increase in heart rate and those kinds of things, and stimulation of the hypothalamus. The other thing that hypothalamic disruptions can occur, and there's a great slide in there. I couldn't get a good picture of it to put on there. They've got this little angry cat, and this little fat angry cat. It says that if there are lesions or tumors or even damage, so it's either too much stimulation to the hypothalamus or the hypothalamus is damaged and it doesn't function correctly, can cause food cravings and voracious eating and rage. And I don't know anybody going through menopause that feels that way, but some people do. This is something, the genitourinary syndrome of menopause. So talking about the kind of a triad of vaginal dryness, pain with intercourse, worsening of urinary incontinence. This is possibly some place, the only other place that I would say that you could prescribe hormones preventatively. Because by the time they come to your office and they're complaining about vaginal dryness and pain with intercourse, it's bad. That vaginal mucosa is thin, it's friable, it's dry. You know, you have to do a lot of repair work to get back to where it normally was. So those are some of the common symptoms of that: the dryness and pain with intercourse, dyspareunia. Also increased risk of infection. So once you destroy that good barrier on the skin, they have increased risk of bacterial vaginosis and candidiasis. That is something that a lot of people don't think about. The two categories of patients that have the highest risk of sexually transmitted infections or STIs are adolescents that are just starting to have intercourse and postmenopausal women that are maybe divorced or widowed and are going back out on the dating circuit because they're more susceptible to those infections because they have a decreased barrier in their vaginal mucosa. Decreased libido. Sometimes the decreased libido is spontaneous and sometimes it's because it hurts. And if it hurts, nobody wants to do it. And then there's a risk of either developing a worsening of lichen sclerosis, which is in and of itself a little different skin condition, but almost always in postmenopausal and perimenopausal women. And then vulvodynia. Vulvodynia is a chronic pain syndrome of the vagina that we don't really understand how to treat very well. But it affects other parts of the body too. So it's not just the vagina and the hot flashes that are the problem. Your cardiovascular health, once a woman her estrogen levels decrease, her LDL to HDL ratio will flip-flop. Most people have a healthy HDL higher than LDL ratio. They have an increased risk of metabolic syndrome and type 2 diabetes. Their vascular endothelial function is worse. So that's one of the causes of the increased risk of stroke and heart attack. With the atherosclerosis and plaque formation, and all of those increase the risk of cardiovascular disease and death. And so that's really the biggest part, that women that have premature surgical menopause or young onset of menopause, you can impact their longevity by replacing their hormones. Also, the bones and connective tissue, musculoskeletal system, that's where our little osteopathic things come in a lot of times too. Skin aging, a lot of dermatologists and plastic surgeons use estrogen on the face as far as it improves the elasticity of skin all over the body. In arthralgias though, fibromyalgia, any kind of rheumatoid arthritis, all the arthritises are worsened around the time of menopause. And then the osteoporosis and osteopenia. There's a profound effect on the bone remodeling ratios with an increase in resorption and a decrease in new formation that leads to a significant net loss. And one of the studies that I've got in the citation said there's a 7% bone loss within 2 years of surgical menopause. This was a study on just like women that had their ovaries removed that were not menopausal. And then 2% every year thereafter indefinitely without treatment. And those changes are most in the vertebral bodies and the hip and the femur, but it really affects everything. That's your little brittle allele with the little dowager's hump. So then we get to the brain. And there's kind of two parts of that, cognitive function and then the effects on other conditions that a patient may already have or just newly develop. So all of the mood disorders, anxiety, depression, perimenopausal dysphoric, perimenstrual dysphoric disorder, the PMDD, that's more of your perimenopausal patients that are still having menstrual cycles. Bipolar disorder and schizophrenia are all worse at the time of the perimenopause and menopause for most patients. And since major depression, 10 to 12% prevalence for women, about twice as much as men. And the incidence is reported doubles, almost triples to 28 to 30% during that time for most patients. What else is on there that I haven't already said? The bipolar disorder is also a big one because that's kind of a lot of patients that don't have a formal diagnosis of anxiety or depression. That's their complaint. I have mood swings. I go back and forth. I have euphoria and then I'm depressed and I'm angry and I'm happy and fix it. You know, so that can be a clinical diagnosis. It can just be, you know, the difference between a clinical diagnosis and a symptom is how does it impact your life and how often is it occurring. So again, the perimenstrual dysphoric disorder, they have a significant increase in those types of symptoms during the perimenopausal transition, as well as an increase in developing clinical depression and anxiety disorders, or at least being diagnosed. They may have had it for years and they never complained about it to anybody. You know, you can't name a problem until somebody talks about a problem. And the younger women that undergo surgical menopause after oophorectomy, they have a profound increased risk of developing new onset depression and anxiety, and also a decrease in overall emotional health that persists for at least 2 years, despite being treated with their hormones. So, you know, that is definitely something to caution. There was another study that wasn't looking at any of these things that showed, you know, just the removal of ovaries. You're doing a hysterectomy, the ovaries look normal. At what age should you recommend taking the ovaries out? And when I was in training, that was pretty much 35 to 40. If a woman was 35 to 40 with normal risks and she was having to have surgery anyway, and she said, well, doctor, while you're in there, just go ahead and take those ovaries out, we would. And now that I've completely changed my, you know, the way I counsel patients is that if they're normal and you don't have a strong family history of ovarian cancer, I think you should keep them at least until 50, because they're still going to produce some sort of functional effect and hormone even after menopause. So, but we can debate that. There are some other, I threw this in here just because I'm gonna go back. I will be able to go back, right? Interosa is a new FDA product that some of the drug reps may be bringing into your primary care offices to try to push as this is the only available DHEA supplement pharmaceutical that's not from the compounding pharmacies. It's only approved for the genital urinary syndrome of pregnancy, and they didn't study it for any other effects, hot flashes, anything else. But they claim that it does all kinds of wonderful things. It actually is the sex steroid precursor to both estrogen and testosterone, formed initially from cholesterol. In the adrenal glands produce it, as well as the ovaries and testes. And young adult levels are 10,000 times higher than estrogen or testosterone in serum, which I didn't know until I started doing these slides. And I read a couple of small studies that at that dose of 50 to 100 milligrams that increased their levels of androstenedione and dihydrotestosterone. What do we care about that? The only clinical outcome that was actually showed to have a true effect was on improvements in live birth rates in vitro infertility patients. I'm not sure how that works, but that was the only. No, the small actual placebo-controlled trials that they did showed no improvement in physical performance, libido, cognitive function, or even changes in body fat composition. This is the one, the DHEA is what everybody's pushing for, you know, muscle mass and weight loss and things that they're adding, and there really just isn't any data to support that. I'm going to go back to the perimenopausal patients for a second. When people my age, that trained, and probably before that, there was this dogma of no birth control pills after 35. At 35, you had to take a woman off birth control pills, you need to switch her to something else. The risks of stroke and heart attack by far outweighed the benefits. And that's just not true, even on older, higher dose estrogen birth control pills. Women that are in their mid to late 30s and early 40s, they have the most symptoms of perimenopause and problems. And so low dose combination birth control pill use is the best treatment. That's what I use first line, a low dose like low estrin or orthotriose, something that has a low dose. And I am ashamed to admit that up until about 4 or 5 years ago, I'd never really looked at the numbers, right? Like, so you give a woman a milligram of estrase, like birth control pills are a microgram. So this is a much lower dose of hormone replacement than traditional Premarin and Prempro and all those things. So it's much safer to give your perimenopausal transition patients low-dose birth control pills than to start them on estrogen replacement therapy. And all the same symptoms: cognitive function, foggy brain, sleep disturbances, acne, breast tenderness. The breast tenderness is a big one. I don't really understand why, but it is just a common complaint, because you would think that the lower progesterone would cause less breast tenderness, but it's almost universal that they'll complain about more of those symptoms in perimenopause. So this was the thing. Most of us indoctrinated in the no birth control pills out over 35, but just like we found with it, I have a younger partner that she is all about evidence-based medicine. Everything is evidence-based medicine. She quote those Cochrane reviews like she's got them memorized. But the problem with evidence-based medicine is the more evidence you get, it changes. So you have to constantly be evolving with that. And each patient, there really isn't anything else. I'm sure there are, but for me, the individualization of this patient sitting in front of you right here today, what are her risks? What are her symptoms? Having a conversation, opening a dialogue. Informed consent is probably, if I have the thing that I go back to for everything is informed consent. And there's especially breast cancer patients, the younger breast cancer patients in their 30s and early 40s, a lot of the oncologists are even leaning towards hormone replacement in those patients, because yes, you fixed her breast cancer, she's not gonna die of breast cancer, but she's gonna live another 50 years and be miserable. So how does she want to live for the remainder of her life? So ultimately, I think our duty is to inform patients of their personal relative risks as well as we can assess that, and then assist them with making their own decisions. But there are a lot, obesity, people that have a family history of cardiovascular, it's complicated. I'm not saying it's easy, but at the end of the day, if you have done your job to educate your patient, it falls on them to make their own decision. Smokers, we always told smokers that are over 35, well, it's better to quit smoking, if you want to take it, but I'm gonna still give you your birth control pills. But a lot of doctors don't. And I still see a lot of patients that come that their primary care physician stopped giving them birth control when they were 35 or 38 or 40 because they were a smoker, because they were overweight. And I'm like, no, you can still take them. It's just you have to understand the risk that you're taking on yourself. And plus pregnancy, I didn't even get to that part. So pregnancy, the risks of an unintended pregnancy, your thrombotic risk is 4 times as high with a pregnancy over 35 than it is for birth control pills or hormone replacement or anything else. And especially in the current climate with access to pregnancy termination, I think that it's criminal to rob women of their reproductive protection with birth control in that period where they're at most at risk. But there are other options. So if a patient doesn't want to do hormones, or they're fearful, or they have a strong contraindication, someone that had peripartal cardiomyopathy, that has had a DVT, that's had a pulmonary embolus after pregnancy, those kinds of patients that really can't take them at all. A lot of the SSRIs and the antidepressants all have some function. Effexor is the only one that there were randomized, double-blinded, controlled trials with a comparison arm to estrogen. In practice, I find that all of them work some. So if for some reason Effexor isn't the best one for that patient, Zoloft works well, or Prozac. Really, any of them can. Wellbutrin. It's as with every other effect of the SSRIs, each patient reacts differently to those medications, and so I would try them all. And then a couple of the natural supplements that have the black cohosh and the soy, estrogen and ambrin. These are pharmaceutically available. Patients get all kinds of things from Whole Foods, Sprouts, and the natural grocer. Again, if it works for them, great. That's perfect for me. You know, it's not, I can't tell you that it's safer or not as safe, although there is a little bit of they did a little bit of the black cohosh studies in breast cancer patients that it does stimulate estrogen receptors. So if anything, that one has a little asterisk next to it. But the meditation and mindfulness training, I think just accepting the hot flash is happening and being in the moment with it, just giving the patients, you know, that this is normal and it's a natural process and it will end. I think it does go a long way. So yoga, breathing exercises, there's all kinds of studies in some of the physical therapy and meditation journals about how you can control all kinds of symptoms with deep breathing and controlling your sympathetic and parasympathetic symptom responses to that. And as osteopaths, I think that we are doing a huge disservice to patients to not discuss all of those things, because we ought to. I was ashamed. I went to well, because of COVID, they didn't do like the parent day at AT still until after the first year, my daughter that's in school. And I go and they have a museum there on campus that has like through the years of all of medicine when Dr. Still first started, about what was the accepted practice at the time. You know, it's criminal to think of what we were doing. What are you gonna say?
I have a book for my wife's great-grandmother. It was your family physician.
Right.
It had osteopathic, allopathic, homeopathic, and chiropractic treatment listed in this book, created in 1896 or something.
Right.
And it was really amazing, some of the stuff that they do.
It is, and I think that we need to own that. Like, there's a whole move on the coast towards complementary and alternative medicine. It works and it's better. We've all been brainwashed by the big pharma that the only way to fix something is with a pill. But I digress about that. But I just told Skylar, my daughter, I was like, in 100 years, the things that we're doing now are going to be in this museum, right? Like, they're going to think we're barbaric. So anything that has no side effects, I'm all for. So those are the special instances. The patients, I've talked a lot about the surgical menopause. They have accelerated cardiovascular changes, but the biggest thing was the increased risk of all-cause mortality from any cause, you know, whatever it is. Even accidental death was increased, and that bone density decrease. The BRCA mutations and the patients with breast cancer, like I said, here in Oklahoma City, I be blessed to work with some really great breast surgeons, and they almost all recommend estrogen therapy for their younger patients after 5 years. So they get them through the 5 years, and then they start treating them usually with vaginal estrogens and topical estrogens and things, because they want to live. You know, we've saved them from cancer. It's time to have a life. But there are no protocols, and there's no cookbook of how to do that. It has to be individualized with that patient. So other things to give patients other than Facebook to read about. I'm just a disciple of Dr. Jen Gunter. She's a OBGYN and pain medicine specialist in California, and she wrote the Menopause Manifesto and the Vagina Bible, and really started her career on Twitter and online, giving out information and arguing with people. And, you know, she's done a lot for that. There's a podcast, We Can Do Hard Things, with Glennon Doyle, that she was a guest on just last week, 2 episodes over menopause, that if you want to listen to those, they're great. And Dr. Gunter has her own podcast called Body Stuff. That, other than the references, like I said, these are the best of the studies that I looked at. This first one, that's pretty much the topics in OBGYN, was published in May of 2021. That's basically the talk. I just gave a abridged version of that article. It'd be love for people to read that. And then that original JAMA article, you always got to go back to the original source from 2002. There's a practice bulletin in OBGYN number 141 for the management of menopausal symptoms. I don't see any residents or anybody in the room, but as far as if you're studying for boards, these would be the best resources to go to. I'm going to take a look and see if there's any questions online, and I'm happy to start taking questions. I'm back on. Menopause is absolutely a case, and that's another, it's a whole lecture about trans women and trans men. I treat trans men, so people that are sex assigned female at birth, and then go through either surgical, I've done several, hysterectomies and oophorectomies on these patients, but there is zero research on what happens to their bodies as they age with that hormone therapy, right? So there's a few small studies that trans women who are assigned male sex at birth and then have feminizing hormones, that it improves their cardiovascular health, as we would think with the estrogen long term. But there's just tiny little studies about those things, and nobody's funding the research. You talk to the patients, you know, I often really just don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about people that decide they're not one way or the other. I'm talking about men.
Right.
Actually, with the lower testosterone have vasomotor activity.
Oh, absolutely.
They have the sweats, they have the mood swings, and everything as they go through what I call menopause.
I just don't treat male patients to hear those symptoms a lot. There's a doctor here in the city, Dr. Noel Williams, that is a gynecologist that treats a lot of men for hormone disorders. I know that that's true and it ought to be true. So yeah, I can't really speak on that too much. Yes, back in the back.
In your patients that are over 35 and about work, when do you go about making that change from the OCD to more estrogen?
Sure, that's an excellent question. And there isn't one answer for that. But personally, at 50, I tell them to stop their birth control for a couple of weeks and we do an FSH. And if their FSH is high and they don't need birth control, then we start talking about, but again, the birth control pills are a much lower dose of estrogen than traditional hormone replacement. So most of the time they're complaining, I'm still having hot flashes and night sweats on the low dose birth control pills. And so then, so that's two separate questions. One is, when do I stop needing birth control? And then when do I need a higher dose of estrogen? And that's all based on symptomatology. You can add vaginal estrogens or the topical estrogens on top of the pills, because the pills are really the best way, if they still have their uterus, to get that progesterone protection effect. So that's probably how I treat that patient, is I don't even do any lab work unless she insists, which they usually insist, but add additional estrogen up to the level that controls their symptoms. You had a question too?
Yeah, postmenopausal women with no family history of breast cancer. What is the incidence if we're on hormone therapy? Whether hot flashes, what is the incidence of breast cancer?
Well, that's a hard question. That is difficult to answer because there isn't a study that looks at just exactly that, but there doesn't appear to be any increased risk of breast cancer in that population of de novo breast cancers. Women that develop breast cancer that are estrogen or progesterone positive, the hormone acts like gas on the fire. But as far as for new development, that population doesn't seem to have any increased risk at all. I think there was somebody else. Yeah.
Surgical cause. What is the where you want to taper? I guess one, what age? Two, taper it off.
It's individualized for each patient, but again, like that at 50, you know, so a woman that's 38 that has a hysterectomy and has to have her ovaries removed, I almost always start that person on hormone therapy. And then even, I don't know that I would stop it at 50, but we'd start having that conversation at 50 and see if she was having additional symptoms and what she was going to do with that.
What if they withdraw and they start having symptoms?
I give it back to them. I get nasty grams from the pharmacists on 2 or 3 patients that are in their 70s on hormone replacement. You should be stopping this hormone therapy on this patient. And no, this patient, she has been to multiple doctors that have tried to stop her. And she's like, I don't want to live without my hormones. And I'm like, I'm here for you and you can have your hormones. I think I am out of time. I'll keep on track here. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to introduce Dr. Latisha D. Heinlen, MD. She earned her medical degree from the University of Oklahoma College of Medicine in Oklahoma City in 2008. She then performed her internal medicine residency and rheumatology fellowship at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center. Board certified in rheumatology, Dr. Heinlen is dedicated to the diagnosis and treatment of a multitude of rheumatic and autoimmune diseases. A native of Laverne, Oklahoma, Dr. Heinlen is involved in several national organizations and is constantly furthering her training and knowledge about rheumatic disease, treatment options, and patient resources. Please help me welcome Dr. Heinlen.
Ew. Can everyone hear okay? Is the mic situation all right? I told her they didn't ask me for a bio, so I was really excited to hear what they came up with. There was nothing exciting in that. I was hoping for some fun tidbits about myself that I didn't know I had shared somewhere. So I was asked a few weeks ago to come talk about rheumatology, so I'm super excited to be here. Thank you guys for having me. I disclosed recently that I was finishing my slides this morning, you know, just trying to think about what would be useful for you guys and what would be helpful. So hopefully I got it right. I assume this is an educational activity. I wanted to make sure I was compliant. So just in case it's needed, I do consult for several pharmaceutical companies and do some speaking engagements for them, and we do some clinical research. So I do have some consulting fees from a few companies. So learning objectives, we're going to talk about some updated guidelines. We're going to talk about some new therapeutic options in rheumatology. I think that's helpful because you guys will hear about them. You see them on TV. There's so many commercials for rheumatoid arthritis medicines. Your patients ask about them. So I think it's helpful to kind of know what's out there. Co-management with primary care. What do you guys need to know? What do we need to know? How can we work well together to take care of these patients? And then rheumatology labs and changes. And then some hot topics in rheumatology was my last section, just to kind of tell you guys what we're talking about sort of at a national level and what we think is going to be important in the next few years. So first we're going to go through rheumatoid arthritis. So rheumatoid arthritis diagnosis, the last time they came out with criteria was in 2010. I kind of put the diagnosis criteria in here because I think it's actually helpful to look at them every once in a while. We do it even in clinic. I bring out the criteria often. I have them on my desk in a folder because rheumatology is hard to diagnose sometimes. And so to have rheumatoid arthritis, you have to have joint involvement. So that is a swollen or a tender joint. And if you look at the top here, really you have to have small joints. It's hard to get there with large joints. So if you only have 2 to 10 large joints, that only gives you 1 point on our system here, and we're looking for 6 points. So really you probably have to have some small joints involved to get this diagnosis, you know, according to the criteria. And that's really what we think about for rheumatoid arthritis patients. It's hands and feet. You know, their hands and feet are stiff in the mornings and they have swollen tender joints. Serologies are helpful. We still have seronegative patients. So about 30 to 40% of patients, depending on the study, are seronegative. So they don't have rheumatoid factor, they don't have CCP, but clinically they have the disease and they can still have erosions and progress just like seropositive patients. So we do look at serology. It's helpful for diagnosis. Of course, you have to have symptoms for more than 6 weeks. And then we love inflammatory markers. They're really our favorite tests, I think. So if you have increased inflammation, that's another thing that's helpful, especially in a seronegative patient, to really push you to think, hey, this seems inflammatory. Maybe it's rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah.
What is the role of X-ray?
Yeah, so there is currently, that is not in the kind of classification diagnostic criteria. I will say, this is what I pulled out of it. It's a several page document, obviously. There is some role in it described for patients who maybe have had disease long-term, who might not present with active swollen joints, that you can do imaging to look for erosions. Yeah, I mean, you would think it's probably later. I will say in clinic, we generally do x-rays of the hands and feet because that's where we see the erosions first. And sometimes that's a clue to like, yes, this is definitely rheumatoid arthritis. You know, traditionally feet actually show the erosions first in the small toe, and people generally don't complain of that joint. So we often do them because sometimes they'll still be there even without them complaining of that specific joint. So I do think they're very helpful. They're kind of not listed in the diagnosis. And again, this is for clinical research studies. That's what they made these for. So a little bit different, but it's kind of all we have to go off of. So they do specifically state that x-rays can be helpful in certain populations. And then the other thing I will say, it can be kind of retrospective, right? So maybe they show up today and they have 3 swollen joints, but I saw them 3 weeks ago and they had 6 swollen joints. So you can definitely have a little give and take. It doesn't have to be all at one time they present with 6 swollen tender joints. So I put this in here. This was a last minute this morning slide. I put this in here to kind of point out rheumatoid arthritis. I think we all think of it as being very disfiguring, and we've seen patients that have significant deformities and changes from rheumatoid arthritis. So these pictures on the left are kind of a classic rheumatoid arthritis hand, where they get ulnar deviation. It's a little hard to tell in the picture, but they probably have some swan neck deformities. The thing I wanted to point out is so when you do the swollen tender joints, the DIP joints, so the fingers, are actually excluded. So those don't count. The reason is with age, several people get osteoarthritis of their distal finger joints. And so we get this patient a lot, and someone says, oh my gosh, that's gotta be rheumatoid arthritis. Look how bad your fingers are. They are very bad, but that tends to be erosive osteoarthritis. And so erosive osteoarthritis tends to run in women, tends to run in families. I usually say, did your mom's and grandmother's hands look like that? And it's really just the distal joints. Definitely these distal joints, some involvement of the PIPs, but really never involves the MCPs. That would be really rare in that situation. And so I throw that in there just because that's something you'll see often. If you start looking at everyone's hands, you'll definitely see some next week. So other rheumatoid arthritis testing. So I did put imaging in here. So marginal erosions, periarticular osteopenia can be helpful, especially if it's an earlier patient. That might require radiology to know what you're looking for a little bit more, just so that they can, very much zoom in on those joints where they're expecting to see the marginal erosions. So we, make sure ours go to musculoskeletal radiology, and they know that that's what we're looking for. But sometimes that's a helpful piece as well. There's a few other tests that I've seen available. So there's another antibody called anti-CARP. It's similar to anti-CCP, which you're probably more familiar with. So anti-CARP is another antibody that seems to appear prior to diagnosis, goes with significant rheumatoid arthritis. It is commercially available now. It's not included in any of our guidelines yet because it's a little too new and guidelines take a while. We've started ordering it, and I've found it to be helpful in someone who is seronegative, and maybe it kind of confirms your diagnosis for that patient. There's another protein that I've seen ordered, this 1433 protein. Interestingly, I have not ever ordered it, but I think it's commercially available through LabCorp, DLO, those. So it's another marker for early rheumatoid arthritis. And so again, I think these can be helpful. It's a little bit tricky because they're not really included yet in our diagnostics. So what level is important? Some of that's still, I think, we're working that out. So we don't tend to order these a lot, but sometimes if I feel really strongly that you've got rheumatoid arthritis, maybe it's helpful to confirm that diagnosis. And then a low positive ANA. So actually 30 to 40% of rheumatoid arthritis patients will have a low positive ANA. So I throw that out there just because sometimes the lab work comes back and it's a little bit confusing as far as what's going on. Super common to have a low positive ANA. So updated treatment guidelines. This was kind of exciting for us in 2021. The ACR updated the treatment guidelines for rheumatoid arthritis. It's always nice to have some guidance to go by so that you can have a framework for what you're doing. So a big thing that they've added is they're recommending a treat to target. And so I tell patients, we used to just say, hey, how are you feeling? We did an exam, maybe we asked pain levels, but there's a lot of subjectivity that goes into that. I think the best example I always give is, I feel like my farmers from Western Oklahoma, they're always gonna say I'm okay. And they might have some underlying inflammation, but they feel better and they say, I'm okay, I don't need anything else, don't worry. So they've actually recommended that we use a disease activity monitor. These are kind of minimum ones, preferred ones. So there are lots of different options. So this is the one that we started using in my clinic. You guys all do clinics, so it's a little bit challenging to add a new system into your clinic and get everyone on board and get your staff to do it and get it in your medical record system. So I will tell you, it's been a hard thing to do for us to kind of change that and include this in our practice. But we've had to, and it's good for patients. Medicare is actually going to start requiring us to do this a couple times a year for the MIPS. And so this is the way it's moving. We implemented this one. So this is a rapid 3. So the patient fills it out in the waiting room. It is one more piece of paper that we have to give them, which is a complaint we get from patients. But you can see they just answer these questions. So can you, over the last week, have you had no trouble, some trouble, much difficulty, or not able to do this? So I'm just going to read them in case you can't see them. So they're easy questions. Can you tie your shoes? Can you get out of bed? Can you lift a full cup or a glass to your mouth? Can you walk outdoors? Can you wash and dry your body? Can you bend down and get clothing off the floor? Turn on faucets? Get in and out of your car? The last 2 get a lot of people. Can you walk 2 miles if you wish? And then sometimes I laugh about this one. Can you participate in recreational activities and sports if you would like to? So I have a lot of older patients who say, how am I supposed to answer that question? I said, well, I'm not sure. And so I do find this actually very helpful. So I kind of look at this when I walk into the room, and if you're all zeros, I say, hey, it seems like you're at least able to do everything we need you to do. That's a good start. Or if you're all 2s and 3s, you know, I think we have a long ways to go on getting them feeling better. And then the bottom ones are just how much pain and how much has this affected you. So we've started implementing these at every visit. That way I can say, hey, last time you were in low disease activity, this time you're in moderate. Is this a medication issue? You know, what can we do to make sure you're controlled? So the treat to target tools, I do think are making patient care better. They're just a little bit challenging for the whole rheumatology world to adopt. CDI is a purely clinical one. So you do number of tender joints, number of swollen joints. Patients tell you how much pain they have, and then the physician gives them a score of how bad their disease is. So we use that one often as well. And then there is a bunch of really great measures that are validated, but they require labs. And so we have not implemented those yet, because then, you know, I have to see you today, order labs, and I get your score tomorrow, which is a little bit hard to make changes, or you do a lot of phone calls. So they actually, ACR recommends that we use one with labs. And I haven't figured out how to do that yet, but that's kind of one of the goals that they're recommending. So updated treatment guidelines, they actually did give us pretty good guidance on specific populations. So people have had malignancy before, people who've had a cancer before, they kind of outlined all of that. They did give guidance for how to start DMARDs and dosing. Something that was really exciting, they are recommending actually biologic or JAK inhibitors over triple therapy. So I know triple therapy has been the standard for a while, but really we're kind of moving away from that. They felt that the efficacy and safety was probably better adding a biologic or a JAK inhibitor. So we'll see if that takes place, but that is a really different recommendation than previously. And then they're also recommending class switching. And so what we used to do is we only had TNF inhibitors. So we had Humira and Enbrel, we had Remicade. So we would just switch around through those and figure out if one worked better than the other. So they actually recommend against doing that now, because we do have many different classes. So if Humira doesn't work, it probably doesn't make sense to switch to another medicine in the same class. So they're recommending that we should switch to a different class rather than staying in one class and trying all 6 TNF inhibitors. So maybe sounds like small changes, but they're a big change for rheumatology. So we're excited about some new recommendations. So treatment changes, hydroxychloroquine dosing. And I was thinking about updates, and I'm not sure what current rheumatology is. So I went back about 10 years. I feel like that's still current. And we lost a few years due to COVID. So all of this felt really new, even if it's 3 or 4 years old. So hydroxychloroquine dosing, actually the most recent guidelines were not by rheumatology. The guidelines have been by ophthalmology. And so in 2016, they came out with weight-based dosing recommendations, and it's 5 milligrams per kilogram. They said we shouldn't go above that for anybody, even if they could, you know, if they were a smaller weight, we used to go up to 400. So they have kind of recommended against that. They also recommend baseline eye exam and an annual eye exam after 5 years on the medication. And so you don't have to start annual exams until you've been on it for 5 years, unless you have some underlying eye disease and your eye doctor feels differently, of course. And so we have changed the way we dose that in the last few years. So we give, I think, a lot lower doses. Blood levels are also something that I've put in this presentation a few times. So that's been commercially available now for the last couple of years, probably. And I've started using it more and more. So you can actually get it from LabCorp in maybe the last 6 months. So you can do a hydroxychloroquine level, tells you a little bit about compliance, tells you about absorption. And so that way you can tailor that dose a little bit more to make sure that they're not getting high doses and leading to side effects over time. Cardiovascular side effects, I put this in here. Cardiovascular side effects are rare in our populations. So we've used hydroxychloroquine in rheumatology for a really long time. And we've looked at rates of cardiomyopathy or congestive heart failure or issues with the prolonged QT. We have really low rates of that. So it came under scrutiny again a couple of years ago when everyone thought that hydroxychloroquine cured COVID. And so they kind of gave high doses to COVID patients. Those patients tended to have some cardiac issues, but I will tell you the rates that they saw in that population is different than the rates that we've seen in autoimmune diseases. So everyone got a little bit more nervous about hydroxychloroquine when that happened, but I think that's a different population of sick people with COVID who clearly have other reasons to have cardiovascular events. So new therapeutics. So if you watch TV, you've probably seen a commercial for Rinvoq. They have a lot of commercials. And so kind of the newest therapeutic to the market is upadacitinib. And so there's a couple of JAK inhibitors. This is the newest one. So a JAK inhibitor is a small molecule. Gets a little confusing because sometimes it gets lumped in with biologics, but it's actually not a biologic. It's a small molecule. And so it inhibits JAK1 and JAK2 in the cell, which are then decreases the signaling for the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So reasons we like it has really good clinical efficacy, and it's one pill once a day. So compared to giving yourself shots, this is a really nice, easy way for patients to have their treatment. This is a big area in our world. So in November of 2021, the FDA issued a black box warning. Black box warnings are always a big deal and kind of change the way we think about things and talk to patients. So I have this in detail in the end. We're going to talk about it some more, but they basically issued a black box warning for all JAK inhibitors and said that they might increase your cardiovascular risk compared to TNF inhibitors. So we've kind of changed the way we've used these. Other things to know, high risk of shingles. So it's higher than our other treatments. It's about 3% of patients over a year instead of 1% on our other medications. Not a huge number, but when you're the one that gets shingles, you're really unhappy about it, which is what I always tell patients when they say, oh, that doesn't sound like very much. Well, it's not until you show up with shingles, then you're really unhappy. When this class came out, there was a question of blood clots. So there are a few cases of blood clots, DVTs, PEs. It's really unknown if it's a class effect. It's in the label that it can happen. I think in the studies for Rinvoq, there's been 5,000 or 6,000 patients, and I think there were 8 events. So very low numbers, but could it be associated with the drug? We're not sure. So I always ask people if they've had a clotting event. If they have, I'm not going to give them this drug. And they are not safe in pregnancy. They are teratogenic in animals, so definitely one that we have to avoid in pregnancy. The other thing that sometimes we need help co-managing, so they can elevate your lipids. So we check it after 12 weeks. If your lipids are elevated, the label tells us to decide what we want to do. There's not clear guidance on what to do then. So usually that's kind of a discussion with the patient. We can stop the drug. If it's their favorite drug, they often want to stay on it. And then we have to decide, do we add lipid lowering medicine to treat the lipids that are elevated from your other medicine? So that can get a little bit complicated, and sometimes I call primary care to help me with the newest lipid lowering therapies. They can elevate liver enzymes and cause some cytopenias. So a few things that we have to worry about, but really convenient that it's a once-a-day pill. Psoriatic arthritis. I put this one in here because there are a lot of new treatments for psoriatic arthritis. You've probably seen commercials for them as well. And so I put in the criteria for PSA, and it's a little bit harder to follow, I think, but basically you have to have some evidence of psoriasis. So if you have current psoriasis, then that's pretty easy to diagnose in psoriatic arthritis. If you have a personal history, you get 1 point instead of 2. If you have a family history, that can also count. It has to be a first-degree relative. So sometimes we do diagnose people without psoriasis with psoriatic arthritis if they have a first-degree relative. But they need to have negative testing for rheumatoid arthritis and probably something that looks consistent with psoriatic arthritis that kind of differentiates it. Imaging can be very helpful in these cases where radiology can differentiate the two diseases. So psoriatic arthritis has really had an explosion of medication options. So there are 3 JAK inhibitors that are approved. There's apremilast, which is Otezla, has been approved for psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. We have 2 IL-17 blockers, 3 IL-23, 5 TNF inhibitors, and 1 CTLA-4 inhibitor. So they have so many treatment options. It's actually a really exciting field right now. Several of these have just come out in the last couple of years into psoriatic arthritis. So it's a really great field for those patients now. We have a lot of options. So the newest treatments. So the ones that have come out more recently are the IL-23 inhibitors. This pathway seems to be just important for psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So none of these are indicated for rheumatoid arthritis. Something about IL-23 is specific for that skin and joint pathway. So we have, I never use the generic names. I'm sorry, I'll try my best here, but they're hard to say. So we have ustekinumab. I don't know how to say this one. Risankizumab and guselkumab. The names that I use for those are Stelara, Skyrizi, and Tremfya. So I was trying to be compliant with like the education. I think you're not supposed to use trade names. I don't know. Actually, this is funny. I was out to dinner this week and I got a text message. Someone said, I'm on the border having a Skyrita. Isn't that new psoriasis med? And I said, no, that's Skyrizi, but close. So I don't know where they get the names. So these medicines and IL-17, this is ixekizumab and secukinumab, Taltz and Cosentyx. These have great skin clearance. And so with Humira, with Enbrel, with some of our older medicines, we were talking about 50% skin clearance. With these medicines and these studies, they're looking at 100% skin clearance. So really impressive skin clearance. Patients are super happy with these medicines. They do have good efficacy in joints. They actually have a probably more favorable safety profile. It's just a very specific pathway, so they don't tend to have a lot of side effects. Infection risk might be a little lower. And they generally have less frequent dosing, which is a pro and a con. You know, some of these are every 3 months. And so that's great if you don't like shots. That can be bad for compliance because it's hard to remember to do something every 3 months. Systemic lupus erythematosus. I thought I should put our updated guidelines in here. So they actually came out with new diagnostic guidelines in 2019, which changed the way we think about the diagnosis into more of sort of a pathway rather than the old ones. I think were from 1997, where there was 11 systems and you had to have 4 out of the 11 things, but you could have any 4 of the 11 things. So this one, you have to have a positive ANA, has to be greater than or equal to 1 to 80. It can be in the past. They kind of put that caveat. But I bring this up because there's really not a seronegative lupus. And I think in the past there was. Our testing wasn't as good several years ago, but now we have really good testing for ANAs. And so a lupus patient should probably have a pretty good ANA. The only other caveat to that, if you do have a negative ANA and someone biopsies your kidney and says you have lupus nephritis, that qualifies as lupus as well. And I think that's happened a couple of times, but not very common. And so you have to have a positive ANA to answer the rest of these questions. So if you don't have a positive ANA, you don't get to ask the rest of the questions. And so that's how I usually think about it and talk to people in the clinic about it. So if we're worried about lupus, then we go over here and we ask these. You need to have 10 or more. And so arthritis gives you 6. So arthritis plus ANA doesn't quite get you there. And you can see they're pretty specific symptoms. And so I think this is a lot more helpful than our previous criteria in sort of separating out what it is that we want to count and classify as lupus patients. Updates, you know, again, I was like, I'm not sure what the time frame is for new treatments, but I included Belimumab anyway. It came out in 2011. Doesn't feel like it's been out that long. It was the first biologic approved for lupus. It was initially IV. We now have it sub-Q. So that's been an update in the last few years. So that's a biologic medicine that inhibits BLyS, which decreases B cell activation. And so that's been effective in treating our lupus patients. Anifrolumab came out in November of 21. So another biologic that we have for patients to treat lupus. Voclosporin or loop kinase came out in 2021 as well. This one's for lupus nephritis. A little bit challenging to use it because it requires a lot of lab and blood pressure monitoring. So it does require a little bit more intensive monitoring. But this is super exciting in the world of lupus. Before Benlysta came out, we really hadn't had new treatments in many, many years. And so we're finally getting some more treatments that are coming out for lupus. Updates as far as treating it, I think, you know, we're adding biologics now and we're adding them for lupus nephritis, which is exciting for patients. Our old medicines for lupus nephritis were Cytoxan, you know, things that people did not want to take. And so we do have some more options. I think that'll change the way we treat lupus. And then in all of our diseases, this is a big, huge topic. Can I ever stop my medicines? Can I taper my medicines? Everybody's kind of trying to figure that out. And I'll tell you, we don't know the answer yet. There has been a few studies that maybe in older patients who have been on hydroxychloroquine for some time, who haven't had a lupus flare in many years, that they can safely stop their medicine. So I usually just discuss it with patients, and sometimes we try it and it goes great. Sometimes we try it and they want to go back on it, which is fine as well. So we are starting to think about, though, how do we get people off of medicine? And then hydroxychloroquine dosing, we talked about a little bit already. Non-radiographic axial SPA. I don't know if this is something everyone's familiar with or not. So we've kind of thrown this around. I feel like it's seen in rheumatology for a while. We didn't really have diagnostic criteria for how to get there, and we didn't have any treatments. And so it actually just got its ICD-10 code in the last couple of years. So now we do have treatments, and so it's something that we're really talking a lot about in our field and diagnosing more patients with. It's got a really long name. So whenever patients come in, you know, I have to quickly tell them the abbreviations we use so that you don't have to write it out every time. So we call it non-radiographic SPA, so SPA for spondyloarthropathy. So here's the classification criteria. I will tell you, this is a hard one. I pull this up probably once a month in clinic to just kind of go through it again. So basically you can either have sacroiliitis on imaging. If you have inflammation in your SI joints on imaging, it's a pretty easy diagnosis to make. You just have to have one other feature. So if you have inflammatory back pain and sacroiliitis on imaging, that gets you the diagnosis. So the imaging traditionally has been plain films. So we do SI plain films. Obviously, to have erosions on plain film is going to be a later finding. And so now they've incorporated MRIs. So now we're doing more and more SI joint MRIs to see if they see kind of an early inflammation on MRIs. The other piece is you can have a B27. So if you have an HLA B27, then you can have two features over here, and that would technically still get you the diagnosis. The reason this is challenging, you know, this is somewhat easy to follow. The problem is back pain is so ubiquitous. It's really challenging, I think, to get a great story of whether someone's back pain is truly inflammatory or whether it's degenerative. And that gets kind of harder as we get older. I think by the age of 50, at least 50% of patients have been diagnosed with degenerative back disease. And so it gets a little bit harder to sort this out. However, we are diagnosing more people with it, and we have treatments now. And so I think that's exciting. We're able to catch these patients earlier and start them on medications. And hopefully their back pain is better. So non-radiographic axial SPA. So non-radiographic is a super confusing term because it means, so you can have MRI imaging for that. So if you have AS on your SI joints, you're not non-radiographic. But if your AI joints look okay on plain film, you have inflammation on MRI, then we call it non-radiographic axial SPA. It seems like a confusing term to me. So it's more common in females. They're actually less likely to be HLA-B27 positive. Instead of the 99% we see in AS, it goes down to 60 to 70% positive. It does not necessarily progress to AS. So at one point, I think we thought this was a spectrum. We're just catching AS earlier. It doesn't seem like that's the case. There are people who just have non-radiographic axial SPA. They kind of stay there forever and they don't tend to go on and get the fusion and the things that we see with AS. And now we have treatments that have been studied just in this population that are FDA indicated for it and approved. So it's a little bit easier to make this diagnosis and treat them. And then this was my other last minute addition this morning. I thought I have to put osteoarthritis in because osteoarthritis is so common. And so we get sent patients with osteoarthritis. We're happy to see them. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of other options that you guys don't have. So things we do, anti-inflammatories, we love NSAIDs, topical NSAIDs. We actually use a lot of Cymbalta. That's FDA approved for osteoarthritis pain. I feel like we have really good luck with that. I think it helps with the pain and it helps with the, kind of depression and anxiety about having pain. And so it sort of breaks that cycle and patients tend to feel better. Joint injection. After that, there's a lot of orthopedics. Do we do arthroscopic surgeries, joint replacements, physical therapy? So I wish that we had a new drug for osteoarthritis, but I don't have anything new. There have been a few things in clinical trials, and there was one that we thought for sure was going to go to the FDA, and then turned out nobody got less knee replacements in the study. So far we haven't found anything new for osteoarthritis. So co-management of disease. I was trying to think about what would be helpful for us to talk about together. So I think we have a lot of mutual patients with rheumatologic disease. So what are some things to know about rheumatology patients? Cardiovascular disease. Our patients have an increased risk of cardiovascular disease just due to the inflammation. And so before we had our current treatments, rheumatoid arthritis patients had a lower life expectancy and they died from heart attack and stroke. Lupus patients, their life expectancy can be decreased at time, looking at different studies, and that's from heart attack and stroke. And so even though they have this other disease that we're thinking about and focusing on, these patients have a really high risk of cardiovascular disease due to the inflammation. If you treat patients with RA, they have looked at that with our newer medications and basically get them in remission, their risk of cardiovascular disease goes back to the normal population. So I do tend to remind them of that. If we can treat you, that tends to lower even your risk for cardiovascular disease. Osteoporosis tends to be more common in our patients, and we make it probably more common by using steroids. And so that's something we're always trying to stay on top of. Infection risk is higher depending on the medications, but definitely something that we talk about a lot. And I will say with the medications, sometimes your patients might not tell you they're on those medications. So if they come get an infusion, they might not put that on their medicine list because to them, it's not really a medicine. It's something I go to the doctor's office and get. And so even for us, they show up to our office and their infusion's not listed on their med list. And so that can be super challenging, I think, to make sure you know exactly what they're getting. The other thing you might not know is, are they getting steroids with their infusions? So if you say, hey, are you on any steroids? They say, oh no, I've never been on steroids. Are they getting Remicade every 6 weeks and in their order, the infusion center is giving them 125 of Solumedrol? And so I think sometimes those infusion things are a little hard to keep track of and they might not know. Liver toxicity is a big deal with several of our medications. So we're, depending on the medicines, we check liver enzymes often. Surgical planning is something we have to do for our patients, and then pregnancy planning is a big deal as well. So co-management of patients, managing the cardiovascular risk factors, we try and do some of that as well. But I also feel like the rest of their medical team is super helpful in helping us manage those. I sometimes start some statins, but I also feel like I probably don't know all the newest things that have come out on lipid management either. So anything to help us manage the cardiovascular risk factors is just greatly appreciated. Managing hyperglycemia, helpful for their disease state. And of course, sometimes we make it worse with steroids. We try not to, I promise. I didn't put on there, but what sort of goes along with that is weight management. And so we know that especially in psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis, if you are overweight or obese, our medicines don't work as well. And we have a really hard time controlling their disease. And so if we can get them in a better weight, that helps with the autoimmune process. Of course, being in an ideal weight also helps your joints feel better. Infections, we definitely try and manage these as well, but I know they also show up at urgent cares, they show up at the primary care office, they show up at ERs with infections. And so we just want to aggressively manage those, stop any immune suppressants if we can so that they get better. And then vaccinations. This was new for us in the last year. So Shingrix is actually approved down to the age of 18 for people on immune suppressive medicines. And everyone might know that. I actually missed that. It was right in the middle of COVID. And so I missed it for a couple months. And when I found out, I was really excited. Because again, shingles is really awful when it happens to you. And our medicines make them at a little bit increased risk. And so now we can get patients all the way down to age 18 vaccinated for Shingrix. Pregnancy planning, we do have several medications that are teratogenic. So we definitely want to talk to patients about planning. Biologics are actually mostly probably okay to stay on when you're thinking about pregnancy. So the monoclonals don't cross the placenta till whenever antibodies cross the placenta, the end of the second trimester. So usually we don't manage much of that in the beginning, but if someone does come in and they've found out that they're pregnant, we can discuss if it's worth continuing them or if we want to switch them. There is one TNF that came out in the last few years called Cimzia. That's actually a cool drug. They took the TNF antibody and they put a really big sugar molecule on it, so it does not cross the placenta. So that's been kind of fun that we have something we can switch you once you're in the first or second trimester. We can switch them to Cimzia, use that during pregnancy, and it doesn't cross the placenta, so the baby doesn't get any medicine. They've actually studied it in pregnancy. It was a small study, but they did do a study and showed that the babies didn't have any blood levels of the medicine. So that's a nice option we have. It's also safe for breastfeeding, but really all of our biologics are okay for breastfeeding. They do not work orally. That's why we have to give them as shots. So if the baby gets them orally, they're just dissolved in the stomach and they don't have any effect on the baby. The teratogenic meds, I will also throw in, some of our meds are really long acting. And so specifically leflunomide or Areva, I think you're supposed to stop at 2 years before you get pregnant. So it's not a small thing to plan pregnancy. So I try really hard to never give that to anyone who might have a pregnancy. But sometimes we're out of options and we do it, but it takes a really long time to get out of your system. And so we have to think about pregnancy planning way in advance. And then disease effect on pregnancy. So we know that uncontrolled disease can make pregnancy outcomes worse, specifically in lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. They have higher rates of preeclampsia and preterm birth. And so we want to control your disease before you get pregnant if possible, and then continue control during pregnancy. And fertility, there's not a lot of data that our medicines decrease fertility. There's no specific ones that we would change while people are trying to get pregnant. So we don't think that that's a huge issue. There's a little bit of data. I think there was one study at some point in the past in methotrexate in men with psoriatic arthritis that maybe there was some decreased fertility. That has not been reshown in any other studies. So generally we don't change medicines for fertility. Perioperative management, big issue for several of our patients. We do have really nice guidelines. You can Google these and pull them up, super easy. So our older medicines, methotrexate, Plaquenil, Areva, sulfasalazine, you can actually continue throughout surgery. Increased risk is very minimal for infection. Patients do better because they don't flare, and so we continue those through surgery. Steroids may need to be continued if you've been on them a long time. We actually generally don't need stress dosing. Stress dosing has been shown to probably be more harmful because you're giving them a much higher risk of infection. Biologics we do hold, and so you're going to hold it after the dosing interval. So if you take a shot every 2 weeks, you're going to take your shot, wait 2 weeks, then have your surgery. Sometimes that's a lot harder. If you're on Rituxan, we give it every 6 months. So if I give you Rituxan next week and then you come in and say, oh, I'm having an elective surgery in 2 weeks, I can't take it back. And so I'm going to try and convince you to wait 6 months to have your elective surgery. So with a few of our medicines, we have to do more planning. And then NSAIDs, not from our standpoint, but generally they hold those for bleeding risk. So rheumatology patients in general, things that we do in our world is we do routine lab monitoring. So CBC and CMP, we get on almost everyone every 3 to 4 months. So methotrexate is the most common, but those can cause liver toxicity and they can cause cytopenias. So our guidelines recommend that we check those every 3 to 4 months. I throw that in because they always say, well, someone else did my labs last week. Can you get those? So if you know they're on those meds, if you do a CMP instead of a BMP, we can prevent sticking them with another needle. We do annual lab works. We do tuberculosis and hepatitis testing annually if you're on a biologic. Most of the time we do that, but sometimes they'll go to different offices or other labs. We do not do the test anymore, the PPD test. Nobody comes back and gets it read. So it's easier to just do a quantiferon from LabCorp. Helpful lab work for us. So CRP and ESR are super helpful to assess for flares, for disease activity. So we do those often. If somebody's complaining that their disease is worsening, those are generally helpful for us to assess. Repeating an ANA, rheumatoid factor, those types of things are usually not helpful. Those do not change with treatment, so they're used for diagnosis. We don't monitor them over time. New labs, I mentioned hydroxychloroquine levels. We're kind of starting to do more and more of that just to see about absorption and patients taking their medication and making sure they're at safe levels. Actually, we have better autoimmune panels now. So just in the last 3 or 4 months, LabCorp added scleroderma and myositis panels. We used to send our myositis panels to California and it took 4 weeks. I love the OMRF lab, but it takes 8 to 12 weeks. So LabCorp has added new panels, and so that can sometimes give us earlier answers so that we can start treatments. The other thing I was going to point out, the ANAs now have this pattern that's reported, dense fine speckled pattern. It says DSF70. That's a false positive. It says somewhere like way down in the comments, it's only seen in healthy individuals. It doesn't go with lupus. So if you see DF, dense fine speckled, oh, I think I mixed it up. I'm sorry, it's DFS, not DSF. DFS, dense fine speckled, that's a false positive. But patients will get really worried about it. So hot topics in rheumatology, I just thought I would share some of the things we're talking about in the field. So axial inflammation, sort of like the non-radiographic axial SPA. So I think axial inflammation is a big topic for us right now. Again, back pain is so ubiquitous, but is some of that inflammatory? Can we make a difference with some of our new medications? And so many of our new drugs that are currently available are studying this to see if we can make progress in that area. Treat to target approaches and implementation is a big focus in our world to try and have objective outcomes so we can get patients to what we would like to call remission. And then what about drug-free remission? So can we get you in remission and then stop your medications? People are trying to do that. There have been some studies looking at it. There's a little bit of guidance. We don't have very good luck yet. In general, in the studies, usually about 20% of people can stay off meds, about 80% of people go back on. So we're not quite there yet, but we're definitely pushing that and looking at, hey, can we stop medicines? Can we increase the dosing intervals? Can we do things to deliver less medication? And then COVID-19, of course, has been a hot topic for everyone. In general, our medicines, there's been varying reports, but it doesn't seem like patients are at extremely increased risk of severe COVID with our medicines. other than Rituxan. So that's the one medicine that we use that does tend to have worse outcomes with COVID. They don't make good responses to the vaccine because we're depleting all their B cells. So that's the only one that we're still a little bit nervous about those patients in COVID. And then the JAK inhibitors are a huge topic in our field. So they're pills, which is big for us because we've had all injections for 25 or 30 years now. All of our kind of newer medicines have been injections, which sometimes is not a great option for everyone. So the JAK inhibitors have been exciting because they're pills. The oldest one is Xeljanz or tofacitinib. It has 4 indications: rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, ulcerative colitis, and then just recently ankylosing spondylitis. So that would be our first pill that's been indicated for ankylosing spondylitis. So that'll be really exciting. That was just released a few weeks ago, so I haven't used it yet. But I think that'll be a really nice option for patients who don't want to do shots. And then Rinvoq or upadacitinib has rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, ulcerative colitis. It just got atopic dermatitis. I don't treat that, but I don't think there's a lot of options for that. So I think everyone's really excited about that indication as well. Ankylosing spondylitis has been submitted to the FDA. Every week we're told it's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but it's expected to happen soon. So here's the black box warning. And I put it in here just because I'm afraid, you know, I've been talking to everyone who's on these medicines and patients might ask you about it. So what happened was Xeljanz has been out several years, I think 12 years. And so they kind of noticed it in some post-marketing studies that maybe there was more heart attacks and malignancies. So the FDA asked Xeljanz to do a focus study. So they did a study with RA patients over 50 with at least one cardiovascular risk factor. And they had to be current or past smokers. And so a really pretty high risk population. They gave them either Xeljanz or they could be on a TNF, and it wasn't just one, it could be Enbrel or Humira. So they had those two populations. It's called oral surveillance. The study ended, the numbers were very small because basically you're watching a group of people for 5-7 years to see how many people have events. So the numbers were very small, but Xeljanz did have a higher risk of those events than Humira in patients over 50 in a high risk population. So that is how it's worded. The only one studied was Xeljanz. However, the FDA came out and said, we're going to make this a class effect. And so they've now put it on all of the JAK inhibitors. The other one was malignancy. So they said there was a higher rate of malignancy, again, seen in RA patients compared to TNF in current or past smokers. So now they've actually changed our labeling, which seems weird to me because I don't feel like the FDA usually does this, but the FDA now said we can only use JAK inhibitors after a TNF. So that's actually part of the label that you cannot use it before a TNF. So it's been a little bit strange. We've had to change some patients around. So I think it made sense for us, or for me at least, to use your traditional medications, maybe use methotrexate, it doesn't work. Now I can use a JAK inhibitor, which is still a pill and has great efficacy. And then if that doesn't work, I'm gonna go to injections or infusions. Well, now we cannot do that. So we have to use an injection first and then we can go back to the JAK inhibitor. So that's where we are with JAK inhibitors. It's been a big situation in our field for the last several months since November of everyone kind of trying to decide what to do about it. But the black box warnings are there, so we've just changed the way we've done things. Then biosimilars. Biosimilars are here for a couple of our medications. So infliximab and rituximab both have biosimilars. So biosimilar is a little bit confusing. It's not a generic. It's a company makes a molecule that they have shown acts just like the original molecule in studies, in the lab studies in vitro. And so they make an antibody and they say, look, we made this, it works just like Remicade did. So then they do not have to redo all of the clinical trials. And so the thought is that they can basically have competitors in the market because doing all the clinical trials again is quite expensive. So there are several biosimilars for infliximab. Insurance has now mandated that we switch to them. I think we're a little upset about that, but I'm not sure. We're trying to kind of as a national group of rheumatologists argue against that, but I'm not sure we're having any luck. And so certain plans, I mean, I had someone this week who's been on Remicade for 7 years. His insurance January said, no, we're switching you to Inflectra, should work just as well. I called and did a peer-to-peer and they said, there is nothing you can say. We are not giving him Remicade. So he's gonna get Inflectra. Hopefully it works. Yeah, so that's a confusing point as well. I think Inflectra might be cheaper. We don't see all of that because the insurance buys it through their specialty pharmacy. So it would be great if it was cheaper for the patient, which is what everyone thought would happen, but everyone has a copay program. So for the patient, he has a copay card and is paying $5 for Remicade. So he can get a copay card and pay $5 for Inflectra. So for him, he really wanted to stay on Remicade. You know, he was like, this is an IV medicine. I don't want to change. I've been on it for 7 years. I feel great. So it is thought to be less expensive. However, that doesn't make it to the patient. And so as a patient, they're kind of like, I don't care if it's cheaper for my insurance company. It doesn't make any difference to my cost. So I don't know. It's still an evolving area as well. I mean, these are both IV, and so it's a little bit different as far as cost and things. There is supposedly an adalimumab and a etanercept biosimilar coming. We've heard adalimumab will be here next year in 23, assuming they can't find a way to extend their patent, which I'm sure they're working on. So we'll see what happens when that comes out. So those are home injectables, and so I don't know if those will actually somehow be less expensive, but again, all of the companies have copay programs. So from a patient perspective, they all tend to be covered at about the same. So we'll see what happens. So this will be a big area in our field, is biosimilars and unfortunately insurance mandates on which ones to use. So that's all I have. Hopefully you guys make it for lunch.
What are other common reasons for elevated rheumatoid factor? It's not necessarily RA.
Right. So I'm going to repeat it because the Zoom people said they had trouble with questions. So what are other common reasons for elevated rheumatoid factor besides RA? The most common is hepatitis. And so all of our patients, we check a hepatitis panel. So hep C can cause a falsely elevated rheumatoid factor. I believe multiple myeloma can cause a low positive rheumatoid factor. We don't see that one very often. And then sometimes they're high, but they don't clinically have disease. And so that's why I kind of put up the diagnostic criteria. I have patients I've seen who have a rheumatoid factor of 200 or 300 and they don't have any joints that bother them. And I've done some x-rays and their joints look okay. And I do not put them on treatment. And I just say, I don't know why it's high, but we're going to leave it alone.
Do you do any dietary type therapy? Do you do anything as far as low inflammatory meal plans and things of that nature?
Yeah, so a lot of patients ask about that. There is not a specific diet necessarily that I can kind of hand them a sheet and say, eat these things, don't eat these things, that's helpful. So I usually do a couple of things. One, there's a website called the Arthritis Foundation, which is kind of a national nonprofit. And I think they have a really great diet and exercise section. Mostly it's Mediterranean diet, low processed foods, low fats, low sugars. And so I usually talk about that. There are, I mean, you can find, I was going to buy some books once on Amazon and I looked up autoimmune diets because patients will bring them in. I mean, there's 20,000 books on autoimmune diets and people bring them in. Sometimes they're so prohibitive, I don't know what they're supposed to eat. So I generally just kind of talk about Mediterranean diet and less processed foods and really more from a healthy weight perspective. If I can do something to get you to a healthy weight, that makes your joints feel better. Yes.
From a patient perspective, and this is from a patient perspective,
yeah,
not my perspective, but she has to wean off the JAK inhibitor. She had to wean off her Humira, which was working, and that took 6 weeks, and then she had to wean on the other infusion. And so is that normal?
So the question is, do you have to wean on and off? No, we generally don't wean on and off. I mean, so you just look at kind of the dosing interval of the drug. So Humira generally lasts 10 to 14 days. So I would start, if I was going to change treatment, I would just start someone 2 weeks after their last dose on a new medication. There might be an extreme case I'm not thinking of, but generally you can just start a new treatment.
Now I'd like to introduce Maryam Shambayati, DO, is a pediatric gastroenterologist with Integris Health. She received her bachelor's degree from Southern Methodist University, master's degree from Georgetown University, and her medical degree from the University of North Texas. She completed her pediatrics residency at the University of Texas at Houston, followed by pediatric gastroenterology fellowship at the University of Oklahoma. Certified by the American Board of Pediatrics and the American Osteopathic Board of Pediatrics, Dr. Shambayati is a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the North American Society for Pediatric Gastroenterology, Hepatology, and Nutrition. Please help me welcome Dr. Shambayati.
Great, thank you all so much, both in the room and around the world, as we have here. So today we're going to be talking about what's next in pediatric inflammatory bowel disease. I have given this talk in the past, but we actually have so many new advancements that new drugs that have come out. So our educational objectives today are to distinguish between the signs, symptoms, and complications of ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, to describe diagnostic methods in practice for inflammatory bowel disease, and to identify current and further treatment and therapy options for inflammatory bowel disease. Disclosures, I am part of the AbbVie Speakers Bureau, the Pfizer Speakers Bureau, and Prometheus Labs Physician Advisory Board. And this presentation will discuss some use of medications off-label in the pediatric population. The background is inflammatory bowel disease. This is a chronic inflammatory disease of the intestinal tract. It's usually characterized by progressive damage to the gastrointestinal tract. And in pediatrics, we have additional concerns for risk of complications due to poor growth, malnutrition, bone disease, as well as psychosocial issues. And the problem is the pathogenesis is poorly identified. So people will often ask, why is this happening? And the short answer is we don't fully know, and the person who knows will get a Nobel Prize. And IBD is being identified much more frequently in the United States. So there are a few etiologic theories behind what causes IBD. So you start off with a genetic predisposition. You then have your mucosal immune system with both innate and adaptive immunity. And you add in environmental triggers like luminal bacteria and infection. So you start off with a genetic predisposition, you're exposed to a bacteria that looks a little bit too much like your own intestine, and your immune system gets confused and begins to attack your own intestine. In pediatric patients, IBD does have some similarities to adult patients. Basically, the disease and the therapies are essentially the same, but the differential diagnosis is commonly similar for patients over the age of 5 years. But the differences with adults is that in pediatrics, it's much more aggressive disease. You typically are going to see larger parts of the bowel involved. You'll also see much more complications, and potentially need for surgery is higher. There is a lack of specific pediatric data. So even though it is very aggressive disease, we don't have as much data as we do in adult disease. There's also a lack of child-appropriate formulation. So because of this, we often require the use of adult drugs off-label. And there's also unique growth and developmental problems. So how common is pediatric IBD in the United States? Well, this incidence is increasing among children. So 10% or 140,000 of the estimated 1.6 million Americans who suffer from IBD are under the age of 18. Approximately 20% of patients have another family member with inflammatory bowel disease, and families frequently share a similar pattern of disease. So for example, I have some patients who are the 6th generation to have Crohn's disease. I also have multiple mother-daughter, both having ulcerative colitis, for example. Frequently, what we see is something similar to anticipation, which is we see in some other conditions like Huntington's, where you're seeing that diagnosis is being made 10 years prior, roughly, compared to the prior generation. So there is definitely a strong genetic component, although the majority of people who have this condition do not have anyone else in the family with it. IBD, which has been detected in infants as young as 18 months, can be particularly hard to diagnose in children. And we have had a child this age diagnosed in the state of Oklahoma. The age of onset of inflammatory bowel disease, the fastest growing age group for new diagnosis of IBD is ages 14 to 24. And about 20 to 25% of IBD cases are diagnosed by 20 years of age. So you can see it's really hitting people at a critical phase of their life, right when you're crossing that threshold from a child to an adult. So it's really critical. And there are theories that sometimes the stress of that time, as long as hormonal surges, particularly androgen surge at that time, may be contributing. So the difference between Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease can occur in any part of the GI tract. We say from mouth to anus, from gum to bum, can occur anywhere. It is, as opposed to ulcerative colitis, which is only in the colon, although there can be a concomitant gastritis or duodenitis seen on initial scope. Crohn's disease is discontinuous, so the classic skip lesions, but ulcerative colitis is continuous. It starts in the rectum and works its way up. In Crohn's disease, we often see rectal sparing, so you may not have as much tenesmus. So tenesmus is that feeling of incomplete evacuation. It's that feeling that I went to the bathroom and then I come and sit down, and I gotta go again. In ulcerative colitis, however, because the rectum is involved, that's usually the symptom that drives people the most crazy, is the fact that they have this urgency. In Crohn's disease, the ileum is very commonly involved. The terminal ileum is one of the most common sites of Crohn's disease. And this is why it often mimics appendicitis, because it's still in the right lower quadrant that you have pain. In ulcerative colitis, we really don't see too much ileum involvement, although there is a phenomenon called backwash ileitis, which is basically the idea that you're having some refluxate of inflammatory cells from the cecum into the ileum. In Crohn's disease, we have a form of it that is called perianal disease. This presents with perianal fistulas. So sometimes I'll hear from patients, they'll say, oh, my doctor said my child has a hemorrhoid. Well, kids don't really get hemorrhoids. That is really very rare in children. In the years I've been doing this, I've only seen it twice of a true hemorrhoid in a child. Typically, that's gonna make me concerned for potential of a fistula. Anal fissure perhaps, but fistula, we do wanna make sure we assess for that. And that's because Crohn's disease is transmural inflammation. This is a burrowing disease that burrows to the other side, and this creates fistulas between bowel and also enterocutaneous fistula, meaning fistula between bowel and skin. So we also have a chance for abscess formation. So if you have a patient with a history of Crohn's disease and they have a CRP over 100, or really anybody who has CRP over 100, we often think this is an abscess until proven otherwise. That's the patient that you're going to want to get a stat CT scan. Granulomas are a hallmark of Crohn's disease. We do not see granulomas in ulcerative colitis. And there is a form of Crohn's disease, which is called stricturing disease. And so that is another important reason of why we do cross-sectional imaging and why we cannot rely on scope alone. And that's another thing that you might think, oh, Crohn's disease gives you diarrhea. This patient is very constipated. Well, they may actually be having obstruction secondary to their strictures. So IBD's presentation, the initial symptoms may be very non-specific, like weight loss or delayed growth. So for example, 80 to 90% of children with Crohn's disease experience weight loss. So weight loss is going to be one of your big signs. Short stature is also an important one to look at. And the correct diagnosis can be really difficult to make. The average delay in diagnosis is 3 years from the onset of symptoms in pediatrics, although overall, the average time to diagnosis for Crohn's disease is 7 years. And this can be a very insidious disease. And because it does wax and wane, people might not notice that they are having trouble. So 60 to 90% of children with Crohn's disease and 14% of children with ulcerative colitis will experience growth failure. And that's why one of our big things that we look at when we're looking at recovery from Crohn's once we initiate treatment is gaining back their weight. So other symptoms range from mild to severe and life-threatening and include any or all of the following. So if you hear the patient has persistent diarrhea, abdominal pain or cramps, We see a lot of patients come in with abdominal pain. It's a very common complaint in the clinic. If you have a non-tender exam, you're more likely to be dealing with a functional GI disorder like irritable bowel syndrome. But if you palpate the patient and you have right lower quadrant tenderness, that should be a red flag to you that this patient may need a little more workup for inflammatory bowel disease, because it will be similar to somebody with appendicitis. Rectal bleeding is definitely a red flag, intermittent fever, and don't forget inflammation of joints. So it's very common to have what we call extraintestinal manifestations of Crohn's, meaning that because of the very high inflammatory burden and your body's on fire, your joints also go on fire. So we had recently a patient that we diagnosed within the last month that had gone for a long time not detected because he really was presenting with knee pain, hip pain. And so it took a while for the primary care provider before the patient reported any abdominal pain. And that's when she called me. And we immediately brought him into the hospital, and he developed a perianal fistula and a fistula from his sigmoid colon to his cecum. So in all that time, his disease had progressed, but he had only presented with basically knee pain and joint pain. So there's also inflammation of the skin or eyes. So if you're having unusual rashes, that's something to think about. Heliotropic rash can be seen in some of our patients with Crohn's. Also, things like uveitis. So if you see uveitis on eye exam, that's another red flag. They might say, oh, well, I'm just using steroid drops for a little bit, but that can be a sign of a deeper disease and that you want to look for. Also, skin nodules and ulcers, so erythema nodosum on the legs are important to look for. That's a good sign of UC. So your initial lab evaluation, so you see this patient, they tell you, I've been having diarrhea, I've been, you look at they're not gaining much weight or they're losing weight, and they had right lower quadrant pain when you palpated. So now what do you do to start this workup? First thing you're going to do is check your labs, and the 4 labs you want to send are a CBC, a ESR-CRP, and a CMP. So your CBC, you're looking for anemia and thrombocytosis. Your ESR and CRP are going to be elevated when you have active inflammation. Keep in mind, the reason we send both and not just a CRP by itself is 25% of people cannot mount a CRP genetically. And so you might have somebody with raging disease and a 0 CRP. And it sounds bizarre because it doesn't seem like what we would expect, but it does happen. So this is why we send both things. ESR is usually also associated with kind of a prolonged process. So sometimes older inflammation compared to CRP. So you may want to see, they might be in a point where they waned, or they may have made some alterations that decreased the inflammation that day. CMP, comprehensive metabolic panel, is going to screen for liver abnormalities, but the albumin is the really important part. So if you just get a BMP, you're not going to get your albumin. And so hypoalbuminemia is highly suggestive, and that's because of the protein loss in the stool. So your 4 labs in red, very important that if you have you get those lab results, if you see a low hemoglobin, a low albumin, a high CRP, and a high ESR, ding, 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 you have inflammatory bowel disease. This is a patient who needs to be scoped. Yes, Sam?
Does it make a difference if you get an HSCRP or just regular?
Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know that the levels will look different and the scales will look different, but the fact that it's positive on whatever scale they're using is fine, because we get some that it'll say CRP is an 8, and that's considered positive on the scale, as opposed to some other things where it's like, no, it has to be 80 or 15, so, but that's important to note that HSCRP, high sensitivity CRP, and this traditional C-reactive protein, you might have a different scale. So always look at your reference value. And then you do want to definitely rule out enteric infection, because we have seen, we know in the past year in Oklahoma, we've had very big outbreaks of Salmonella Newport. We've had very big norovirus outbreaks, astrovirus, saprovirus outbreaks. And so we do want to look for any infections. I have had patients that we did they came in bloody diarrhea, they had abnormal CT, we did the scope, and then we're talking about a new diagnosis, Crohn's, and then the next day the salmonella comes back positive. And then you don't know what to do. You don't know, did they have both things? Was this all the salmonella? We don't know. So always important, if you're able to do a PCR for your stool test, like a BioFire or a BICO or PCR, any PCR study, that'll get you an answer faster than a stool culture, but still nothing wrong with the traditional stool culture. It just takes, as you know, 5 to 7 days to finalize. And always they always finalize the really critical one when it's a little late, you know. So that's important. And then you want to treat any infection like that. C. diff, of course, very classic as well. You also want to rule out celiac disease. Celiac disease is also an autoimmune condition that will also result in weight loss. In this case, it is lymphocytic infiltration of your small intestine as opposed to a neutrophilic infiltration, so a little different mechanism of action. You'd want to get a celiac panel to look at your celiac serology. And then there are labs available called IBD serology panels. These are, we say promising, not proven. So just because it's a positive IBD serology panel does not mean the patient has IBD, and vice versa. Just because it's negative doesn't mean they don't have IBD. That's looking at groups of people and what markers they had as far as exposure to certain bacteria, as well as genetic markers to see if they share some findings that are associated with people with those conditions, but it does not make the diagnosis alone. So radiology testing is really important, particularly in Crohn's disease, because this is a transmural disease. And so while you may have normal biopsies because the disease is in the walls and has not yet reached the mucosa, that can occur. It can also be that you may have disease north or in the middle of where your scope can reach. So our scopes reach to the, we can see the esophagus, stomach, and first part of small intestine, the duodenum, and we can see the whole colon and the terminal ileum, which is the very end of the small intestine, but there's a very large real estate in the middle that we cannot see. And so that is where our cross-sectional imaging is very important. So there are 3 forms of cross-sectional imaging that we can do. The first is called upper GI with small bowel follow-through. This is definitely the cheapest one. This is the most readily available, really difficult for anyone to mess up. So you can trust it anywhere you go. And there's no IVs needed. So if you have a young patient and you're worried about being able to get an IV on the patient, you don't have to worry about that. It is, however, it is the least detailed and it does have the most radiation. Second would be the CT enterography. This is much more readily available. Now, it's not the same as your regular CT abdomen pelvis. So many times you say, oh, okay, yeah, we got a normal CT abdomen pelvis, so we're good. Keep in mind that many times in emergency rooms, these are done without oral contrast. So you're only having IV contrast. And if you do have oral contrast, the protocols do not typically provide enough oral contrast to fully distend the lumen of the GI tract, because you're trying to see, are you narrow? Well, if you're already decompressed, it already looks narrow, right? You don't see it. So you need it to be fully distended so you can really appreciate any narrowing or any fistulas like you see in this picture. So over here, you can see that we've got the lumen going, and then we have an area of stenosis or narrowing. And you can see that above that, we've got pre-stenotic dilation. So you'll see a big dilated segment, just like any patient with an obstruction, and then the narrowing here. And then down here, you can see a fistula that has formed between the walls of bowel. So you need to have, if you didn't do any oral contrast, you're gonna miss this. So you've got to make sure that you have that, unless it's really bad. So the problem is, yes, you do see it sometimes if it's horrible, but for the most part, you might miss some nuance. So CT enterography, this is more detailed than an upper GI small bowel follow through, and it's because you are, not just because of the imaging, but also the protocol has a greater amount of contrast that you're drinking to cause full distension. It is definitely faster than an MRI, and it is much more readily available. An MR enterography is the best study. However, it is limited in where it can be done. Again, if you just order MRI abdomen, it's not going to be good enough. It's not going to qualify for what you need. You need to be somewhere that has a very good protocol. So for example, in the Integris system where I work, we do them all at Integris Cancer Institute because we have the best MRI machine, we have the protocol. That's the only location we can do them. So, you know, even in such a big hospital center. And so just as an example, it does require a lot of people being on board with a very good protocol to get an accurate read. There is no radiation. It does have the best image quality. It is the most expensive, like any MRI would be. And some patients who are young or maybe are not able to handle it, they may require anesthesia. So that can, because you do have to stay still, just like any MRI. So, so all of these are good screens to look for strictures. Endoscopy or colonoscopy for Crohn's disease will look like this. So you can see here, these are in the colon. You will see a patchy colitis. So you can see that there's some, like this area down here looks okay, but this area is super sick. That white that you're seeing is pus. So remember, pus are the neutrophils who sacrifice themselves for your health. And so this is a neutrophilic infiltration. So if you were to see someone with celiac disease, you would not see this because that's not a neutrophil disease. So white here, we see that. When you look over here, this is in the terminal ileum. And you can see as well the pus that has accumulated here, and this is Crohn's ileitis. The bumpy part of the colon is because in the ileum is because of the villi. This is our shag carpeting inside that absorbs all of our food. Also, our terminal ileum is where we absorb bile at the end of the digestion process, and also where we absorb our B12. So these are all things that can be affected when you have Crohn's ileitis. And then these are the aphthous ulcerations that you can see. These are small erosions or aphthae in the colon. So almost like canker sores, if you think in your mouth, but they're down here in the colon. And as we said, Crohn's disease can occur anywhere from mouth to anus. So you will see a similar presentation in Crohn's esophagitis or anything like that. You will think you're in the wrong end when you look there. It will look just like this. So now here's an endoscopy and colonoscopy on a patient with ulcerative colitis. So ulcerative colitis starts in the rectum and works its way up. That's the pattern of the disease. And so in this case, you can see a transition zone. So really sick colon, and then you get here, and this colon here is healthy. And so everything was scary, and then everything's fine. And so your goal is to try to get everything to look normal again. And this patient has pancolitis. You can see this is completely circumferential compared to our prior slide, where you had patchy disease, where it didn't all look like this, or didn't all look sick, like on this one. Here you can see, however, there's not anything healthy about this. Everything looks red and nasty. So on histopathology, colitis with granuloma is one of your signs of Crohn's disease, and the granuloma you can see here when you zoom in. And you'll also see colitis in general will have crypt branching and distortion, crypt abscesses, and will be very hypercellular. So it's not nice and pretty and uniform anymore. So we talked about other ways that we could look at the small bowel. So you've got it through imaging. And then another way is with a capsule endoscopy. So because we can't reach it with our scope, we have them swallow a pill cam. So this is a pill with a camera in it. It is actually relatively easy to swallow, but if a patient is not able to swallow, then you can place it with an upper endoscopy. I usually just drop it in the stomach. Or if I'm concerned, if I want it to go faster, I push it into the duodenum, but we just drop it in. And then you can visualize the entire small bowel. The downside is that you cannot get any biopsies with it. So you're really just getting camera images, but it can help you with figuring out what's going on. But you must, 100% must rule out intestinal stricture prior to placement. Nothing worse than you throw in a pill cam and then you see the old pill cam looking back at you in there because it got stuck. So you don't want to do that. Has happened. So you definitely want to make sure that you've ruled out an intestinal stricture so that this pill cam doesn't stay there. And this is 8 hours of footage to review. So when the patient asks, well, where's my results? I tell them I have to find 8 hours to sit down and watch all of this. So it's Netflix binging, to watch it all. So this is what Crohn's disease will look like on a capsule endoscopy. So you can see, just like how we saw on our scope, the white pus that's there. You can see this sort of granuloma formation, cobblestoning formation. We can see all of that as well when we do this. Capsule endoscopy is also a great way to see if there's any other explanations for what's going on. I've had some patients where I found hookworm, tapeworm, other explanations for why somebody is not gaining weight. So it's always very interesting what you find on a pill cam. So the treatment of pediatric IBD, we have had some change in the goals over the years. So I will lovingly call this an old school thought, meaning it's not necessarily bad. It's just we have new ways because the talk is about what's next. So we're going to talk about what we did before, and then we'll talk about what's next. So in the past, our goal was to treat so when we treated to target, the goal was clinical remission, meaning the patient feels better. And that's because we couldn't do better than that. We couldn't do better than how you feel. And so this was entirely looking at improving their growth and nutrition, so basically watching them gain weight, improving their quality of life, meaning less days missing school or work, maximizing the therapeutic response, upping your dose when you need to, minimizing toxicity. Well, you don't want to up the dose and then kill your immune system, so we're watching that, preventing disease complications, and maximizing adherence, and then promoting psychological health. So very much focused on you feeling better. That was the goal because we could not do anything beyond that based on the technology we had at the time or the treatments we had at the time. Okay, and this was called the step-up algorithm. Again, lovingly called old school because I will show you how things are looking now. So in the past, because we were limited, as you can see, we did not have much. We had, if you had mild disease, you were put on antibiotics or aminosalicylates like mesalamine, sometimes probiotics. If you had moderate disease, you were then started on steroids, such as prednisone or budesonide. And 6-MP, Imuran, or methotrexate was used on everyone at that time. In 1998, we had the first drug that was FDA approved for Crohn's disease called Remicade or infliximab. And that started the age of biologic therapy. But prior to 1998, we did not have this drug at all. And then in severe cases, you had surgery. So this is how it used to be. Because the 6-MP and Imuran could not reverse any damage, could not induce mucosal healing, which we'll talk about as our new standard, many patients, particularly young patients, as I told you, more aggressive disease, wound up having surgery. And they would have surgery multiple times because wherever you cut a patient with Crohn's and take out that sick tissue, you run the risk of new Crohn's developing where you cut, right? Because your immune system's coming in to heal that area. So then that part gets sick. And so you cut that again. And these patients would frequently not die from their Crohn's disease, but die from short bowel syndrome, TPN dependent, and then TPN related liver failure or blood clots from the TPN, from the line. So this is how things were in the past, but thankfully we are living in a new age. And we have, so let's talk about the newer drugs that had come onto the market that have helped us. So our sulfasalazine, our hydrocortisone, our methotrexate, and our 6-MP were started in the 1950s. These were oral agents. And you essentially were trying to suppress the whole immune system with these agents, immunomodulators. In 1968, we have Imuran that's developed. In 1972, prednisone is developed. Definitely game changers for a lot of people with multiple diseases of a hyperactive immune response. We then go into 1990, we have the development of osalazine or balsalazide, mesalamine, and Entecort is developed in 1997. So you have an idea of a topical steroid as opposed to a systemic steroid. So things are gradually leading to a little bit more targeted therapy. So those were all oral agents. They were not FDA approved for Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. These were drugs that were used in general to suppress immune function. So they did not have specific studies necessarily in the same way we have with our modern drugs today. But it's all we had, so that's what we did. So starting in 1998, we see the start of biologics in this condition. And the first is Remicade or infliximab, which was initially approved in Crohn's disease and UC. And it's an anti-TNF therapy. So in UC 98 was approval, Crohn's in 2005. And I believe in pediatrics, it was closer to a few years after. Usually peds is a couple years after adult. And then Humira in 2007, or adalimumab, which is a sub-Q injection. And then Cimzia, Tysabri, which is an anti-integrin. And then we see more and more cascade. You can see here, we have more and more coming on. Symphony, we were all anti-TNFs, and then we have an anti-integrin, Tivio and Stelara in 2016. And I added Xeljanz up there, but we actually have even more that have happened since then. It is not a biologic, it's a small molecule, but I will talk more about these other ones too. So now that we have all of these things in the blue and more, it led to a change, and this is what I will now call the new school. It may not seem as new because this is happening, as you can see, started in 98, but this is the shift we've made to where now our treat to target is endoscopic remission, meaning we're not only saying, do you feel better, but are you better inside? So we are going to be looking at the subjective things of the patient like before, but we're also going to be putting a camera in and seeing if you actually got better inside, or doing some imaging and seeing if you got better inside, in order to reverse the damage and make it like you never had this disease before, or very close to that. And so now in this new school of thought, we have a top-down approach. So that pyramid that we all learned in school is now upside down. And early biologic therapy is now much more encouraged, particularly in pediatrics, because the disease is very aggressive. And in many ways, the biologic therapies have a better safety profile than some of those older drugs, because you're not suppressing the entire immune system, it's much more targeted. So 6-MP, azathioprine, methotrexate are often used, if they are used at all, are used almost as adjunct therapy and less so as monotherapy. And surgery is really what you want to use as a last resort. So step one in the patient is to induce remission. This can be done with systemic corticosteroids like prednisone, IV solumedrol, or rectal steroids. You want to suppress the active inflammation. You would use this in times of flare, and they can provide immediate symptomatic relief. These patients, the next day, you check on them in the hospital, they say, my son is back, he's acting like himself, he's hungry again. You know, they're very happy with that. But we all know steroids are bad long-term, and so it is not indicated for maintenance therapy. This is to help you induce remission. One type is called Entocort or budesonide. This is has rapid hepatic clearance formulation. It's released in the terminal ileum. So you swallow the pill, it goes all the way down to your terminal ileum where it opens, and then it coats the lining. It has considerably less steroid side effects, and it is effective for ileocolonic Crohn's disease. It is not effective for UC, Crohn's colitis, or gastritis. And the role as a maintenance therapy is unclear, because there can be some steroid side effects like growth suppression, because you do have some ulcerations and the drug can seep in through the bloodstream that way. Euceris is a budesonide tablet that's designed for ulcerative colitis. So it opens, instead of in the terminal ileum, it opens in the colon and works its way down. So it travels intact through the digestive system, reaches the colon and dissolves. And once it dissolves, Euceris tablets provide a slow release of medicine in the colon. Enteral nutrition therapy improves nutrition for everyone. So this is if you're giving shakes like Ensure, Boost to patients. This is very effective therapy for pediatric Crohn's. In fact, it's the standard of care in Europe. They prefer to do 100% of the patient's calories by formula. So they will drop an NG tube and say, this is all you're getting for the next 2 months, and then we'll scope you again and see if you're better. So you can imagine in America, American children don't like that too much, but we do have some patients where we have been able to do it successfully. And this is as effective as steroids for improving symptoms, and more effective for the healing of GI inflammation. And the likely mechanism is the change in the intestinal microflora. So this is a patient that I had with, he was 8 years old. His first symptom of his Crohn's disease was that his hip hurt and he couldn't run around the baseball diamond. He came to me at 8 years old, weighing less than 50 pounds. And when I scoped him, we see that he has very significant inflammation in his stomach all throughout, and an atrophic duodenal bulb. So first part of his duodenum was very smooth. So was the second portion of the small intestine, very atrophic. So you're not seeing the villi. It looks completely flat, like you're looking at a colon. And then his colitis was very severe as well. You can see here that as soon as you go in, there is lots of ulcerations. The pus is visible. The cobblestoning is visible. And this is going throughout the entire colon. And it was quite a scary sight. And you can see the way the pus sits here, just really scary and sad. So his mother said, I present all options to my patients. And his mother said, I would like to treat, she literally said, I want to treat him like he's in Denmark, was her words. So she wanted to do total enteral nutrition therapy. And so we put down an NG tube and no steroids, just Pediatric. And he had, after 12 weeks of total enteral nutrition therapy, his stomach had completely healed up and looked completely normal. So now you can actually see the rugae. His villi grew back in the duodenum, so he could actually absorb his food. And look at this colon. I mean, it's completely, you can see the vascular formation is now normal. There's no more pus bleeding. So things are looking a lot better. So step 2 is to maintain steroid-free remission. And so one of our maintenance medications is aminosalicylates or 5-ASAs. These are derived from aspirin. These locally reduce inflammation in the bowel, and they inhibit the arachidonic metabolism. Oral and rectal preparations are available, and this is often the first line of therapy for UC. There's a role in decreasing risk of colon cancer with this, because if you have ulcerative colitis, 100% you will get colon cancer. So that's one of the reasons we want to reduce that risk. It is very well tolerated. Headaches and GI complaints are the most common, and 3 to 5% will have an allergy to the medicine, which means that they'll develop bloody diarrhea. And so you'll think they're having a flare of their UC, but actually when you stop the mesalamine, everything resolves, and that's your sign that it's an allergy. The adherence can be an issue because there's a large number of pills that need to be taken multiple times a day. So the way that mesalamines and aminosalicylates work is that they also travel through your GI tract until they reach a certain point in the colon, at which point they will then dissolve and coat the lining of the colon. So they are a topical treatment. And this is why they do not work in Crohn's disease, because as we discussed, Crohn's is a transmural disease. You're going through a wall. And so if you're just hitting it topically, you're not taking care of the problem. So as you can see, Pentasa is released right at the start of the small intestine. Azicol is another one that releases at the terminal ileum. And then the remaining release in the colon. Rwasa is an enema, so it reaches about rectosigmoid colon. And Canesa is a suppository, so that's good for proctitis because it only really reaches the colon, rectum. So probiotics, people ask about this a lot. The only probiotic with evidence in inducing remission in pediatric IBD is Visbiome. And this is approved in ulcerative colitis and also pouchitis, which is a condition that can occur after if you've had the colon removed and they've created a pouch for you, that can become inflamed. And this contains 8 strains of bacteria. I do have a couple patients we've maintained remission on this alone. They were very young. She's the youngest I diagnosed, was on her 2nd birthday. We've been able to maintain her on probiotics alone. She's now 6 years old. Immunomodulators, these suppress the immune response that triggers intestinal damage in IBD, induction and maintenance of remission, and they're steroid sparing. 6-MP and azathioprine are the thiopurines. They require daily dosing. It's an oral administration. It takes 3 to 4 months for them to reach maximum efficacy. And the reason I do not use them in my practice is not only are you suppressing the entire immune response, but also there's a very high cancer risk, 100% for melanoma, and also a very significant risk of hepatosplenic T-cell lymphoma, particularly in young males, which is an irreversible terminal illness, terminal cancer. So we tend to not want to use thiopurines in pediatrics. Methotrexate, however, does not carry that additional risk. It is once weekly dosing, can be given oral or sub-Q, but it can take a long time, 6 to 8 weeks for maximum efficacy. When it comes to biologic therapies, pro-inflammatory cytokines can contribute to inflammation in IBD, and TNF-alpha has been shown to be elevated in IBD patients. So biologics block and neutralize specific cytokines. So they're much more targeted, so you're not suppressing your whole immune system. And they're used to treat moderate to severe IBD that is often not responding to other therapy. However, as I said, we have now it's recommended in guidelines to use as first-line therapy. This can be given as an infusion with something like infliximab or the infliximab biosimilars, or as an injectable such as adalimumab. Another thing is that Remicade or infliximab, this is 75% human, but 25% does come from mouse. So you can develop antibodies to this. You can also develop antibodies to Humira or adalimumab as well, although it is 100% human. So prior to starting anti-TNF therapy, you're going to want to pre-screen for TB. Infliximab is given as an infusion over 2 hours. The loading dose is at 0, 2, and 6 weeks. Your maintenance dose is every 8 weeks. Adalimumab is an injection with maintenance dosing every 2 weeks. So infliximab is approved for pediatric UC and Crohn's, as is adalimumab. And the side effect profile is infection, malignancy, infusion reactions, serum sickness, psoriasis, and so you do want to monitor serum levels and antibodies. So now we have, so when it comes to pediatric biologics, that's all we have. But so I will now talk to you about what we have for adults, which we often use off-label in pediatrics. So the first is Entyvio or vedolizumab. Vedolizumab is an anti-integrin molecule. It's gut specific, so it prevents the cytokines from entering into the gut. And there's an infusion every 2 months, and it is approved in both UC and Crohn's, although we have better data in ulcerative colitis. So the vedolizumab binds to the alpha-4 beta-7 integrin and blocks the interaction between alpha-4 beta-7 integrin and MAdCAM1. And this is expressed only in the GI tract. So if you have somebody who has, let's say, the joint pain, arthritis that comes from inflammatory bowel disease, this might not necessarily be the best choice for them because you're not going to be covering those symptoms. But if someone solely has GI symptoms for their inflammatory bowel disease, it can be a great choice because you're not suppressing the immune system at all. You're just keeping those cells out of the gut. So, and that's what it does here on the T lymphocyte. So excessive migration can then be blocked. So it's GI focused and selectively inhibits T cell migration to inflamed GI tissue. Ustekinumab or Stelara, this is an IL-12/23 inhibitor, and this is approved in Crohn's disease, and it is also approved in ulcerative colitis as well. It is initially given as an IV infusion and then as an injection every 8 weeks. And so the IL-12, IL-23 regulatory cytokines, these are released by the antigen presenting cells, and this is then blocked by ustekinumab. And you have the affected CD4 T cell and NK cell activation differentiation. This is disrupted. So you're stopping the cytokine cascade. So essentially you're stopping TNF plus additional things. And so this is great for patients who do have other conditions besides, or who have, for example, arthritis or psoriasis associated with their disease. It's also great for patients who their disease may not necessarily be TNF mediated, and so you need to go a higher level in the cascade. Okay, and so let's talk about the new generation oral agents. These are also known as small molecules, so these are not considered biologics. And we're very excited because these can be pills as opposed to all those infusions, injections. And these are currently FDA approved in adults, not approved in pediatric inflammatory bowel disease, although some are approved for other pediatric conditions. First is tofacitinib or Xeljanz. This is a JAK-STAT inhibitor. It is a daily oral medication that is approved in ulcerative colitis. So we've got the cytokine binding to the receptor, and in comes the tofacitinib, and it deactivates the JAK-STAT. So you no longer can release everything that starts that cascade, immune cascade. Ozanimod, or Zeposia, is a newer one as well. This one is unique in that it's a sphingosine-1 phosphate receptor modulator. This is also a daily oral medication, and it is only approved in ulcerative colitis when it comes to the GI space. The S1P receptor or S1P binds. This is a signaling molecule that interacts with the receptor on the lymphocytes. And the lymphocyte migration is guided by S1P concentration gradient to the sites of inflammation. So it's sort of like the GPS that's telling these lymphocytes or telling these cells where to go. So lymphocytes migrate from a low SIP concentration in lymphoid tissue to a higher S1P concentration in the circulation and inflamed intestinal tissues, and that's how you get the ulcerative colitis to happen. So the idea is that if you reduce the migration of lymphocyte, if you reduce lymphocyte migration into the intestine, similar to, as we saw with vedolizumab, by binding to S1P receptors 1 and 5, that you hopefully will not get those cells into here. So this blocks the capacity of the lymphocytes to egress from lymphoid tissue, which reduces the number of lymphocytes in peripheral circulation. And so this way you would reduce flares of ulcerative colitis. And then our newest one, which was approved within the last month or so, is upadacitinib. It's so hard to say these names. So Rinvoq. This is also a JAK-STAT inhibitor similar to Xeljanz. However, it's specific to JAK23 or one specific JAK specific. And so this is a daily oral medication, and it is approved in ulcerative colitis. And so essentially, just like we saw on the tofacitinib, it is binding to the JAK-STAT receptor so that we do not have that cascade occurring, and therefore you don't have that inflammatory response. All right, so what's next for us? Well, we hope that we can get some of these things that we've talked about approved in pediatrics. As you see, in the time since I've given this talk, we've had 2 new drugs approved in adult ulcerative colitis, yet we still have the same only 2 drugs in pediatrics. So we're hoping that we will have more and more approved. We're hoping for more oral agents that are targeted, and there are many in the pipeline. So hopefully those will be approved in the future. And it is important to get testing that can be done at the time of diagnosis, then predict what treatment will work for each patient, as opposed to a trial and error that we sort of have now. So better targeted therapies. And then we also hope to get better data on dietary treatments, because there's definitely a role with diet, but as you can imagine, it's very difficult to commit to total enteral nutrition. And so if we can have something that could be a little bit more easy for our patients to both take medicine and adjust their diet. All right, and that's all I have. Any questions? Yes.
See sometimes on the advertisements, some of the different agents are given for rheumatological issues here.
Yes.
Will then trigger, they say, one of the ulcerative colitis, it seems like they'll tend to flare them up. Mm-hmm. Any idea the mechanism of that?
Yes, so sometimes what we can see, and we see it also with some of our drugs, for example, anti-TNF can trigger psoriasis in people. And the idea is that you're only blocking TNF, and so now you're shunting activity in the cascade towards a different cytokines, and now you're attacking here. So it's the same concept in their drugs as well. And we also see that happen to patients. I have some patients who have immunodeficiencies and get IVIG, for example, or sub-Q IG treatments, and then go on to develop ulcerative colitis every time they get an infusion, and that triggers UC. And it's the same concept that you're having these additional inflammatory agents that want to go somewhere because you have that tendency. Yeah. If that occurs, yes, we essentially treat them for ulcerative colitis. So for example, I had a patient who was born with a primary immunodeficiency. He was 13 when I first met him. And so we initially tried to treat him with adalimumab. It was not working at all. He was having hair loss. It was just very difficult. And the thing was that I had to do that because the limitations that you have to try and fail the ones approved for pediatrics before you can go to adult. So once he had failed that, then I went to vedolizumab because vedolizumab does not suppress the immune system at all. You're just keeping those cells out of the gut. And once I got him on that, he was able to have achieved complete remission. He was able to go through puberty, get a deep voice, get big and strong. And it's now like an afterthought. He just goes for his infusions and does not have any of those struggles. So we can definitely treat and still achieve endoscopic remission and histologic remission.
Pamela J. Hyde, D.O., FACOOG. She earned her Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine degree from the University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine in Bedford, Maine in 1992. She is certified in obstetrics and gynecology. Dr. Hyde will present Women's Health, Pandemic of Mental Health in Changing Times. So please help me welcome Dr. Hyde.
Thanks everyone for being here. And I thank the OOA for asking me to speak today. How many here are, this is your first live conference since COVID started? Yeah, me too. So it's really awesome to get together and to see people and their smiling faces, not having to be covered up by masking. So I've been asked by the OOA to speak, and I've always given reasons why, legitimate for me, reasons why I couldn't speak. And this year when I was asked, I just absolutely felt compelled to be able to be part of this message coming out as we all kind of emerge from this, this pandemic to what I feel reveal a greater global crisis, and that is the state of our mental health and relationship and connection. I thought this was kind of fun. Temporarily closed. How many people were afraid that this would not be temporary when we started this off? And in many ways, there was this doom of feeling like we're never going to go back to normal. And that's probably a good thing, because I really believe that COVID could be the very best thing that could have happened to our civilization, to shine the light on all of the broken foundations of the institutions that we believed were normal, but weren't. The education, criminal justice, political, medical, forced us into a situation where we had to go into hiding initially early on. And as people were in hiding, the world started to heal. We started to hear about the skyline of Beijing clearing up, the wildlife coming back. So while we were in mourning, nature in the world was actually healing, because it limited our insult to it. Bessel van der Kolk wrote a classic book called The Body Always Keeps Score. Bessel van der Kolk is from the Netherlands. He came here in 1970 to start his education graduated medical school, Harvard in 78, I believe, and started the trauma center, Center for Trauma Research at Harvard in 1982. Much of it dealing with his work with the Vietnam vets, seeing we didn't have a name for PTSD back then, but certainly the fallout of the nervous system dysregulation that occurs with stressors and trauma in our life. And I'll be talking a lot about the differences between what are stresses and what is stress, and what are traumas and what is trauma. Basically, Gabor Mate, another physician, Holocaust survivor, he was born in Budapest in Hungary, 1944, as the SS marched into Budapest. And he has a saying that says, trauma is not what happens to us, it's what happens inside of us because of what happens to us. And we'll talk about manifestations of that. So who am I and why am I up here? As I started to launch into this, I realized that much of what I'm conveying is really my story. Why did I go into medicine? Had nothing to do with me being 5 years old and wanting to save the world or wanting to make a lot of money or help people. It was really to save myself, keep myself from dying. I didn't realize until just very recently, I scored 8 out of 10 on the ACEs scores. I had a lot of childhood wounds and traumas going up. And in 1980, at the age of 19, I was faced with looking death in the face, knowing that if I continued on that path, I would surely end up dying early. I made a decision on the 4th of August to turn around and not go down that same path. And I first turned to medical doctors for help because of all of the abuse that had happened to my body and that I had subjected myself as well. My body had shut down and I had some health concerns. So I went to a hormone expert because I believed that in part, a lot of my issues were related to hormones. But I also knew that it had a lot to do with my background and my abuse. And when I walked into the doctor's office, I was not seen, I was not heard, I was looked through, I was given a diagnosis and a stamp, and I was handed a prescription for birth control pills and told to lose weight, and I was 112 pounds and 5'2". And the thing is we're still doing the same thing today. I think that his idea behind losing weight just meant to go out and exercise. So what I did was I turned around, I said, well, let's see what part of this is truth. I dove into nutritional biochemistry, exercise physiology, and food science. Worked at the USDA for 4.5 years in a food science lab, giving rats carbohydrate diets and studying their cellular response in the liver to the different carbohydrate diets. And then after 4.5 years of doing that, I decided that I didn't like working with rats. So I was challenged to go to medical school. I didn't know anything about osteopathy, but I was told about the philosophy, and it said that structure equals function. And I thought, that's something I can believe in. I knew at the cellular level that the cellular function was determined by the cellular structure. So obviously on the macro level, the same thing is true. Never met an osteopath in my life, but decided to apply, went to my interviews and said, I know the system's broken. I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. That started my 40-year journey. What had started prior to that. Always wanted to be part of something bigger than myself. In my residency, and I decided to go into OBGYN to try to help other women avoid the long, painful, arduous journey that had taken me so long to go through, and I could help them along on their journey. But joined the Air Force, and again, part of being something bigger than myself. Spent 4.5 years active duty and 20 years reserves. I'll get to later on in the talk. I better put a, there we go. I'll tell you a little bit about that journey a little bit later on. But along the way, still really understanding that it's our lifestyle, it's how we live our lives that determine our outcome. I studied anti-aging, regenerative medicine, functional medicine, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in education. And I said after 15 years of doing that, that hundreds of thousands of dollars of education and $2.25 can get me a tall brewed coffee. But I just went to Starbucks 2 days ago and realized $2.25 doesn't get you a tall brewed coffee anymore. So I'm gonna have to update that. Life has been my greatest teacher. You see a picture of my mother. I journeyed with her 17 years as she lived her life backwards with Alzheimer's dementia. I became her primary caregiver after my father passed away 8 years prior from idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Man was never sick a day in his life, got diagnosed 3 years and passed away. I was present for both of my parents passing, and a trauma that I would never change for anything. And I am so thankful I was there to see it through. But knowing that I too have a very strong genetic predisposition and all of the life stressors that put me at much higher risk for Alzheimer's dementia, it made me that much more determined to live, act, and do the things necessary in order to live, create my best life, and live optimally. And we'll get into that, how I help others do that as well. Please, if there's something to walk away with today, recognize that the problem isn't really the problem. That when somebody walks into your office, I guess especially a young girl like myself, well, when I was a young girl, with hormone issues, instead of looking through them to diagnose and give a label to an ICD, it's not 10 anymore, it's 11, I guess, code. Take a few moments to ask what's really going on. Because in my 30 years of being an OBGYN, I'd say women come to me all the time, Dr. Hyde, you have to fix my hormones. They're controlling my life and my life is a mess. I'd say absolutely, of all the multitude of hormones in your body, they do control your life. But what's more important to understand is how our entire life controls our hormones and all of the different ways that that manifests. So again, the problem isn't the problem. Is this a pointer? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. So when they come in with things that you can diagnose and get paid for, and they can carry around as a label, yeah. Oh, I guess that works too. All right, maybe not. Just remember that there are things in their lifestyle and traumas and stressors in their life that have caused the manifestation of what their health concerns are. As we all know, the medical community is at all-time burnout rate, dropout rate, the great resignation. I mean, people are leaving in droves. Nurses are saying, I'm going traveling because I can make 3 times more, 4 times more, 5 times more. And very early on, we saw that 70% of caregivers were reporting adverse health conditions related to the stressors of COVID. This is something that should really catch people's attention. Our children are killing themselves at 4 times the rate that they were prior. When young people are sad and hopeless about the future, what do they have to live for? Sad and hopeless. And overall, 45% of all high school students are sad and hopeless, have no vision for their future. Early on, we found that depression had increased by 300%. CDC put out a report last month. Worldwide, depression, anxiety has increased 25%. And this is especially highest in, where are we at here? Young people. And they're disproportionately at risk for suicide and self-harming behaviors. Younger and younger girls doing cutting, self-harm. And it also obviously has affected people with pre-existing health conditions. That fear setting in. Am I the next one? Am I the next victim? Thought this was interesting, looking at a meta-analysis of mothers with young children. It was found that the ones that had the highest risk were educated and what you would expect from a racial ethnic minority group. And in North America, that is US and Canada, as well as Europe. And of course, I'm sure that most everybody in here has seen the statistic that this year we popped up over 100,000 deaths from opiates. So when you include the self-suicide, also the deaths that have been induced from self-soothing mechanisms, if you will, through drugs, alcohol, things like this, the rate is much higher for the deaths that have occurred from the fallout from what COVID has revealed. These are problems that were always there. We're just seeing them surface to the top. And this was only 3 months after COVID and after the shutdown that we saw 40% of US adults reported struggling with mental health or substance use. That's huge. Just in 3 months' time. If you haven't heard, how many here are veterans? Awesome. Our vets are suffering from, oops, where did it go here? There we go. So this is PTSD from Vietnam. Here's PTSD from where I was serving in Operation Enduring Freedom. Enduring Freedom was the very first operation after we liberated the Afghans from the terrorists that we turned around and gave them back to 20 years later. I won't get political on anyone, but about every hour, one of our veterans commits suicide. It's double the rate what it is in the general population. In fact, I have a friend who is, I just got off the phone with her an hour ago. She was at the emergency room with she is a suicide prevention coordinator at Biloxi, the base down there in Biloxi. And yes, thank you. Yeah. And she spent all last night in the emergency room with one of her female Marines. This is me in Nicaragua. Whoops, where'd it go here? I'm hopeless. Let's try this again. There we go. So this is Nicaragua back in 1998. I was there for a relief mission for one of the hurricanes. One of the things I loved about the military was getting to do fun stuff, sleep in a tent, eat MREs, play red flag. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anybody who's been in the military, you know that that's the kind of camaraderie that you have that is ineffable. It's without words. Let's see if I can do this. Oh yeah, I keep going backwards. Let's try this. Okay, I think I got it figured out. So here's Gabor Mate. He wrote one of his classic books is When the Body Says No. So Bessel van der Kolk is The Body Always Keeps Score. Gabor, he spent his first 25 years of his career as a family practice doc in Canada. And then he had a crisis when he was in his early 50s and realized that he needed to do some work on himself and that every single person coming to him was suffering from the burden of traumas and stressors in their life. And he was tired of chasing after the symptoms. So the past 20 years, he's been a trauma-related researcher and clinician. Trauma is not what happens to you. You can have a traumatic event that blows off your arm, but that heals. The actual trauma is what is stored in our nervous system and in our body down to the cellular and atomic level. And it creates a dysregulation in the nervous system. Dysregulation is the kind of thing we see over and over and over and over again. We see dysregulation of the metabolic system. We see dysregulation of the immune system, where someone comes in and you can't say it's lupus, you can't say it's rheumatoid. It's got something to do with an inflammatory response, perhaps at the immune system, maybe that gut immune interface, that's manifesting in all sorts of crazy symptoms. It's just a dysregulation. We see dysregulation of the nervous system. It presents with insomnia, night terrors, migraine headaches, hypertension. It's really a pandemic of metabolic, physiologic dysregulation. And I thought this was kind of interesting. It's not necessarily CV19, but the dysregulation of the HPA axis, or the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, the fight or flight that we also know, and then the consequences thereof. And it doesn't have to be children and adolescents. The reason why children and adolescents are so adversely affected is because they don't have the resilience that supposedly we've been able to develop through the years. But we see them walking through the door with these types of problems. There we go. That if left unaddressed, can turn into chronic consequences, which then we can maybe give a diagnosis to and a medication to try to treat them. This is a busy slide, and the only reason I really wanted to put it up is, as an OBGYN or any other OBGYNs in the kind of understanding developmentally how the nervous system of the unborn fetus is critical in its development and its need for resilience, its need to be made stronger through hormesis, its need to have stress in order to respond. But if it doesn't make that transformation in maturation and in being made stronger, then that organism will fail. And the first transition is between 4 and 8 weeks. And that's when we see usually our first trimester miscarriages. And so it's each way along the path of development that that nervous system of the unborn fetus is challenged to try to meet the demands of the stressors. In the 1960s, we started to measure this. It's called heart rate variability. It's called putting a woman on the monitor to see how that fetus is responding to the stressors of being in utero. And so when we're evaluating the response of the fetal heart rate, we're looking at the autonomic nervous system and how resilient it is to stress. The first thing that we see in the unborn fetus that's losing its reserve is a hyperarousal of the sympathetic nervous system. And we see elevation of the heart rate and decreased variability. Of course, then we rush in and we give IV fluids and we turn on side, and then we give some oxygen to help resuscitate in utero. Ideally, most of the time that works. But if that continues and that fetus continues to lose reserve, then that parasympathetic comes in and puts a hard brake on it. So when the parasympathetic, the role of the tone of the parasympathetic nerve via the vagus nerve is to put the brake on the sympathetic drive. And so when that sympathetic, when the parasympathetic comes in and puts a hard brake on it and says it can't do this anymore, then that fetus has the potential of going into an agonal rhythm. And if you don't intervene with a scalpel to remove by a C-section, then you'll have a dead baby. That's the whole role of an obstetrician. That's the reason we exist. Keeps us in business. The other dynamic that happens under stress, 70% of your blood supply is diverted away from your gut. If a predator is chasing you, you don't want to reproduce and you don't want to eat and digest food. And so one of the things I work with all of my clients is that your relationship to your food and the environment and the people that you share it with are the most important thing about good nutrition. It doesn't matter if you're eating the most healthy food on the planet. If you're consuming it sitting in front of the TV with awful newscasts on and complaining about your day and just bitching about everybody else around you, that's not setting up the ideal environment for good nourishment of our mind, body, and spirit. And I always say that our nourishment is so much more than the food that we feed ourselves. It's the words that we feed ourselves. We inhabit the energy of the words that we fill our mind and body with. And our quality of our relationships that are around us. So as an obstetrician, I understand full well that the importance of heart rate variability. And if you go out into the world, the only people who really use heart rate variability are executives, athletes. They use this so they can get peak performance. But guess what? Each and every one of us can use it and train with it just to be able to get through our day and deal with our stressors in life and to regulate a dysregulated nervous system. I'll skip that. So I call my approach the aim higher approach. You know, I'm Air Force, so aim high is our motive, our motto rather. And so my motive is to help my patients and clients to aim higher in their life and help to regulate their nervous system. I'm calling 2022 the year of the breath. I really believe that this is the year that breath is getting its notice. It's been used by top athletes, performers in theater, acting, dancers, executives. Breath has been used for regulating a dysregulated nervous system to again, reach peak performance. Breath is the very first thing that our brain detects if there's a predator around. And if we are in a disordered breathing pattern, which over 90% of us are, shallow and rapid, usually breathing from our apex of our lungs, then our brain is constantly getting the message that there's a threat going on. Just calming ourselves down, not even calming ourselves down, just being present with self. And then taking, mentioned one of them here, the Navy SEALs are known for box breathing, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. And that's the box. There's 8 different breath work and breath training techniques that I teach my patients to go through and to figure out which one works best for you. Typically a resonance breathing, we say, is about 6 breaths per minute. So about every 10 seconds taking a breath. Most of us breathe at a rate of 18 to 22. And so for nice relaxation, for calming of the nervous system, a really good go-to is resonance breathing. I teach mindfulness meditation and heart rate variability, and this is with biofeedback. I learned biofeedback early on in my surgical training. So everybody knows now that when you're wearing glasses and you're wearing masks that don't fit you, that you fog up your glasses, right? So in surgery, if you slow that down, if you're finding yourself, your shield or your glasses getting fogged, usually means you're getting in a situation where you're a little bit anxious and breathing a little too fast and hard. So slowing down to about 3 in, 3 out is a really nice biofeedback. So just, anything, biofeedback is just anything that you're listening to your body. Hey, what's my body telling me? So teaching heart rate variability though, and biofeedback with biofeedback devices is a really good thing to do. And that's something I teach my clients. Using this, so this year, actually, I took a course called the Mental Health First Aid course. Has anybody ever heard this or has taken it before? I absolutely think everybody needs to be, it's like BLS for mental health. It's just becoming aware that everybody we encounter may have some mental health manifestations going on. And that their outbursts of anger, fear, or anxiety isn't about them as a flawed individual or anything. It's that fear coming out of what the underlying, what's feeding that mental health issue. So this is a technique that I use as a template for a checklist, for a planning, for taking charge of your life in all of these areas. You know, it feels really good to just get on, order stuff from Amazon. Man, it's like free, right? You know, no, it's not free. And these packages show up. I guess this is a real thing. It's called package relief or something. Anybody ever heard of this? It's like when you get these packages and the anticipatory joy and the increased dopamine hit that we get from receiving these packages from Amazon, but it puts people into a lot of financial burden. And so like really taking a look at, you know, what you're spending money on and getting those finances under control is a really good thing. How are you connected with community, with your occupation? So you kind of get the idea of just taking a survey of yourself and having this as a tool that people can use to guide themselves with on a daily basis. So I have a whole retraining program that I do, and it's basically teaching resilience. You know, that's another buzzword that's so important these days. It's about resilience of everything in life, right? How we respond to stressors. And this is a really important thing. Ideally, you want to co-regulate with another human, but we have found that that's why these animals, these comfort animals are so important. You know, people are like, hey, what's going on here? Everybody has a comfort animal. And that's because they don't have healthy relationships in their life. And animals are more reliable to give you a healthy relationship, and you can actually co-regulate with them. So that's a really important thing to encourage. If they don't have healthy relationships, go out and get yourself another mammal. I have a good friend. She's blind. She is a Nigerian dwarf dairy goat farmer. And I know it's crazy, right? And I've helped her birth some of her, the kids that have come into the world. Right now she has 8 goats, kids that she's bottle feeding 2 to 3 times a day, and 5 mamas that she's milking twice a day. And she does this all blind. It just blows me away. I mean, but she's got it down, but she's just so in tune with these animals that goats really are great therapy animals. And when you lose one of your senses, I mean, I really have seen firsthand because I just lived with her for about 10 days recently. And that you just develop this other 6th sense about you that to make up for that loss of the sense that you have had. It's important to supplement when necessary. There are certain forms of magnesium that are better for brain health. Vitamin D, of course, we all know about vitamin D, and especially with COVID, right? And probiotics, you know, as mentioned by the last lecturer, is so important for our gut-brain health. And in that development, the brain and the gut are all one organ at 4.5 weeks. And the brain and the body are always connected by the vagus nerve. And 80% of the vagus nerve is to respect and to understand what's happening in the body and send those messages back to the brain. The gut is the largest endocrine organ, as well as producing 95% of our serotonin, 50% of our dopamine. So very, very important for our brain health. So probiotics, there's actually a field of probiotic understanding. There's psychobiotics that we know there are certain strains of probiotics that actually help to produce the neurotransmitters and the hormones that are beneficial for brain functioning. I believe that there's really awesome work being done that has been resurrected because of first responders' needs for PTSD and military needs for treatment for PTSD where there are no good treatments. And that MDMA and psilocybin are likely going to be FDA approved for therapeutic use, either we are hoping early of 2023, but it's looking like probably going to be third or fourth quarter next year. Martin Luther King said, "Our lives begin to die, or begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." I think also you can say that we begin to live when we begin to speak out about things that do matter, things of the heart. This is Malala. She is the youngest Nobel Prize winner. At the age of 17, she won the Nobel Peace Prize. When she was 12 years old, she's Pakistani, and she started to blog and speak out against the oppression of girls, women in her culture. And when she was 15 years old, a Taliban group in Pakistan, and actually that's kind of what fuels the invasion of Afghanistan, is through Pakistan, came onto a bus, found her, took a gun, shot her through the left orbit, exited out her neck and hit her shoulder. And it didn't stop her. She went on to write a book, speak out more strongly, and she gives all of her credit to her father, not because he helped her, but because he didn't stop her. He allowed her to continue to speak out about things that matter, and it opened up the world's eyes to what's happening to young women and women in these countries that are being oppressed. Again, I went to medical school saying I was going to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. I had the amazing opportunity to spend time in northern Afghanistan back in 2000, when the Taliban were controlling about 70 to 80% of the country and knocking on the door of the state, the district that I was stationed at. This is a girls' school there. One of the most impressive cases that we had was this young woman. She came to us 2 weeks prior to this, and her entire eye was black and edematous. She had been out in the fields collecting some food, some vegetables to feed her family. She has a 4-month-old right there. And she came down with this. And when we saw her, it was like, here's some Cipro, 500 milligrams BID, take this for 2 weeks, come back. And we were like, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. But when she came back, that Ashar was reduced by probably 70%, and you can see the healing ridge starting to occur there. Does anybody have any idea what this is? It's anthrax. Cutaneous anthrax. And had she not appeared when she did, it is likely that she would have died. It would have taken out her eye and gone to her brain. We don't know what the long-term effects were of that, but she most certainly survived this incident. Her 4-month-old, though, what did happen, she was so compromised from the trauma of being sick in this way and so malnourished. I mean, I can't even tell you this. What we saw with the women and children was such severe malnourishment and trauma. that they were just a setup for any sort. Tuberculosis was rampant, the children with measles. But her milk dried up. So one of the missions that we had there was teaching people how to make clean formula for their babies when this would happen. And many women could not produce adequate breast milk because of their severe malnutrition. Well, this is an area of Afghanistan where there's no running water, and the only way to get healthy water is through the wells that were being built. And there was such a superstition that the evil spirits lived in the well. So instead of getting the clean waters from the well, they would go to the Jewy, and the Jewy is the runoff from the irrigation to make their formula with. So that was a huge barrier to try to educate them. This is an example of how trauma, lifelong trauma, trauma that's generational, that gets passed down, can affect the next generation and affect your quality of life and what's happening physiologically and mentally. In 2003, I got to go back to Afghanistan under Operation Enduring Freedom. And I was the very first cohort to go over with Health and Human Services, and the job was to help repair and restore women's health care there. One of the things I learned after that was to never be the first to go over for anything. When COVID started here, the areas that were hardest hit were the areas I had done my training in: New York, New Jersey, and Detroit. And what I saw happening are my colleagues and who were doing the best that they could. They were doing the best that they could with what they saw and what they knew was supposed to work, but it didn't fit, right? It wasn't working the way we thought it would. And people were dying, and they shouldn't have. And what I found when I was in Afghanistan, I was doing the best that I could, but limited resources and lack of care, and people showing up with such severe preeclampsia, it just blew anything out of the water that I'd ever seen in my entire life. And I had 7 women die on me. That's not something that's supposed to happen. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I went into a deep mourning for 2 months when COVID first happened and all of this was going down. When I realized I was reliving so much of my experience where all these women died and I couldn't help them. This is me teaching the residents and the midwives how to do a 4th degree repair. So many of these women deliver at home and they never have repairs done. And so they end up getting fistulas and incontinence. And then that ostracizes them from the family. And they're oftentimes put out of the family, or their spouses take second wives. And when they take a second wife, then their first wife and their children virtually become servants to the new wife and the new family. So just teaching them how to do an appropriate repair is a really, really important thing. And then something I never expected. August 2021. The country falls in 10 days. And my heart was just exploding in 1,000 pieces. What do we do about this? I got a phone call reaching out and saying, Dr. Hyde, would you like to help us set up women's health services for our Afghan guests? Operation Allies Welcome. I'll tell you a little bit about what happened in 2021 for me. I dissolved a business, 3,500 square foot bricks and mortar multi-service business that I put millions of dollars into. Exactly 1 year ago, this month in May. And the same month, I got a divorce. And then I packed my Mini Cooper and drove to Denver, Colorado. And left behind my 20-year home and my legacy of delivering. I was in Altus, Oklahoma. I went there for 3 years, saying I'd stay for 3, and I was there 20 because they weave their way into the fabric of my soul. And say I was so blessed to have the opportunity to deliver an entire generation of Althusians into the world. But COVID happened, and 2021 happened, and change happened. Change is hard, but change is necessary sometimes. And it put me into Denver, Colorado, which I never would have gone to. I started working for a startup company, and I was completely miserable, but they paid for everything for me to go out there. I wasn't working as a physician, I was working as a nutritional scientist. And August happened. And when I got that phone call, they said, this is a deployment and we want you there in 3 days. And I said, can you give me that in writing? And I handed it to my employer, who said, okay, I think this is a better place for you. And let me off. I didn't have to pay any money back. And I went down to help be part of Operation Allies Welcome. And I can't even tell you the incredible blessing. I knew it was going to be, I would benefit more than what I could help them with. But the healing that occurred and has occurred and continues to occur from what I experienced by helping to give medical services on US soil to these women who have suffered a lifetime of trauma. And every single woman sitting in front of me had hopes and dreams of building her best life, what I call over the rainbow, where she has the freedom to dream big and dreams come true. And it was through my linguist, Shaquila, that she was able to work with me. Shaquila is a very skilled woman. I can't even begin to tell you all the things that she is involved in. She's been, she came over at the age of 12 in the 1970s. And Shaquila is also a women's and human rights activist. And in the end of March this year, she was in the Washington, D.C. area where she was organizing a protest and met up with one of our clients. I'll call her Bibi. Bibi came to me after 2 months of being completely silent because there was nobody on camp that spoke her dialect of Pashto. And she came here with the hopes of being accompanied by her 6 children and her husband. They showed up on the 26th of August, 2021 to the Kabul airport when the explosion happened. Unbeknownst to her, she was the only one that made it onto the plane, and it was the first time she'd ever been alone in her life at age 42. She came to me with just about every single symptom of acute and chronic trauma in her life, migraine headaches, gastrointestinal, irritable bowel, diarrhea, constipation, nausea, vomiting, aches and pains, night terrors, insomnia. Her way of dealing and manifesting her children and her husband here was to do daily fasting and prayer from sunrise to sunset. And she showed up 2 months later telling us about this story. And the only reason was because my linguist actually spoke her dialect of Pashto. But it was through that she was able to finally get her a pro bono lawyer to take up her case to help her get her family over to the US. And what happened, our initial effort for helping our Afghan guests get resettled over the rainbow here was supposed to be an 18 to 24-month project. But because of forces that are outside of our control, this has been pushed out onto the community much more quickly with limited resources, with caseworkers that are making $15 to $16 an hour and trying to handle 50 to 100 families at a time. And they cannot manage all of the special needs that they have. So May is Mental Health Awareness Month, you guys. Let's take a look at ourselves first, and always presenting with the opportunities. I say every appointment, every encounter is a divine opportunity. We just need to see the divine in that and how we can give back and help. If you look around in your communities, you will likely find some of these refugees living nearby that may be able to benefit from your assistance. The International Rescue Committee, IRC, or commission, I think it is potentially one resource that you can reach out to. But just be aware, and we're probably going to be having Ukrainian guests come, I have no idea. But just be aware that there are people still coming here who are dreaming big, having the freedom to dream big, to be able to create their best life over the rainbow. And first and foremost, it's up to all of us to come together to be the solution and to be the change that we want to see in the world around us. Any questions? We don't know. That just happened a month ago. And I was actually, as I was standing in the back there, I was in touch with Shaquila. She was giving me some updates on what it is she's involved with. She's actually working with 500 women in the Houston area right now. Great, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Stephanie Aldret, that I'm the co-chair for Family Medicine, Osteopathic Manipulation, and Sports Medicine, the VCOM Louisiana campus, that I'm doing a re-recording of the Let Them Play lecture that I did at the Oklahoma Osteopathic Association annual convention this past April, that there were sound issues. And so we're just gonna re-record it. I'll have different tangents this time, I'm sure. I don't have the audience participation this go around, so I won't have the same questions being sent to me, but I've also had some other articles that I've read too, and different commentaries and everything from scientific individuals of, exercise physiologists and other things, that I feel like it really kind of deepened this conversation and really ended up making it better. So we'll just kind of flow on with it. Then I will say that a lot of this is my opinion, that there's much of it that can be based in science because we've already seen it, that there's articles from the positives and the benefits of sports all over the place. I could pull those at any point, but we all know that to be true and to be fact, either from our own personal experiences, but also from what we've read before as well. So we'll just kind of dive in. So here's our objectives. We'll talk about sport, physical activity, socialization, and the physiological benefits, so all the positive things of it. We'll recognize some special populations in sport, and then we'll look at some current trends in sport as well. So is sport worth it? So see if we can get this video to roll. This is one of my trampoline and tumbling athletes. This was from Facebook. From our world competition in Baku, Azerbaijan, back over Thanksgiving in 2021, that Micah has autism. He is autistic. That trampoline and tumbling has been his outlet. That he's been socializing, he's been engaging with not only his teammates, but his coaches, that he's traveled the world with this too. And you can just see how great he is and affectionate and everything. And that this kid, he competed in 4 different competitions during that our world age group championship. And he had a terrible day on trampoline a couple days before that. Then he was in synchro and he was in the individual trampoline, and he just had a terrible time. Bad enough that after his performance, that after his competition, he put a towel over his head and he totally secluded into a corner and would not talk to anybody. That the coaches came over to try, that his dad was back at the hotel because Mike is only 13, and that and parents weren't allowed within the venues, that we couldn't have any spectators in the venues at all or anything. And so Micah just really kind of receded into himself at that point. And so it took a lot of training again back into tumbling, into double mini, which that was the event that you just saw him competing with. And in order to pull him out of that shell again. And he was so confident and going into that run that you just saw, that he told that coach that I'm going to hit this and I'm going to need you to show so much excitement so that way I'll feed off your excitement and just get so happy and so excited. And that's what happened. And that coach was the right coach at the right moment, right time for that athlete, for that kid. And to see all the different things that he's overcome and how much he engages and everything too, that you can see some elements of him being on the spectrum and everything through his celebration and stuff, but so engaging, so outgoing, so much eye contact, everything that you saw just from that positive sport. So is sport worth it? 100% yes. I mean, I can't watch that video and not be so excited for just all that sport is about. He's getting physical activity, he's getting socialization, and you can totally see the psychological benefits that are there too, that'll pull that kid out of his shell too. So we see that over and over again, that physical activity, recess, within school, within elementary ages, getting kids moving, that some physical activity is great, too much. We see those that burnout, and we see those overuse injuries. So some of that physical activity, absolutely. Do kids need to specialize? the way that that we see that they do in baseball or softball or soccer and everything. No, that's one of the benefits of Micah there, working across all 4 disciplines with trampoline, tumbling, double mini, and then the synchronization for the teamwork aspect of stuff too, is that he cross trains within that sport of trampoline and tumbling, that he may have other outlets too that he ends up doing, but this is the one that I actually have video to go along with it. So we see that there's increase in confidence and even self-worth and everything that we can see in kids and even adults as they begin competing again, as they end up working within sport and being physically active. And so we see that feedback with the socialization and the psychological benefits too. Even though I love to see that, we don't have to watch that again. Here's another video. Is still worth it. This is our sled hockey team. You can't do that. In Beijing, that at one of their practices, they decided to play human curling. So he said he was wiggling and everything. I think that he was looking at it like somebody was brushing and everything if it was in the able-bodied curling. But that was just something that this team was doing to lighten their lighten the pressure and everything and support the wheelchair curling team. That now, of course, sled hockey went on to win gold in Beijing, and wheelchair curling did not earn a medal, but they did better than what they did in Pyeongchang. That whenever it was the big match for the wheelchair curling team, that the sled hockey team had shown up to the arena to cheer them on, wearing their Ralph Lauren puffer vests and fuzzy hats and everything without any shirts on underneath and everything to cheer them on. And then whenever it came down to sled hockey's big match, wheelchair curling came out to do the same. Now there's definitely a difference in the way that the athletes for the different sports end up looking. And so it was great to see that. And here we've got another, oh no, that's still him wiggling. But the next slide too ends up showing where another stone was thrown. How he pushed him out of the center. So the socialization and the camaraderie between the different sports too, that yes, I think that sport is worth it. Physical activity, socialization, and then the psychological benefits. Now, if we start looking at special populations in sport, that we start to look at the difference between equality and equity, that we start to see that there are divisions of sports so that way all can play. That we've got the Special Olympians, that our Special Olympians are usually the ones with developmental and mental delays, where accommodations need to be made based on those unique characteristics of those athletes. But again, for all the same benefits that we've seen, where it's important that Special Olympians have a space for sport and to compete. Paralympians as well. Now, Paralympians are the ones that end up having physical modifications, that they're the adaptive athletes. Mentally, they are intact, that there's not necessarily the developmental delays or anything along that standpoint, that it's something physical, whether they end up having congenital limb malformations or traumatic limb amputations, spinal cord injuries, traumatic brain injuries, cerebral palsy, and various effects too. But that our Paralympians have various classifications that go along with their level of impairment too, to show equal competition across all. As we move forward through it, I'll show you where they have ended up trying to level the playing field depending upon classification too for various sports. our Olympians that we know them very well, that those are where we end up seeing peak human performance. And we see them as, you know, kind of the gold standard and the super warriors and stuff too, from a sports standpoint. And then our senior Olympians, that a matter of that they're able-bodied, they're just have aged out. And that's something that once you've been a competitor, you're always a competitor, and that you want to try to find another way for competition. And so that age ends up being that. So we see here from equality versus equity that from an equality standpoint, everybody's being treated equally because they've all been given the same amount. But whenever it comes down to true equity, you have to meet the person where they are, that you have to end up building up to where they can all end up being able to be at the same level. And then whenever you take out the barriers, this is systemic barriers and everything that are removed, everybody can see equally and can end up enjoying at the same pace without any other special accommodations to go along with it. So our equality versus equity, that yes, everybody may be given the same treatment and everything, but that treatment may not be fair depending upon where they are to meet them. And so I like this graphical representation of that too, as we're looking across our various populations. Now, here's another representation of equality versus equity, especially whenever it comes down to sport and physical activity. That yes, in the first one, everybody's been given a bike, but because of where everybody is, not everybody can use the bike or even be able to succeed in using it and be on the same level playing field or be able to get to the same place that they need to be. So this is where modifications, adaptations are made within the sport element and everything. So that way everybody can play, everybody can be there. So here, this is one of the representations of the staggered start times and everything that we see within classifications. This is from the Beijing Paralympics. This is the Nordic track. Now, with this video that's here, that this is the visually impaired men's group. And so in the yellow pennies, the yellow vests, that those are the guides, and then behind them are the athletes for the various countries. Now here, there's not a time difference, that it's just a staggered start for them. But whenever it comes down to the sitting or the standing that are not visually impaired in those classifications, that if we had in the sitting, that we have a congenital limb malformation versus a spinal cord injury, that the spinal cord injury will be giving extra time, will be given a head start in order to make up for the lack of core control that they may have versus the congenital limb malformation. Now, both do not have use of part of their lower extremities. It is for different reasons, that there's been different muscle development and control over time because of those differences too. And so that's where there ends up being a time difference that ends up being allowed to level the playing field for sport amongst those classifications. Now, in Beijing, that even in Pyeongchang and everything with South Korea, that there were questions about the classifications and how bad some adaptations and disabilities were classified for host countries and for the Asian countries. That in that our athletes, our U.S. athletes, had issues with how the Chinese athletes were classified, because all of a sudden the Chinese had not had much of a Paralympic program or force, and now all of a sudden they're hosting the Paralympics, and they've got all these Chinese athletes, that they've got this huge Paralympic team, and there were questions on them being misclassified and given an unfair advantage. That the women sitting Nordic track was one where that really came about, and you can Google all of those and be able to see those performances and how various start times could lead to the change could alter the medals and everything at the end of the events. So here, this video to show you the staggered start, the guides in the yellow, the athletes behind. And then here we have one more group This is US and Canada, US in the far lanes, as they are letting those clear the field a little bit more so these guys can end up coming along and not getting bound up so much at the turns. So,
go Jake!
Excellent athlete. That will. Now we look at some current trends in sport, and all of this builds, excuse me, all of this builds as we move across these current trends. So I've already talked about the classifications in the Winter Paralympics, that our athletes are very excited to not have Asia-based games anymore in the coming years and everything, hoping that the classification may end up being a bit more fair. Now, these again are my own opinions with this. That name, image, and likeness, that this is the big buzz in collegiate sports now, because now NCAA athletes can not only have scholarships, but they can also be paid, and they can have a stipend from their university, pay them to come there, but then they can also end up signing for deals to where they are paid for their name, image, and likeness. Now, we've seen that this ends up being a problem in, well, Miami is one in particular, where there's a high school senior that had committed to go to University of Miami, but now his $800,000 deal for name, image, and likeness is not enough for him, and he's trying to negotiate up. So not only is he getting a education from the University of Miami, or at least the opportunity for it, that playing, he's going to end up getting paid to play. Now, as a team physician for college, for a university, I see that this ends up moving us from all the things that were great with the amateur athletes from the college setting and automatically pushing us into the pros. I've never been one that I've wanted to work professional sports, that I like the whole fact that an athlete can still play the game for the love of the sport. I see that whenever it comes down to the Pop Warner, the elementary school age, the club, junior high, high school sports and everything, that even from a college standpoint in minor leagues, that we've got people that just continue to love the sport and that will continue to play because it's the love of the game. Once it becomes a job, that's something different. So from the professional standpoint, that even though they will have different disability clauses or disability insurance and other sorts of policies that can help them continue to have a paycheck, even if they don't play. But for the most part, athletes, professional athletes are paid per game. That we see these giant contracts and everything, but if they don't have a guarantee, then if they don't play in a game, if they don't dress out for a game, they don't get to end up being paid. That if an athlete has sponsors, if that sponsor is not able to highlight that they have been there, then they don't get paid by that sponsor, or they may be found in breach of contract. That was an element that I ended up finding out from our Paralympians and even our Olympians, that with their sponsorships, like our triathletes or our distance athletes from marathons and everything, that they had to end up hitting after the Tokyo Games for the marathon, that they had to end up hitting Boston and New York and Chicago, even though I believe New York and Chicago were in the same weekend or back-to-back weekends, that they had to place in those races in order to meet that contractual obligation with their sponsor in order to be paid. Now, if they had come out of the games with an injury and unable to safely compete in those, it becomes the question at that point, is the contract, are they in breach of contract because of an injury that doesn't allow them to compete? And some were afraid that that was the case. That I almost had a tennis athlete end up pulling from the Paralympic Games in Tokyo because he had a contractual obligation to be at the US Open weeks later. If it was where he was exposed to COVID, he had to quarantine, or he was injured and could not compete in the US Open, he would have been in breach of contract and he would have lost money for that. Even though we think of the games as being the ultimate competition, That's not the case whenever you're looking at somebody that's being paid for name, image, and likeness, and they have sponsorship deals. So that's the professional realm. Now we bring that to the college realm. I've always seen that from the college concussions, from other sorts of injuries and everything, that no, we're going to follow the guidelines and everything, because college sport may be the end for you and you still have to be a productive member of society. Well, now if they've ended up selling their health essentially for a stipend that's only going to last them through that contractual year, can we have the same discussions? Or is it something where now they have more of a say from a waiver standpoint to where they can end up killing their careers and the life in front of them and everything for that paycheck from a name, image, and likeness standpoint? There's no caps right now at this point to the name, image, and likeness amounts that people can end up getting. Now, I do not function in a Power 5 school, in an autonomous 5 school, that we are part of the Sun Belt. So this further widens the gap in communication, not in communication, but in competition and everything too, that whenever the Alabamas and Oklahomas, Oklahoma States, the Miamis, the Floridas are able to give money and allow contracts from a name, image, and likeness standpoint, that there's no way that we can end up getting those kids where we are and everything too. Now, I mean, you'd probably say that there's no way we'd end up getting those kids anyway, which I would not disagree with you, but that's besides that. So now the last little element and everything of current trends in sports ends up being the transgender athletes. And that really ends up being a big hot topic and a lot of division. Now, for this, if we start trying to think about our transgender athletes too, and throwing the religion to the side, okay, that there were a lot of comments after the first time that I ended up doing this, that it's a matter of that opinions are deep-seated from a religious standpoint and everything too, that if we put that to the side and we look from the science standpoint, that we look at XXXY. And so we know that from the XY within the womb, that there is an element of testosterone within the XY that's already helping from the womb for muscle and bone development, that the lack of the Y, the lack of the testosterone in the XX baby is that baby never gets even at that early stage. Now, baby's born, that there is an element of testosterone that's there, but through those toddler years, through those elementary school years, prior to any pubertal changes or the surge of hormones from puberty, then everybody's pretty much on the same level playing field there. Then we should not have to have the difference between girls and boys sports at that point, that you just let them all play together at the same time. Now, whenever we end up, I apologize if there's any bad sounds or anything coming from me. I am recording this after coming off of COVID positive and everything. I believe that I got it the Monday after the annual convention, as I was doing physicals for my university athletes. So I don't believe that I got it in Oklahoma or shared it in Oklahoma, but I got it as soon as I got back home and started working with my own patient population again. So I apologize for any sounds or coughs or anything else to go along with it. Here, going back to our transgender athletes, that once we start getting into puberty, once they start having the differentiation further from a sex hormone standpoint from that sex chromosome, that's whenever we start to see that further development there. Now, some of the thought is that boys after that point end up, because we end up at that point switching them into girls and boys sports, that some of that's to prep them for high school. Some of it is to protect various populations and everything too, that thinking that the bigger, stronger boys and everything as they develop may end up injuring the girls. But we don't ever really look at that that difference in the boys as they develop too, that will still keep the one that hasn't hit puberty, even though they're the same age, in the same competition with the one that has become a man-child and everything too. But that's part of that differentiation that we end up seeing there. That as the girls go in and compete against girls, that we already know that level of competition isn't always equal too. That if you have a girl that trains alongside of the boys and everything in lacrosse is a big one, that there's more boys teams than girls teams, especially in my region, in Louisiana, and that we'll even see that in Texas and everything too, that girls lacrosse hasn't necessarily taken off at the same rate. That those girls that end up playing with the boys, that they come out being stronger, tougher, faster and everything, because they've had to, because of the level of competition that they've come up against. And so those are some of the other things that we need to look at whenever we're looking across differences in boys and girls, not only XX, XY, the testosterone exposure, but then also the level of competition that they train with. Now, this whole identity, gender bread or gender unicorn, where we talk about gender identity, gender expression, sex assigned at birth, physically attracted to and emotionally attracted to, that this whole aspect of transgender athletes has nothing to do with that physically attracted or emotionally attracted. It really has more to do with the gender identity expression and the sex assigned at birth. That we hold on to the sex assigned at birth. And that's where we look from the science standpoint here. But there's a lot of different factors going on that it used to be simpler for us growing up. And I'm just saying for us because that it's simpler if you fit into that gender identity expression and sex assigned at birth ends up matching. But for the people throughout time that haven't ended up having, that it hasn't matched, that it hasn't ever felt right to them, that they felt like they've been born in the wrong body or other sorts of things and everything, that there's always been that confusion for them because everything's been mainstream, that identity expression and sex assigned at birth are supposed to match. Now, again, remember, we're taking religion out of this. We're taking that out of it, and we're trying to separate this and everything as we look at people that have tried to identify and put names to why they don't feel right, why they can't end up feeling like they belong with the groups that they're supposed to belong to. That this is where we start seeing this transition and everything, where people feeling as though they're hurting because they don't know who they are, that they don't match their surroundings and the environment and the people that are around them. The people that are around them do not understand them and everything too, and continue to go against what they end up feeling in there, and won't have those open discussions with them for any sort of connection and helping them to try to figure out what it is that that they're going through with it. So these are people where sport can end up being helpful for them, because you can have a place on a team, you can feel like you're a part of that team, and it doesn't really, that there's different aspects of you that can be celebrated because that's worthwhile on that sport. So this is something where they need those psychological benefits of sport. They need that socialization. Now, there's a lot that they still end up suppressing through that and becoming only looking at the sport as a whole, and that's it. But needing those, and not physical activity as well, because physical activity is the way that a lot of people will end up sorting through what's going on in their head and even managing their stress. And so this population, as they need all of those things to go along with it. Now, how do we end up making that fair and safe for those that they compete against? So we've ended up seeing that a lot of that, we see that individual sports, so swimming, diving, weightlifting, track and field, that those are going to be areas where there's more of that transgender debate with it from trans females being able to compete with cis females. Nobody seems to care about the trans men coming in to compete with cis men, even though they are all on testosterone supplementation and everything at the point that that they are a trans male as well. Everybody's worried about the trans females too, and the unfair advantage it has against cis females. Now, through all of this is this discussion. It's meant to be discussion. And again, these are my thoughts, that I'm not discounting the feelings and what these cis females end up gaining from sport and everything. I'm not minimizing them. I'm not at all. That as a cis female, that and as females as a whole, that we're having troubles, you know, equal pay, leadership positions not being passed over from that standpoint. The times are getting better, but it's not to where we are considered equals in all elements with our male counterparts, as is from even the cis standpoint. Now we start bringing in cis and trans, and all I can think is our chemistry back in those days, and thinking I wasn't ever going to need that again from organic chemistry. But here it is in this day and age, that needing to remember cis and trans and working with that. So where we see that we still end up seeing the separation from trans females and cis females in sports, in team sports, where there's a large physical component of it. That we're having somebody with that much muscle mass can end up being harmful to somebody with less. So whether it's soccer or rugby, that we end up seeing those divisions to be there. But for the individual sports where there's no collision component, that's where it's kind of come along a little bit more. So there are different elements from current research studies that's happening. And this was what came out of AMSSM and AOASM in this March timeline, March and April timeline of conferences, and why I decided to end up trying to fall on this, to have the discussion. That that some of the studies that are happening across the trans women and individual sports, that the trajectories that they have whenever they were competing as males and training as males, that they have a significant loss of not only their speed, but their strength and power and everything as they end up making the transition. Now, the transition to be a trans woman, that the hormones are still monitored, that from the collegiate and elite level, that a trans woman cannot compete if they have not finished their transition and maintain hormone levels within a female range for a set amount of time. Now, I've seen that being a year, I've seen that being 18 months, I've seen that being 36 months. So it is really something of a sacrifice for them from the sports standpoint, as they are making that, because they have to put their training not necessarily on hold, but it ends up being that they can't compete for that amount of time in there for it. Now, they can still be physically active, they can still end up training, because that's going to be part of their mental health standpoint as they're making that transition. But just so you know, it's not something that they end up doing lightly. At the point that they have ended up making the full transition and everything, they never recover to the same trajectory that they did as or that they would have been on as a continued cis male. So that they make a sacrifice in their sport by becoming a trans female there. Now, at the point of which they end up doing that transition ends up being where they can end up having the mechanical advantage, the physiological advantage. Because if that transition ends up occurring after puberty has ended up almost completing and everything, they've had that full exposure to testosterone over that full pubertal cycle in years and everything for muscle and bone development there as well. Now, it may end up being that we end up seeing that there's different divisions, that sport ends up being further split and everything, to where trans athletes are able to compete with cis females and cis males, but that there ends up being a different, almost like age divisions and everything whenever we see on larger scales of things, that where trophies and points and even what is it, points and then even rankings end up occurring and everything, that it may be where they get to compete, but they don't get to get the points or the rankings or the medals to go along with it. Now, some of this I look at as just trophies and stuff. Now, that there's monies and other things that go along with that from the collegiate and the elite standpoint, but from the high school standpoint, high school's hard enough, junior high's hard enough as it is and everything. And typically I've ended up finding across my collegiate physician career and medical career that those that were high school champions don't develop into anything or amount to anything from the collegiate standpoint. Yes, they still get to compete and everything, but they usually end up being burnt out from that high school standpoint in order to achieve that they never move on to do more from the sport recognition standpoint. Now, you may think of a few cases and everything where that's not necessarily the case, but that's few to go along with it. So I don't know what sport and trophies and everything across the junior high school, or even above levels that go along from cis and transgender athletes and everything. I know that sport is beneficial to all on so many different levels, that I know that inclusion is important for all from a community standpoint, and that as physicians, that you may have already seen people come in to see you for this, to talk about these aspects of things, and seeing how we are ended up trying to help them, support them and everything, and not try to put them in jail or other sorts of things with this. So what's next? What's next? I don't know what's next. I know that sport is good. Sport is beneficial to all, that whether we end up having different classifications of athletes and sports, but allowing all to play is beneficial to all as well to go along with that. So that from that, keeping everybody healthy enough to compete and range. But we'll see as the literature comes out with this, that trying to make sure that we end up being more of those scientific minds, and not looking to end up not necessarily being the moral police and stuff for it too. So keeping people safe. So through all of this, that because it was some different heavy topics and everything, but I didn't have enough slides, that I was going to end up putting the faces of Finn. So Finn is my corgi, and he has many faces. He's very expressive and everything too. And so that there's probably that you've had many faces similar to Finn throughout this presentation, whether falling asleep or completely engaged or totally disproving and not really enjoying any part of it and everything. But I'm sure that you felt yourself go through different phases of Finn here. And this was a conversation that I had with my husband whenever I was in Beijing for the Paralympics, and that we ended up FaceTiming, and Finn heard my voice, and that these were the faces of Finn, just trying to figure out where in the world I was. And then JJ is our Shar-Pei. He's a bear coat Shar-Pei, so he looks like a teddy bear, that his faces are pretty consistent, pretty mushy, pretty sleepy, just kind of a nice, lovable boy and everything too. So but faces of JJ too. So that's all I have for today. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me. Again, these are my opinions, so any opinions, you're welcome to share them, but again, opinions to go along with it. But I think that all of this is going to be something that we see change over the future as well. So thank you very much for your attention, and have an excellent day.